This guy is an F-rank hunter who had zero skill. But that changed when he discovered the global top 1 hunter's secret to being the absolute best. Unfortunately, Gongjia also found out the strongest hunter's dirty secret. People call the Flame Emperor a genius, breaking every record while other talented hunters fail. But only the MC knows the dark truth behind his success. When the Flame Emperor realized he was exposed, he needed to eliminate the witnesses. So he slaughtered Gongjia like it was just a fun game for him. However, Gongjia awakened a legendary skill nobody ever thought possible. And now, the strongest S-rank hunter is going to pay for it. Because he created the biggest madman of all time. And this madman craves revenge. In this world, a mysterious tower called Babylon appeared. It is so massive you can see it from anywhere on Earth. And those who had nothing to lose were the very first to step inside and explore what was in there. Every single floor of the tower was filled with otherworldly monsters. And crazy skills awakened for a select few visitors chosen by the tower. Those who heard the news quickly gathered at the tower and started to hunt those monsters. For years, hunters targeted clearing all the tower's floor. But right now, absolutely nobody has managed to beat the 40th floor. But then this guy showed up. He managed to clear over 10 floors completely solo. Something not even the strongest top guilds could do. Soon, he became wildly famous. Girls wanted him, and boys wanted to be exactly like him. Our protagonist was also one of these losers. He has been stuck at F rank for years and lacks any awakened skill inside the tower. Since he was a kid, his ultimate dream was to climb all the floors. On the day the biggest guild failed a massive raid, and that lone hunter soloed, the Emperor said in an interview that success belongs to those who deserve it, and for those who oppose him, death will be their final destiny. At that exact moment, the protagonist felt so much insane jealousy toward the Flame Emperor that the system appeared for him too. It finally happened. I awakened a skill, Gongjia thought. The system stated that between heaven and earth, he was the most envious human alive, and because of that, it would grant him a unique skill. Gongjia remembered other hunters who filmed the exact moment they awakened, so he felt the system was being totally unfair to him. But that didn't matter, because he received a glowing golden card. It was S rank for sure, and that was totally true. Then, the system announced the skill name was, I want to become like you, an S+ rank. The crazy effect would activate automatically upon getting killed by an enemy, copying one of his killer's skills and stealing it for himself. It wasn't possible to copy twice from the exact same opponent, and the stolen skill would be chosen randomly. However, to actually use it, he would have to die. The protagonist yelled, "What the hell is this trash skill? I simply have to die to use it." His new skill was so ridiculous that the protagonist spent the next few days completely depressed. He didn't even report to the Hunters Association because he was too ashamed to tell anyone his skill was total garbage. After saying that and drinking all night long, he had a brutal hangover and a massive headache. While lying flat on the floor, he heard a voice screaming for help. Then, the protagonist leaned up and listened to the Flame Emperor talking to a silver-haired girl. The Flame Emperor said she was a fantastic actress. Anyone seeing them now would easily assume she was the victim, but he knew the truth. The drink she was about to hand him was basilisk stomach acid, the very poison she planned to use. If not for his ability, things could have gone very wrong. The girl began to claim it was a misunderstanding, insisting she only wanted to join him on a tower hunt as a teammate. The Flame Emperor also said that they had waited for this, but he was mistaken. Gongjia, overhearing everything, was in shock, unable to comprehend their conversation. Was it a lover's quarrel or some kind of hunter dispute? Suddenly, the Flame Emperor grabbed the girl by the neck, declaring there was nothing left to discuss. From that moment on, he would ask the questions, and she only needed to nod and answer. If she tried to lie, he possessed a lie detector ability, so it wouldn't be wise for her to try. His first question was, who had ordered her to kill him? Was it the Black Dragon Witch? Hearing those words, the girl had nothing more to say, and simply nodded. The Flame Emperor, understanding, stated he had already suspected as much, and thus no longer needed her. He then incinerated her with his flame. The MC, witnessing the entire scene, wondered if this was the hero everyone claimed him to be. What he saw, however, was not a hero, but a psychopathic killer. Gongjia then started to run, accidentally stepping on a glass bottle. In that instant, the Flame Emperor found him. He even joked that he had gotten rid of all the rats in the vicinity, but it seemed he had forgotten. The MC realized that look wasn't from a normal person, but a killer. And by the way he spoke, the saint, that silver-haired girl, wasn't his first victim. He must have killed a dozen, or perhaps even more. As he thought this, the MC fell to the ground. Looking back, he saw his shoe, or rather, his foot. Slowly, the Flame Emperor approached him, while the MC trembled in fear. He simply kicked his foot towards him, and Gongjia began to beg for mercy, pleading for his life. However, the Flame Emperor ignored his pleas, and simply asked if he had seen that. The MC, in shock, said he hadn't seen or heard anything. The Flame Emperor asked another question about what he hadn't seen, then suddenly grabbed Gongjia by the neck and questioned how that was possible, as he was at the right time, in the right place, and he wasn't foolish enough to believe that. He declared that if the MC didn't want to end up like the saint, he should answer calmly. The MC realized he was a demon. His world, and even himself, had been observed by someone like him. However, the MC told the Flame Emperor about his lie detection ability, stating that if he used it on him, he would realize that he knew nothing, and was nothing. The Flame Emperor looked at him with an uncertain expression, and seeing this, the MC wondered if he had killed the saint without any certainty, just because she was a little suspicious. The Flame Emperor said he wasn't that kind of person. Who did he think he would? Because the saint was truly going to kill him, and if he didn't kill her now, he would have been poisoned tomorrow. The MC asked how he knew that, so the Flame Emperor simply replied that he had his contact, and added that since he was talking about the lie detector, he was indeed innocent. Gongjia was relieved, saying he finally believed. However, the Flame Emperor declared that he had already seen too much, and therefore, he would have to die. After his death, the MC began to remember his childhood, and recalled that his name was Gongjia, a name he accepted from his orphanage director. However, he didn't want to die like this. We see the MC in a kind of empty space with a strange window in front of him, and he begins to wonder why he had to die like this. No, or rather, why he had to live like this. The window in front of him stated that the conditions for his ability were met, and because of his death, from now on, he would be copying a random ability from his killer. Thus, a new skill card was created. The MC looked up, wishing for the golden card, and declared that he wanted to live a better life. If he received just one more chance, just one more, he would make his life completely different. Gongjia suddenly woke up, and in front of him was his computer displaying the news he had already seen. He noticed he was in his room again, and began to question why he was there. However, hearing the voice coming from his computer, he once again noticed the meaning in that news. The MC began to wonder what on earth that was, and was in shock, questioning how he had gotten home. He looked at his phone and saw that it had the same comments as before, and in front of him, the same news that had played the previous day was showing again. He truly didn't understand what was happening, and began to recap that a moment before he was killed, he had obtained a golden skill card. Recalling this, he told the skill card to open, and saw that his envy skill was there again. However, there was an additional skill in the middle, and it was the ability he stole from the Flame Emperor, which he copied when he died. It was called Returner's Clock, and its rank was X. This skill had a very simple effect. At the moment of his death, he returned 24 hours in time, and his memories and experiences were preserved. Seeing such a description, the MC realized that everything clicked. He noticed that this was the true formula to become the legendary hunter. That's why the Emperor was so sure the saint would kill him the next day. But he also killed the MC, who was innocent. Again, the interview asked the same question about the secret to success in becoming a legendary hunter, and the Flame Emperor said the same thing he had said the previous day, exactly the same word, that if anyone sought trouble with him, everyone would die. Hearing these words, Gongjia began to get nervous and declared that now they would see who would die first. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting that something was on fire, and looking out the window, he noticed that a building was in flames. Outside, several people were gathered, trying to run and put out the fire. It is explained to us that this place where the MC lives is different from the outside world. It is a city made for people who entered the tower to become hunters, and the location he was in was the first floor of the tower. Gongjia was running among the people, wondering what time it was, and noticed it was the same time he had gotten drunk yesterday. It was also the time the Flame Emperor destroyed the evidence of his homicide. Among the people trying to put out the fire was the rank 2 Black Dragon, the master of the Black Witch Guild. Further to the side was the rank 5, the master of the Healers and Pharmacists Guild, the Alchemist Master, and the one calming the people was the rank 10 and leader of the city's surveillance corporation, the Paladin. The MC remembers some people call his city the City of Ascension, but it was a city you couldn't leave once you entered. Since everyone was a hunter, most were accustomed to extreme situations like this one. As Gongjia thought about this, he heard someone comment that they hadn't seen the Saintess at the moment, and she wasn't the type to be absent during emergencies. However, the Paladin replied that perhaps she had a date with her boyfriend, as she had noticed her spending a lot of time with the Flame Emperor. The Alchemist Master said she didn't like him much, as something about him didn't sit right with her. The very instant after she spoke those words, someone arrived. It was the Flame Emperor, joking that someone had played with fire without his permission. However, the MC wouldn't be fooled by that silly face. The Paladin thanked him for arriving so quickly, and asked if he could put out the fire. He asked what he would gain from it. Hearing that, Gongjia was already getting annoyed, wondering how someone could be so brazen as to ask for a reward to save people when he himself had started the fire. The paladin declared that he was very confident for being the rank 1 who saved the day. However, he said he didn't care what others thought of him, and since he wouldn't gain anything from the service, he would simply leave. However, the MC knew something no one else did. Everyone thought the Flame Emperor was just a slightly eccentric hero, yet he was the only one who knew his true nature as a bloodthirsty murderer. For that reason, he had to kill him. So the MC turned and started walking towards the Flame Emperor. People tried to stop him, but he refused. In his thoughts, he declared that for humanity and the honor of hunters, he had to eliminate him. And regardless of the method, that psychopathic killer needed to be exterminated. Suddenly, the MC ran and entered the fight. He noticed people's gazes on him and felt nothing but pain. However, this was the only way to kill that monster. Again, Gongya went back 24 hours in time, and once more woke up in his bed, in his tiny, messy, and smelly apartment. The system window announced that he was currently a rank F hunter, and therefore, he would incur no penalty for using his skill. The MC remembered that killing the Flame Emperor in his current state was impossible. Even if he was lucky enough to kill him, it would only send him back 24 hours in time, as the Emperor also possessed that ability. So, there was only one way for a weak hunter like him to kill him. At that very moment, while thinking about this, the MC recalled a news report where the Emperor spoke of the day he awakened his ability. It had been exactly 11 years prior. The interviewer joked with him, saying he had an excellent memory to recall it so clearly. But the Flame Emperor replied that it wasn't quite like that, because coincidentally, he awakened on his birthday. More precisely, 11 years ago, on June 7, the MC calculated that it would be exactly 4,050 days ago. If he killed himself 4,050 times, he could go back to before the day the Emperor awakened. Again, Gongya went back 24 hours in time, and once more did the same thing over and over again. Since he was a rank F who had nothing, he would receive no penalty for using the skill. Then, he finally reached the last day, and once again woke up in his room. He looked at the clock and realized he had succeeded. All those newspapers he had on his wall about the Flame Emperor had vanished. He had truly returned to the time when the legend of the Flame Emperor had not yet begun. He ended up dying 30 more times than the original plan, which was 4,050 times, including the time it took to kill himself, as well as a few escapes here and there. He had only gone back all this time to prove that the legend of that demon was not eternal. From now on, he would prove to everyone that he would usher in a new era. 11 years prior, on May 6 at 11 a.m., more specifically in the former Flame Emperor's building, he woke up to his alarm clock, having drunk too much the day before. Well, the MC already knew this, as he had relived this day 10 times to plan the perfect strategy, and it was flawless. Every day at 9 a.m., he wakes up in the rank F dormitory and always plans to go to work. Then, at 3 p.m., he collects slimes in the hunting grounds on the second floor, and as always, he was complaining about this lie. The MC even realizes that his 21-year-old self is just a common F-rank hunter wishing for a golden car. The Flame Emperor, or rather, Yusuha, wished for a skill or to win the lottery. Normally, his wishes would come true within a week, but that wasn't going to happen, as such a future wasn't meant for someone like him. At 5:31 p.m., Yusuha said he wouldn't get anywhere just hunting slime. So he headed to a higher and more difficult area than where beginner hunters usually go, a place where, for the next 36 minutes, he would be alone. This was the perfect opportunity. Gongjia approached him, asking for help, claiming he had been attacked by a wolf, and asked if he had any kind of potion to heal him. Yusuha became indignant, asking if he had already dealt with the monster in that area. It would be bad, as he wouldn't be able to meet his daily quota. The MC asked him to give him a potion, and Yusuha replied that he didn't have any, as he couldn't even complete his daily mission. However, if the MC had something to trade, he would offer the potion. The MC asked why he was asking for something in return, and Yusuha replied that his hunt had been ruined, and yet he was expected to give a potion for free. The MC said he would pay for the potion, but needed to use it quickly before he died. However, Yusuha stated that he wasn't understanding the situation. The MC was on the verge of death, yet he didn't want to pay the potion's value. Did he think his life was worth so little? Then the MC said he would pay 20 gold for the potion, but Yusuha didn't accept. He wanted everything the MC had. The MC already knew this. He knew what kind of person Yusuha was. Yusuha said the MC was quite poor for having only 60 coins at most, and Gongjia replied that those were all his savings. Yusuha said he didn't need to worry, as he would spend them very well, because that's how life worked. The MC asked for the potion since he had handed over the money. However, Yusuha said he had thought about it for a bit, but if he let the MC go, he might come back for revenge later. And of course, Yusuha needed to live a worry-free life. Since the MC had seen his face, he should just die. At that very moment, the MC ducked down and delivered a kick right between Yusuha's leg, declaring that he would live a worry-free life. Instantly, he drew his sword and slit Yusuha's throat. The MC began to attack again and declared that, to prevent the 1 in a million chance of Yusuha awakening and threatening his life, he would make sure to finish him off properly. At that moment, the MC killed Yusuha and began to wonder. Killing him was expected, but something bothered him. Why, in that moment before killing him, did he say his name? However, the MC understood after 4,090 deaths. He realized that despite being a cold-blooded killer, he wanted to pretend to be a holy knight in a sacred duty. Given his actions, this was not justified. Acting righteously after killing all those innocent people was simply hypocrisy. As the MC was saying this, wolves appeared behind him. Gongya realized the wolves wanted to eat Yusuha's corpse, and since his work was done, it no longer mattered. The MC walked to a strange sand mound and began to dig it. When he opened the hole, there was a backpack and 3 bottles inside. He changed into cleaner, blood-free clothes, and began to wonder if it was finally over. He was then teleported to the first floor and noticed there were people from the Vigilante Corporation. However, he was afraid to pass them because of the smell of blood. Yet, he walked past calmly, and no one suspected him. He realized it was finally over, and no one knew what had happened. And of course, to celebrate, he went to the bar and was drinking heavily. In his thoughts, he was happy, because the Flame Emperor, Yusuha, no longer existed. People were saying he was quite happy that day, and he replied that he had to celebrate, as all the problems in his life had finally ended. At that very moment, he opened his status window. However, looking at it, he realized he had no combat skill, but he was happy because he realized that this was nothing more than greed and shamelessness. Since he had a time reversal ability, he could win the lottery or sell the method for clearing the upper floors that no one else knew yet. While the MC was thinking this, someone arrived. An old man in a suit wearing red sneakers. He ordered the waiter some milk mixed with a little vodka and sugar. The MC noticed this guy was quite strange. However, the people in the bar started whispering among themselves, wondering how he was there. Looking closer at the old man, the MC realized who he was. The #1 ranked hunter of that era, known as the Sword Saint. Let's get to know this Sword Saint. His real name is Marcus Kallenberg. Many people had forgotten him after 11 years, as a long time had passed since his disappearance. But until the Flame Emperor had risen to fame, he was the true #1 of the town. The MC didn't know he was standing in front of the strongest guy of that era, and wondered if he had several S-rank ability, unlike his own strange abilities that were useless for combat. Following this line of thought, he remembered that his ability allowed him, if he died, to steal any ability from a hunter who killed him. This meant he could steal the current abilities of the top 1. Even if the old man killed him, he couldn't truly die, as he would just go back one day. The MC started looking at comments about the Sword Saint online, where people said no one knew what kind of ability he had. There were even rumors that he came from a rich family in the north, but left everything to enter the town. However, looking at all these comments, the MC realized that the Sword Saint was shrouded in mystery, and there was no useful information, only rumors. It would be good if he at least had half the desire for attention and fame that the Flame Emperor had. Suddenly, the old man told him to shut up. However, the MC realized he wasn't talking to him, but rather talking to himself. The MC even realized that, based on the rumors of him talking to himself, at least that part was true. He wondered why all the top-ranked individuals always had some kind of issue in their head. Continuing to look at the internet comment, the MC found a comment that said it was not good to utter a word in front of the Sword Saint, and this was a 100% true story witnessed firsthand. According to the sender, if you don't want to die, never say that in front of the Sword Saint. The story goes that high-ranked guys got into a fight with the Sword Saint in the hunting grounds of the 9th floor. These guys were mocking him, telling him to use a hearing aid since he was becoming a senile old man, and that based on his face and personality, his grandchildren would also be terrible people. After those words, the Sword Saint simply split the man in half. Everyone might think this was nonsense, but either way, it was not good to talk about the Sword Saint's grandchildren in front of him. The MC realized that could be tested to see if it was true. The Sword Saint was a bit agitated, so he paid for his drink and left. Everyone in the bar who had been silent started declaring that he had finally left, saying he was an old man with weapons and muttering to himself. The MC did the same and left. From that moment on, he went in search of the #1 ranked individual. The MC started wondering where he had gone. Since he followed him as soon as he left, he couldn't have gone too far. Looking ahead of the people, he found him and started following him. This was easy, as the only person who dresses like that in all of Babylon is easy to find. The MC started wondering what kind of ability he would have. Is it like the Flame Emperor, whose rank X abilities allowed him to go back in time? So, the Sword Saint was successful even before the Flame Emperor. He must have something much better. Could he have some kind of ability even stronger than going back in time? Suddenly, the Sword Saint stopped and said that this place should be suitable. The MC was surprised by his words, and the Sword Saint told him he could come out from behind the tree, declaring that no one knew what would happen from that moment on. The MC apologized for his bad manners and said he wanted to ask the Sword Saint for a favor. However, to our surprise, he started laughing. The Sword Saint asked if he hadn't followed him in such a careless way on purpose so that he would notice. However, the one most surprised in this situation was the MC. He had no weapon or anything of the sort with him, yet the Sword Saint was already holding a sword, almost as if he were about to attack. This made no sense. Was it just because he had followed him? The Sword Saint began to say that he was a good actor, as expected of a first-class assassin. The MC was confused. The Sword Saint had already found a reason to kill him without even mentioning his grandchildren. The MC said he didn't understand what was happening, but the Sword Saint stated that he had been pretending until now so he couldn't fool him. Gongjia continued, saying he truly didn't understand what he was talking about because how could he look like a first-class assassin? In fact, he was quite proud of looking like an ordinary person. However, the Sword Saint drew his sword and told him to be quiet. He declared that he possessed several abilities, and among them, one that showed how many times a person had committed murder. Then the MC realized that, as explained, murder is murder. He couldn't have known that the person he killed would become a monster, but there was no time to explain that in this timeline. He thought the Sword Saint was seeing the number 1 above his head. The MC began to say that, even though it might sound like he was making excuses, he had done this act for a good reason. However, the Sword Saint merely remained silent and said he was disgusting because a demon like him who had killed countless people wanted to invent reasons to favor himself now. The Sword Saint hadn't lived a particularly honest life either, but at least he hadn't committed as many mass murders as the MC. The MC wasn't understanding anything. What did he mean by mass murders when he had only killed one person? The Sword Saint said that the MC was now a disgrace to society as the number of people he had killed so far was 4,091. Hearing this, the MC realized that he had only killed Yusuha once, but he had killed himself 4,090 times to reach the past. However, currently, in the eyes of that old man, he was merely a serial killer who had murdered 4,091 people. From that moment on, this was no longer about copying his ability. As long as the Sword Saint possessed that ability, no matter how many times they met, the Sword Saint would always try to kill him. The Sword Saint tried to attack the MC, but he dodged. However, the Sword Saint was still convinced that the MC was a first-class assassin, and that's why he managed to dodge. Meanwhile, the MC was in trouble. The moment he was focused on dodging the attack, he tripped on a stone which made him fall to the ground. Obviously, the first time the MC dodged the attack was pure luck, but this time he wouldn't be able to dodge. However, before the Sword Saint delivered his final blow, he told him to shut up. The MC realized that the Sword Saint was talking to himself again and thought it was some kind of schizophrenic attack right in the middle of the battle. However, this could be one of his abilities, or perhaps even telepathy. He had already heard rumors that such abilities exist, so probably the Sword Saint was talking to someone about the number of deaths displayed above his head. But this was bad, because then he would also be a wanted man, not only by the Hunters Association, but also hunted by the great guilds and top bounty hunters. In the end, he would simply be publicly executed on the first floor of the tower. But he couldn't let that happen and had to die now, before 24 hours passed. At that very moment, the MC stood up and asked the Sword Saint if his grandchildren were all right. He added that he had heard his family was a good family in Northern Europe, and that such families weren't very easy to deal with. The outside world was a very dangerous place, and by some chance, if someone accidentally discovered that he was the Sword Saint, what did he think would happen to his grandchildren? And of course, at that very instant, the MC saw the world upside down. He realized he hadn't even seen the last attack, and once again, wished he could be like him. He was very envious, as he also wanted to have that beautiful attack. Thus, once again, the MC died. Again, they went to the same strange, empty space with a window in front of him. This system was creating his ability card, and he was anxious because he would have the abilities of the two top rankers. He would only take one as a reward, as he did with the Flame Emperor. But looking at the cards in front of him, he realized there were no golden cards. The MC was obviously shocked because, unlike the Flame Emperor, the legend of the Sword Saint, Marcus Kallenberg, evolved without any S-rank ability. Gongjia fell to his knees in shock. He wondered if there was some kind of overpowered ability among those silver cards. There were only 3 bronze cards and 4 silver cards. Ignoring the worst cards, which were the bronze one, he would have a 1 in 4 chance. Among them was that kill-counting ability, and he obviously didn't want it. He wanted a very strong combat-oriented ability, so he grabbed a silver card with all his might. Of course, After selecting the card, he went back 24 hours in time and suddenly woke up in his room again. Quickly, he opened his status window and wondered if he had obtained the Sword Saint's main ability. It was a passive ability again, but at least it was a plus rank and didn't seem to be the kill counter. He lay on his bed complaining that he wanted a cool ability, like martial arts or aura awakening. He opened the ability card again, specifically the one he had taken from the Sword Saint, and its name was Sword Throne. From the name, he couldn't understand what it did. However, suddenly someone asked what that noise was. Looking to the side, the MC became a bit confused, as there seemed to be some kind of spectre talking to him. He told it to shut up and be quiet, as they would train soon. While the spectre was speaking, the MC politely excused himself and asked who it was. The spectre asked the MC if he could see and hear it, and Gongya replied that it was obvious since they were talking. The spectre was a bit surprised, as that wasn't how things were supposed to work. It started wondering where Marcus was. The MC asked if it was talking about Marcus Callenberry, the Sword Saint, and the spectre said that, although that title was an exaggeration, he was indeed talking about it. It asked the MC if he knew where he was, because since the MC was there, the old man was probably nearby. The MC started wondering what on earth that spectre was, and looking at the ability he had taken from the Sword Saint, realized that this ghost was, in fact, a being from another world who had completed 99 stages of the tower, but failed the 100th. The MC asked the ghost if it was the Sword Saint's guardian spirit, and the ghost replied that it probably was. The MC, somewhat shocked, said that unintentionally, he had accidentally stolen it from the old man. Hearing this, the ghost was obviously shocked. It started crying, complaining that since the MC had copied the ability, he could also cancel it, and asked if he didn't know how to reverse it. Since nowadays, when you take something wrong, you can return it. But the MC was also shocked by the whole situation. He didn't know what to do, and said that his ability wasn't something he could control. The ghost was almost falling into depression, because it had been stolen by a loser. It started spouting a lot of nonsense at the MC, saying it had warned the old man to walk the right path. The MC asked if it could at least live in silence, and the spirit mocking him said there was no way to live in silence since it was dead. The MC, already furious, said that it should die in silence then. The ghost started talking more and more, saying that besides being dead, it had been stolen and was now being mistreated by someone in a bad mood who had no shame. The MC wondered what kind of ghost talks so much like that. However, he remembered the Sword Saint, who was always complaining and suddenly telling people to shut up. The MC was somewhat shocked, because now he not only had to hide from the Sword Saint, but had also acquired a truly annoying ability. The ghost asked why he wanted to hide from the old man, because it might not seem like it, but he was a nice guy, and of course he just couldn't talk about his grandchildren. The MC replied that he already knew that, and that he also had a death counter. The MC reiterated that he knew this and that his number was 4091. The ghost hearing this asked the MC if he had gone crazy, because he was a complete amateur among amateurs and didn't even know how to use aura. So how on earth did he manage to kill 4091 people? The MC explained to the ghost that in reality, he hadn't killed 4091 people. He had only killed one who would become a tyrant in the future. And the truth was that he had killed himself 4090 times and ended up going back 11 years into the past simply to kill that guy. He had a copy ability, which allowed him to steal any ability from anyone who killed him. And coincidentally, he ended up receiving the power to go back in time when he was killed by that guy. Every time the MC dies, he returns 24 hours in time, starting from the moment of his death. Technically, he was immortal. He wanted to get back at him. But this guy was rank 1 and couldn't be killed due to his resurrection ability. That's why he ended up going back to the time before abilities awaken. The ghost questioned, asking if he had traveled back in time just to get revenge on one person. And for that feat, he simply committed suicide for 11 years. The atmosphere between them grew tense. The ghost asked the MC his name, and he replied that it was Kim Gongjae. He asked another question. Why had he decided to provoke the old man, and why had he stolen his ability right after his revenge? The MC simply replied, because he was number 1, and the fastest way to get strong is by taking the abilities of the strongest. The ghost looked at him and said that the reason he was being honest was because no one else could hear the information about the ability he had just spoken, as no one could sense or see him. The MC simply confirmed his answer. At that moment, the ghost asked him to stand up and began to observe the MC, realizing that his body was quite good and only needed some exercises here and there, and that he was also very ambitious. In the end, he realized the MC wasn't so bad and wanted to make a request. He wanted him to hunt some monsters for him. Transitioning to the tower, the MC asked the ghost if he only wanted him to kill slimes, and the ghost confirmed. At that very instant, the MC cut the slime, but it grew even larger and enveloped Gongjae's body. However, he remained very calm and quickly got out of the slime's body. The ghost said that was what he had truly seen. The MC asked what he was talking about, and the ghost began to explain that when he was alive, he was known as the Sword Emperor. He had been born in a different world, and a tower also appeared in his world, which he quickly ascended to the top of. The MC realized that this ghost was truly insane, because the Flame Emperor only reached the 40th floor, while he had managed to reach the 99th floor. The ghost added that upon reaching his level, he could see a person's talent just by looking at. For this reason, he wanted him to hunt to observe his ability. Hearing that, the MC was somewhat disappointed, saying that he had wasted his time and had no talent for fighting. The ghost asked what nonsense he was talking about. He did have talent, and a very significant one in fact. The MC questioned if he was joking, but the ghost added that of course he had no talent for martial art, because his movements were clumsy, his body wasn't trained, and he wasn't even close to sensing his aura. However, he possessed a talent that no one else had, the fear of death. People usually protect themselves instinctively when fighting, but the MC was the opposite. He had probably lost that fear after dying over 4,000 times. The MC questioned if that could be considered a type of talent, and the ghost confirmed. For him, the definition of talent wasn't something like immeasurable power. In fact, anyone could gain talent during their life, and one of the most difficult to obtain was overcoming the fear of death. That alone was incredible. The MC noted that no one had ever told him that, not even himself. Gongjia couldn't stand being treated like an insect by the Flame Emperor. He couldn't bear it to the point that he killed himself 4,090 times. And in the end, death, something everyone fears, ended up becoming his talent. The ghost asked the MC something. Since he had stolen the old man's ability, that meant he had died to him, and he wanted to know what he thought when the old man killed him. The MC replied that the moon and that cut were very beautiful. At that moment, the ghost began to laugh incessantly, and said that the MC was very interested. He added that if his ability was copy, then that meant there was another version of him as the spiritual guardian of the sword saying. Therefore, he wanted to see which of the two would become the best hunter. To find out the result, he would help him. He would help him to the point where he could defeat the old man, or rather, to the point where he would be above him, and also conquer all those floors of the tower. The next day, the ghost was nagging the MC to wake up. He should wake up soon, as the old man was probably on the 10th floor while he was sleeping. If he didn't wake up, he would sing a song for him. The MC got up, a bit annoyed, questioning if he didn't know the time. It was only 4 in the morning. The ghost replied that even insects start crawling at 4 in the morning. But the MC retorted that it was no excuse, as the ghost was only doing this because he couldn't sleep. Gongya added that he now understood why the swordsman trained at such crazy hours. It certainly wasn't by choice, but out of sheer exhaustion. The ghost then told the MC he should be grateful and kneel. The MC declared he would kill him, but the ghost just laughed, saying he was already dead so the MC couldn't kill him. Since the MC was so angry, he just needed to kill himself as he couldn't kill the ghost. However, he couldn't even do that, because he would simply return in time. The ghost then declared that the MC's nickname from now on would be Zombie. Outside, the MC was doing his daily run when the ghost began to comment that, besides his perseverance, the MC had no other talent. He'd prefer to start teaching him the basics, but even there, the MC was inferior. For some reason, his level was below basic, yet in terms of potential, he was like a limitless black hole, which meant he needed special assistance. To achieve this, he would need to pay for some high-level torture. The ghost then declared it was time for them to win some money in the lottery. You might be wondering where they'd win this money, given they were inside the tower. In fact, there was a guild called Sangrian, though its official name was the Merchants' Union. The master of this guild was the rank 3 hunter, known as the Countess, and she was the only one with an ability to conduct exchanges with the outside world. Thanks to this ability, the Sangrian guild held a monopoly on the tower's economy, and, as a result, became the only place in all of Babylon where one could bet on the lottery. The MC arrived and placed his coupon on the counter, stating he had come to collect his winning. The clerk congratulated the MC for finally winning their guild's lottery. The ghost, somewhat curious, asked if the MC knew why they always wore cat ears, and Gongjia replied that he'd heard their guildmaster was a cat woman. The clerk questioned the MC if he had checked the date, as it wasn't possible to collect a prize from a ticket purchased over 2 years ago. The MC replied that he had bought this one last week. After that, the clerk examined the ticket and was shocked, as the MC had won the first place lottery prize. Everyone behind the MC was surprised. The clerk, somewhat confused, said he would confirm the number and call the manager immediately. The ghost questioned the MC if he wasn't afraid of being robbed in an alley, or something similar with that amount of money. Gongjia replied that before he returned to this time, Yu Suhe had used this ability to win the lottery several times, so he had learned a few things. It wasn't something that could be hidden, even if he tried. Even if it were revealed, it was better to have everything explained. If a winner were attacked, the Sang Ryan Guild would suffer the worst consequences. At that very moment, the guild manager, Arthur Tyler, arrived. He was also known as the Vault Guardian. The MC joked with him, saying his nickname suited the guild. Normally, an F rank like Gongjia could never associate with someone of high rank, but today was different because he was now a client worth 50,000 gold. The ghost began to mock the MC, saying he was easily swayed, getting impressed by mere treatment, and embarrassed when his talent was mentioned yesterday. In his thoughts, the MC wanted to kill the ghost. The ghost declared that the MC shouldn't be so easily influenced. He should believe that everyone in the world existed to be trampled upon by them. In his thoughts, Gongjia mused that anyone with Emperor in their name was a psychopath, and he never wanted to be like. Arthur questioned the MC if he was having any problem, and the MC denied it, saying he was just a bit unfocused. Arthur said he was relieved, as he had been wondering if someone had treated him poorly before he arrived. The MC began to wonder in his thoughts if Arthur was some kind of angel. A short while later, they arrived at the VIP room, and the prize before the MC was what he had won, 53,000 gold. Seeing such a large sum, the MC couldn't help but swallow hard, as where he came from, all that gold was equivalent to about $5 million. With all that money, he could live comfortably for the rest of his life. His goal was to succeed, and he had already achieved. However, he had decided to reign in this tower as a hunter. How he acquired this money was just a small step, and he had already seen much more impressive gold than that. The MC told Arthur that he should keep the money in the safe, and this was a wise choice, as it was what he recommended to many winners. Even if he managed to carry the money with him, there were many bad people in the world. Because of this, Gongjia wanted to purchase an honorary membership title from the Songyun Guild. Arthur asked the MC if he wasn't part of any guild, and the MC denied it. The ghost said that the MC was truly smart, because a guild wasn't just a group of friends or hunters. The biggest reason people joined guilds was because they wanted to be protected. On the first floor of the tower, there were guards and the Hunters Association, but the city was too wild to trust those two organizations. This could be seen by how the Flame Emperor and the Sword Saint killed the MC. The Flame Emperor never affiliated with a guild, and always prided himself on his freedom. He probably won the lottery many times, but never paid a protection fee to anyone. Someone at his level refusing to join guilds probably really annoyed others, and that was why he was almost poisoned. The MC told Arthur that he wanted one more thing. He wanted a cheap room for one person, and also, if any newspaper asked who the prize winner was, he could say it was an anonymous honorary member of the Songyun Guild. Arthur remained silent at the MC's words and said that he was well prepared. The MC simply said that the world was a dangerous place, so he had to be ready for what was to come. The ghost said that the MC was doing very well on his own, and he had thought he even needed his diapers changed at first. However, at that moment, he seemed quite happy. The MC said it was obvious, but this was just the beginning. 4,000 deaths, 4,000 days to go back in time. He couldn't savor this before, as he was focused on his revenge. However, now it was time to enjoy all that power. Outside the Merchant Guild, the ghost reminded the MC that hunts were the most important parts of his lesson, and now that he had enough to pay for them, he asked what the next step would be. The MC replied that perhaps he should find a competent teacher. The ghost retorted to the MC, saying that he already had one right in front of him. However, the ghost added that books, scrolls to teach martial art, or potions to improve physical abilities were needed. However, at the MC's level, he wouldn't be able to learn anything just by reading scrolls, so the only things he could manage to do were potions, and very good ones at that. The MC began to wonder how good they should be, and the ghost thought for a moment and said they should be from a place called the Alchemy Castle, because there were many healers there. Gongjia said that the potions there were extremely expensive, but the ghost said that now he had a lot of money and shouldn't be stingy. He just needed to make a deal, and perhaps he could get a discount. While running to the location, the ghost suddenly stopped and told the MC that he should hide, because he had forgotten to mention the shop they were going to. The old man also bought potions there. The MC was asked why he hadn't said that before, as he should have cut off that kind of thing from the beginning. Suddenly, the Sword Saint stopped and looked towards where the MC was, and Gongjia was already in shock, wondering what he should do. Should he simply run? However, the Sword Saint merely turned away. The ghost said that was terrible, because if the old man was there, it meant he would buy all the potions, and he told the MC to leave fast. Arriving in front of the shop, they realized the old man had entered it, and the ghost began to say that the training was over there, because that shop was the best in the area, and the old man would probably take all the potion. The MC realized in his thoughts that it would be too risky to use the same shop as the Sword Saint. However, he wanted to take a different path. Looking at his phone, he noticed that neither the top 100 nor the top 300 were listed there. Suddenly, the MC said that maybe he wouldn't have to spend as much money as he had mentioned before, and they could get very good potions for a very cheap price. A short while later, the MC was in a type of slum where everyone was giving him dirty looks. The ghost questioned the MC if there was really a decent alchemist around there. The MC replied that she wasn't just decent, but a genius who only appears once every generation. Obviously, the ghost said the MC was crazy, because how could a genius live in a place like that? While the ghost was speaking, people were again giving the MC dirty looks, but in reality that wasn't. They were trying to see if it was worth robbing the MC, but they gave up because they saw him talking to himself, and perhaps thought he was crazy. As they were walking through the slum, they heard the voices of a woman screaming, and the MC said they had probably arrived at the right place. The girl was screaming that if they took her equipment, she simply wouldn't be able to survive. The man told her to take everything they found there, and the girl tried to grab the cart with her belongings, but the man sped up, causing her to fall. The bald man told her it was better for her to work on something else. People were complaining that her potions were too expensive, but the girl retorted that they weren't expensive at all. She barely made any profit from them. She declared that finding potions of the same quality and price throughout all of Babylon was impossible, and therefore, they should be grateful that she had opened that shop in a trashy place like that. However, people simply ignored her and left. She asked if they weren't going to buy any potions since they were there, and everyone replied that they wouldn't buy anything from a rude person like her. Seeing that, the ghost questioned the MC if that loser in front of them was the generational genius he had spoken about, but the MC asked if he was blind. Then he approached her and questioned if her shop was still open. Obviously, this woman wasn't a crazy alchemist or a loser. She was simply the master alchemist, an alchemist who would reach level 5 in the future and become the leader of the alchemy castle. The girl said she was open and could make any potion he needed, and questioned the MC about which product he wanted to buy. The MC said he wanted a product worth around 20,000 gold, and this obviously shocked the girl. While Gongjia had all this in mind, if he could form connections with the high ranks to reach the top, it would simply become his golden goose, and for that reason, he would become her #1 client. A short while later, the girl led him to her shop, and upon arriving there, they noticed everything was messy. The ghost started questioning the MC again if he really wanted potions made by her. The girl asked the MC again if he would really give 20,000 gold. The MC believed that if she was truly doubting him, he would pay in advance. The girl said that if possible, an advance payment would be very good. The MC realized she was so broke she couldn't even maintain good manners, and he told her to take the money from his safe. He would notify the Sanghyun Guild. She asked if she could really take as much as she needed, and the MC confirmed yes. However, he didn't want to go too far over the original 20,000 gold budget, as his resources weren't unlimited. The girl said that before making any potions, she wanted to say one thing. If the potion he wanted was an illicit drug, she wouldn't make it. The MC realized that even though her shop had just been closed, she still didn't have the courage to refuse thousands of gold. Despite seeming crazy, she fit the role of master alchemist very well. The MC told her to relax, as he wouldn't ask for any drugs or anything of the sort. The girl then asked what type of potion he wanted to order. The ghost said she didn't seem that skilled yet, but he would provide the recipe. So they told the girl the ingredients one by one, and she wrote them down until the end. When the ghost finished listing the ingredient, the girl said that it would produce a potion to increase reaction time, and that the recipe was of an extremely high level. The ghost was surprised and confirmed that was it. The girl became excited and started rambling about optimism and blah blah blah. The MC and the ghost realized that this type of specialist truly existed. The MC interrupted her, asking how long it would take to make everything, and the girl replied that it would be about 4 days. She started to explain the reason. However, the MC recalled in his thoughts that in his previous life, getting a potion made by her and her guild would take months or even years to receive. He told the girl that 4 days was nothing. As they were leaving, the ghost said he still didn't approve of the girl, as she might only be good with words and perhaps a swindler. However, the MC didn't mind, and asked where he had gotten that recipe. The ghost explained that it was a potion he had created himself, the best recipe he managed to devise after consuming all sorts of potions. The MC started to tease him, saying that she had praised his recipe as extremely high level, and added that even if he didn't trust her now, 10 years from now, she would be the head of the alchemy castle. The ghost didn't believe it, and said she would probably take his money and run away. For days later, he was there with all the ingredients and the potions he had ordered. She then handed 3 boxes to the MC, with 30 potions in each. The MC stated that that quantity of potions would be worth 30 days of work, but in his thoughts he realized this was 15 times more efficient than buying from the shop suggested by the guardian spirit. However, while he was thinking this, the girl caught the MC's attention and questioned why he had placed such a valuable order with an unknown alchemist like her. Even though she was confident in her skill, just by looking at that recipe, she realized that only 2 people in all of Babylon could make it. The MC himself had seen that all those people treated her like a madwoman. In his thoughts, the MC said it was because before him stood the most renowned pharmacist of her entire generation. But that wasn't the only reason. It was because she was the one who ran to the city faster than anyone when the fire started, and also someone who hadn't been deceived by the Flame Emperor. And on top of that, she was skilled and kind. Besides having good judgment, it would be a great loss if he didn't get close to someone like her. However, all of this was in his thoughts, and he told her that he helped her because she seemed kind, and also because she would achieve success even without his help. Therefore, he believed that good hunters like them needed to be successful so they could help each other even more in the future. As it was frustrating to see only crazy psychopaths succeed, for that reason, he wished the best for both of them. Everything the MC had said was true, and perhaps he couldn't have been more honest than that. The girl supported the MC's words, saying they should become successful for the good of the world. As he was leaving, the girl added that if he had any more requests, he should let her know at any time, as she would always prioritize his order. The MC said he was grateful. However, the ghost annoyed him by questioning what he meant by hunters like her. The MC himself admitted he had said something embarrassing, but they should train soon. Now on the 3rd floor of the tower, the MC realized that the monsters ahead of him were truly stronger than him, and he questioned the ghost about what he should do. The ghost simply told him he should drink the potion, and so he did. The MC said the potion's taste was quite normal. It had a hint of lemon and even a taste of honey. However, at that very instant, something began to happen. It felt like the world around him was swaying, and his entire body started to sweat. The ghost told the MC that the girl's skills were indeed good, and he asked the MC what the sensation was like. It felt like every strand of his hair could be counted, and even his sweat seemed alive. This was the potion's effect, and it greatly enhanced the perception of reality. The ghost said that the thing around his heart was aura, and it exists within every hunter who enters the tower. Most of them don't even realize it's there. Learning to control this aura would be a decisive factor against the old man. Normally, one could feel the flow by meditating in that state. However, it would take too long, and since he lacked talent, he at least had to work harder than others. If he didn't want to die, he should run. The moment the monster attacked the MC, he realized the world seemed to slow down. However, even if he could see the attacks, his body didn't respond properly. As he ran, the ghost told the MC that he would be able to dodge, so he shouldn't give up. Orcs are low-level monsters with very simple attack patterns, so it would be easy for him to deal with them once he recognized these patterns, and for that, he should gather aura in his leg. Well, saying that was easy, but if he couldn't even dodge, he wouldn't take a single step towards success. However, he had to do it. Suddenly, his heart started beating faster, and a jolt ran through his entire body. He managed to dodge the orc's attack. The ghost began to say that it was harder than it looked, and that was because he didn't possess the necessary channels for aura to flow through his body. Metaphorically, his body was like a small mountain path, and he needed to transform this small path into an avenue so that aura could flow smoothly. He could only feel the aura now thanks to the potion, as normally, he would just be a loser. But as he said this, the MC was giving his all to dodge the attack. When the MC was almost losing consciousness, he questioned what would happen if he transformed this path into a grand avenue. In his thoughts, this frustrated him because the guardian spirit was indeed right, and the metaphor he had spoken truly fit, an abandoned path covered in debris. However, if he overcame this, what could happen? The ghost asked the MC if he truly remembered that the old man had killed him without even giving him time to react, and the MC confirmed it. However, the ghost said that anyone could perform that kind of ability, and as he had said before, the old man had a long way to go, while for the MC, he didn't even need to comment. Hearing that, the MC began to grow even more frustrated. However, at that very moment, he dodged the orc and lowered his head. He positioned himself quickly, and the ghost was somewhat surprised, as what the MC had done was truly creative. At the same moment, the MC drew his sword and charged at the orc, attacking it in the next instant. The ghost told the MC that he shouldn't let his guard down, as orcs have very tough skin, so he should concentrate his aura at the tip of the blade, but that would be difficult for him. However, in a very simple explanation, he just had to try to channel all his aura to the tip of the blade. So, little by little, the MC infused only the blade, and in the end, he managed to cut the orc and attacked it again and again. After the MC had killed the orc, the ghost asked him if it wasn't hurt. It probably was, since he hadn't even created a decent channel for it and still used aura in that way. He must have been feeling a pain that likely felt like he was going to die. He had ruined his entire body simply trying to take down just one orc. However, despite that, that final move was very creative, and he praised him for it, as a hunter should always use their head in battle. While the ghost was saying this, the MC was writhing on the ground. The ghost questioned the MC if he felt like he was going to die, because that's exactly what was going to happen. For starters, if it weren't for his return ability, he wouldn't suggest this training method, because even the old man himself meditates after taking that potion. He didn't use his own body as carelessly as the MC did. However, whenever he dies, he'll be able to return, and wasn't that amazing? No matter how tough the training would be, every time he went back in time, his body would return to normal. Since his counter increases every time he kills himself, he would need to use a different method to prevent that from happening. Since he had already understood how to use aura from the start, he would only need 100 more deaths to understand enough. Again, the MC died, and there he was again in that empty space. However, beside him was also the ghost, who wondered what kind of place that was. The MC explained to him that for now, that place would be called Purgatory, and soon the system would probably send a message that he would return 24 hours in time, just like with the Flame Emperor and the Sword Saint. However, the system announced that the conditions for his skill had been met, so it would copy a random skill from the orc. Seeing this, neither of them understood anything. The MC started shouting, asking if monsters even had skills, and the ghost said that his skill was incredibly overpowered. The ghost began to say that this broke all hunter standards, but meanwhile, the MC stated he would take any skill since it wasn't worth much anyway. The ghost questioned him, asking if he would really take that skill, and the MC replied that it wasn't very important which skill he chose. Again, the ghost questioned why he didn't pick the best option, but the MC responded that he couldn't choose, and judging by their colors, both were quite bad. The ghost was confused, saying he didn't understand how the MC couldn't see which one was better, and the MC explained that their colors were the same. He could only see their backs, so how could he tell which skill was better? However, the ghost said he could see behind them, and hearing that, the MC became confused because the skill cards always moved so that their backs were facing it, and they remained that way, even if he tried to turn his head for a look. However, since the guardian spirit could fly freely, he could see both sides of the card. Realizing this, the MC became very happy, and suddenly let out a shout. The MC simply told him to quickly reveal what the two skills were. Card number 1 displayed the blessing of reproduction, and card number 2 showed tweak. Seeing the descriptions of both skills, the MC was shocked. The ghost said the tweak skill was very cool, but he could have an orc skill, and regardless, the MC stated that tweak was better than the blessing of reproduction, so he would take it. However, the ghost tried to stop the MC, yet it seemed they were both thinking the same thing, and still, the MC chose that skill. The MC returned 24 hours in time again, and was happy to wake up in the room the merchant guild had arranged for him. Meanwhile, the ghost was complaining that he thought he would fall for that, but the MC told him to stop complaining, and go train immediately. Then he opened his status window and noticed the skill was there. The ghost tried to convince the MC that perhaps it would be better to train in the lotus position, as it would be less painful than fighting orc. However, the MC didn't listen to what he said, and once again headed to the 3rd floor. Once more, he took the potion and set off towards the orc, and as always, the world seemed a bit slow to him. Suddenly, the MC stopped and used his tweak skill. Hearing that, the orc became somewhat confused, and without wasting time, the MC attacked it, thus defeating the orc. The ghost began to complain that the MC was truly using a hack, and that it didn't count for training, and asked if he had no feelings for deceiving that poor orc in such a way, without even considering their feelings. However, the MC didn't care about that. A week later, the MC was already on the 5th floor, facing the boss of that area, who was the Goblin King. At that very moment, he activated his skill called High Society Goblin, and it startled the Goblin King. However, he quickly attacked and thus finished off the boss. The MC declared that he had been the strongest enemy he had faced that week, and wished him to rest in peace. But the ghost told him to stop lying, and stop being so overly emotional about defeating a single monster. The MC said he had managed to defeat this boss after 6 coins. To explain, 1 coin meant 1 life. The ghost added that he was a liar, and that was a proven fact. Furthermore, he couldn't say that battle had been honorable, as he had used the High Society Goblin skill, which only high-ranking goblins could utilize. However, the MC was surprised that goblins cared about useless things like hierarchy. Suddenly, the MC received a system message stating that his existence was much more defined, and for that reason, he would level up. As a reward, he received 2 more skill slots and became an E-rank hunter. The MC was happy about this. However, the ghost was wondering if those were sparks or drops of blood. The MC asked if that wasn't an effect of leveling up, and the ghost confirmed it was. But it wasn't just to make him look pretty. It was a kind of hint, because it's possible to discover the form of your aura, according to the effects that appear when you level up. For example, the Flame Emperor he had killed probably had a fire-based aura. Any hunter's aura takes shape after some trauma, but not always a bad memory. However, it is always based on a life-defining moment or event, and this reflects in the form of their aura. It's more like an effect of one's own subconscious. From what the effect showed, the MC's aura was likely fire or blood. The MC asked the ghost what the Sword Saint's aura looked like, and the ghost replied that his aura was like moonlight. When he was a small boy, he got lost in the mountains and didn't want to die. So he climbed to the top of one of them and said the light from the illuminated sky was absolutely beautiful. The moon doesn't shine with its own strength, but by reflecting the sun. And he wished within himself that he wanted to shine like the moon. Or so he thought when he was 12 years old, and he carried that thought with him ever since. But cutting to the chase, the ghost said it was time to go to the 6th floor. The MC asked if they couldn't go straight to the 10th floor boss. The ghost questioned if he wasn't getting ahead of himself, even as a novice, and the MC replied that wasn't it. He said that if he couldn't clear the 10th floor with 2 coins, he promised he would call the ghost master. The ghost asked how he would defeat the boss with only a single death. The MC said he didn't care, but had one condition. The ghost needed to reveal the exact skills of the 10th floor boss. Furthermore, if the MC won, the ghost would have to call him Gonya Nim, a more polite form of address. The MC then asked if the ghost would give up, or if he was that weak. The ghost said the MC was getting too cocky by trying to pick a fight against the Sword Emperor, and told the MC to be well prepared, because from that point on, he would start calling him master for the rest of his life. However, the MC was unfazed, stating that he would be the one serving someone, and the two laughed at each other. However, to outsiders, the MC was simply laughing by himself. Upon reaching the 10th floor, the guards told the MC he couldn't enter and questioned him why. The guard simply said that the MC wanted to commit an act of suicide by facing the boss alone, and asked if he hadn't seen the news about the Black Dragon Guild, which entered with 34 of its elite members and still failed. However, the MC didn't care, stating that according to association rules, any solo hunter could start a raid. The guard retorted, saying he had to keep a record of everyone who entered there, and his superiors would look at him later. He would feel heavy-hearted if he allowed someone to kill themselves. The MC began to wonder what he would do. Then he started telling the guard that he appreciated his work, and what he was saying was truly accurate. To be honest, he really wanted to commit suicide. Neither the guard nor the ghost understood what the MC was talking about. He began to tell a story. He had recently lost his beloved, and the alchemy castle had told him he had an incurable disease with at most 6 months left to live, so he could no longer live. Even without his health, he was still a hunter, and he didn't want to spend the rest of his life confined to a bed in the alchemy castle. He wanted to use the remainder of his life to challenge a monster. Hearing those words, the soldier felt moved. The MC even handed him a pouch of money, saying that it was the money he had saved for his treatment. The MC added that he already wanted to disappear from this world. He wanted to leave it without leaving anything behind, and this was his last request as a hunter. The guard said he could go ahead because he hadn't seen anything, and even the ghost was moved, asking if they were idiots and making a move. Thus, they crossed the gate. Now, at the official location of the 10th floor, it was a floor that should have been cleared by the Flame Emperor. However, this time the MC would write a legend greater than the Flame Emperor. So the MC opened the mansion door, and inside were several dolls laughing at each other, asking if he would play with all of them. At that very moment, the MC activated his skill and declared he would play with. Well, let's go back in time a bit to where the Black Dragon Guild, which had secured its position as the strongest since the tower's opening, had unfortunately failed the raid for the 30th time. Reporters asked them what they thought caused this failure, and the guildmaster said there was nothing wrong with their skill. Rather, they had a bit of bad luck. However, someone was there to bother them. It was the Flame Emperor who had cleared the 10th floor. Of course, in the future, this interview became known as the Loser's Declaration. You might be wondering how the Flame Emperor was the only one who managed to clear the 10th floor. Firstly, clearing the 10th floor is relatively simple. The boss was hidden somewhere in the mansion, and you just needed to find the right doll and destroy it. No matter how much one protected themselves with their own aura, 10 minutes was the time limit anyone could endure those flames. However, this had no effect on fire-type aura users, which is why he managed to clear it safely, and even had the audacity to say that luck was also a skill. The ghost even joked with the MC, saying that he also survived by luck. At that moment, the MC said his aura wouldn't last long, and the ghost approached him, stating that he would last about 1 minute at most. He added that, just for the record, the old man could endure those flames for over 30 minutes, and was now training to extend that time to 1 hour before challenging the boss. Unlike someone who had gone in without a plan, the ghost questioned if the MC could really defeat that floor with just 2 coins. The MC told him to be quiet, as now, after the first death, he would think of something. The ghost questioned, saying that the MC thought he could initially expand his aura without dying there. Even if he tried, there were only two ways to clear that place. The first was to find the right doll, a 1 in a million chance, or to become so proficient with his aura that it could last long enough to find the correct doll. For this reason, he would certainly lose if he only used 2 coins to clear that floor. However, the MC retorted, saying that the ghost was forgetting about option 3, and because of that, they would see who would win after he died. As the MC's aura was probably already running out, he randomly picked up a doll. However, when he touched the doll, it began to crumble. They really had to do that, shatter a doll right in front of him. The ghost said that no one could understand what would happen in the tower, and that the tower was probably controlled by a psychopath, as it had given a stolen ability to trash like him. Suddenly, the MC's aura ran out, and he was engulfed by the fire. He obviously died, and his envy skill activated again, beginning to copy the skills of the infernal doll. The ghost quickly went for the golden skill card and said it was incredible. Its name was Infernal Fire Barrier, rank S. In short, it summoned an infernal fire within a 2-kilometer radius, and no one could escape this fire without the user's permission. The ghost even joked with the MC, saying that now he would truly become the king of purgatory. However, the MC was thinking as he felt something was wrong. This skill was definitely very strong, but something wasn't right. Because of this, he asked the ghost to read the other skills. He read them one by one until he reached the last one, and at that very instant, he was shocked. Even without hearing the skill's description, the MC said he had found the answer he was looking for. Again, the ghost was shocked, saying that the MC had understood what kind of skill it was. However, he should choose the golden card. It was extremely powerful. If he used it, suddenly a lot of fire would appear and kill everyone around. In his thoughts, the MC really wanted this golden card. However, he felt there was something strange, because among the tens of thousands of dolls, there was only one true one, and the true one wouldn't burn, as it possessed a fire aura. However, why weren't the fake skills burning either? He only had one answer for this. They probably had a skill that would help the summoner select targets so they wouldn't burn themselves. Again, the MC went back 24 hours in time. But currently, he was an E-rank hunter, and because of this, he would receive a penalty for using the skill. He would receive a trauma from the opponent by whom he had been killed, and the trauma of the Infernal Dolls monster was recreated. The trauma began with a small child asking for a piece of bread, even if it was just crumbs. However, people always refused his request. Wherever he went, people always complained about him, and many wondered where so many homeless children like him came from. While walking, he ended up bumping into an old man. He started apologizing, thinking he was going to get hit, but the man merely stroked his head and asked if he had no peace, and that he seemed hungry and suffering, his body appearing to be in pain all over. He asked the child to come with him, saying he was a doctor and had many friends at home for the child to play with. However, that was what the child thought it would be. While inside a kind of cage, the child asked the man when they could go out to play, feeling very hungry. The man simply told the child to have a little more patience, adding that only animals succumb to their own desires. Just because he was born a beast didn't mean he had to be raised like one. He knew very well orphans like him didn't work, claiming they were too young, and spread diseases from village to village. He was a good man who had a duty to get rid of children like. Suddenly the scene cut to a type of slave auction, where people took these orphan children and sacrificed them, using the good of the village as a pretext. It was more like a bloodthirsty cult. People commented that the number of sacrifices was decreasing, and so they needed to find more children for the next ritual. The child wondered where the kind gentleman was taking their friends, and wanted to know why they kept getting hurt, and the ghost began to wonder what kind of thing this was. The MC said that they were probably 2 spirits now. However, the ghost said that wasn't important. He was questioning who the MC was telling to repent. The MC replied that this was probably the origin of the 10th floor boss. The MC continued, saying he didn't know that floor bosses were once human, and the ghost replied that, previously, not all of them were monsters. These bosses are based on real-life events from different worlds. Some are even heroes, and life forms from other worlds. This would become increasingly frequent, starting from the 11th floor. The MC questioned why the ghost hadn't said this before, and the ghost replied that the MC hadn't asked. Also, this was the first time he had seen the origin of a place. He knew it was from another world, but he couldn't figure out exactly what had happened. Now, it was completely different to see it with his own eye. The MC wondered if such things happened somewhere in all worlds. Suddenly, the house caught fire, and the landlord and servants began to flee. The MC stopped them, saying it wasn't time to run, as the children were in the basement. All of them were in shock, wondering if there was no one there, and it was getting very hot. In the end, they still called for help from the kind gentleman. They began to question what they had done wrong. They just didn't want to starve, and only wanted to play with their friend. They just wanted to have fun, and live a happy life. That's how the trauma of the infernal dolls ended. The ghost fell silent for a moment, and said that the situation was truly sad, but they couldn't do anything now. The MC asked if that was the ghost's first thought after seeing that, and the ghost confirmed he had a bad personality. But what could he expect? That's how the real world worked. That boss was just a monster now, and those children from the origin had been dead for a long time. What could the MC do about it? Therefore, he should just find the true doll and kill it. Then proceed to the 11th floor, 20th, 30th, 40th, 50th. That's what he should do now if he decided to climb the tower. That was probably how the Flame Emperor had thought as well. The MC said that Yasuha's would surely find the true doll and kill it, and he would do the same without hesitation if he had seen their trauma. However, the MC wouldn't be like him. The ghost asked the MC what he was going to do. Act like a child and not clear the floor just to avoid being like him. If he wanted to defeat that floor, he should kill the boss. The MC said that wasn't the only way to clear the floor and told the ghost he was stupid, as everything was right under his nose, and he hadn't even noticed. He asked the ghost if he remembered that S-rank skill he wanted him to choose. The ghost said he remembered, and the MC began to say, grudge, resentment, and regret, as described in the skill, referred to endless rants. Their resentment would never be heard, and their desires never achieved. Burn everything. As long as you wish for it, an infernal fire will always appear within a 2-kilometer radius, and no one could leave this hell without your permission, no matter who they are. This was the description of the S-rank skill. The MC asked the ghost if he didn't think something was wrong. The ghost questioned what he was talking about, and what was wrong with the skill. However, the MC was referring to the final part. No one could leave hell without permission, no matter who they were. The MC even asked, so how did the Black Dragon Guild manage to escape without killing the boss? There was only one answer to that. The boss probably allowed them to leave. This was a flaw that humanity had not yet cleared, and there was only one thing the boss wanted from its visitors. At that very moment, the MC activated his skill and began walking through the fire. The doll started wondering if he wasn't burning, and even asked the MC if he wanted to play with. The MC confirmed he did, and the game would be hide and seek. It was even a bit ironic to play this, as it was a part of hide and seek where the children couldn't go anywhere. However, this was the answer the MC found. So he went touching the dolls one by one, and we could see a glimpse of the children's spirits trapped within. The ghost realized what the MC was doing. He was appeasing their spirit, so he kept touching each of the dolls until he reached the last one, which was trapped inside a cave. The doll asked him if he would play with her, and the MC picked it up, saying it was her turn. Suddenly, the doll began to melt, and the child's spirit thanked him, saying, "Thank you very much, kind sir." This was the ending the MC chose. Thus, he cleared the 10th floor, and his rewards would be given 24 hours after entering the 11th floor. The ghost asked the MC why he had that expression, as clearing a secret stage wasn't something just anyone could do, and yet he did it on his first try. However, the MC said it wasn't that. He realized the world was truly trash, both in the boss scene, and in situations that happen regardless of the world they are in. After that, an awkward silence fell. However, the ghost let out a shout, saying that kind of situation didn't suit him, and he patted the MC, saying he was impressed, and that he had cleared the flaws in his own way. He added that this time, he cleared a floor with pure skill, without any luck. Fireworks began to appear in the sky, and an announcement was made. The 11th floor would open in 24 hours. People started wondering what had happened, and what those fireworks were. These fireworks were visible on all 10 floors of the tower. They realized that someone had probably cleared the floor, and wondered if it was the Black Dragon Guild. However, they noticed it wasn't them, because the Black Dragon Guild was on the first floor having coffee, and the others were also in completely different locations. People wanted to know who had cleared this floor. Of course, the ghost wouldn't miss this opportunity, and asked the MC how it felt to be a main character while being a Zenigame. The MC replied that it felt very good, almost as if it wasn't. However, the ghost told him not to get too excited, as he had only cleared the 10th floor. But he was the closest person to the top, and the MC knew it. At that very moment, the guard arrived, shouting at the MC, and questioning if he had done that, as he was the only one entering the floor that day, and now all his bosses were calling him, asking what was happening. However, the MC just patted him, and told him to relax. The guard asked for his name, or a nickname, so he could tell his superiors. However, the MC didn't want to say, not because he didn't want to, but because he didn't have a nickname. The ghost said the MC did well, as it's better to train in hiding than to show off to others. But we already know what the ghost meant by that. The MC said he realized something, that now the ghost had to call him Gongya Neem, and even teased him, saying he thought he really couldn't clear a floor with 2 coins. The ghost tried to reason with him, saying they were friends, comrades, brothers. However, the MC didn't care, and said that now he should use the suffix nim if he wanted to speak with. Soon after, rumors were already spreading throughout the tower floor. Some thought it had been the sword saying. The MC began to wonder if the ghost thought victory wasn't good to appreciate. He started tapping his ear, asking if his earphones were broken since he wasn't hearing any response. Of course, for those who don't understand, this was so the MC wouldn't appear to be talking to himself. The ghost agreed with the MC's statement, but then asked why the MC wasn't calling him Gongya Neem, or Lord Gongya. This was the last straw, and he started complaining that he wanted to go back to Marcus. But putting aside the banter, an hour and a half had already passed since the MC cleared the floor, and suddenly, he heard a small sound, a simple cat meowing at him. However, the MC already knew who this cat was, but he decided to pretend he didn't. While he was playing with the kitten, several people approached him. He already knew who they were, and he even wondered why it had taken them an hour and a half to find. Quickly, they stated their respective guilds, and just as one of them was about to introduce themselves, the MC told them to wait, as he had his own rule. First, they shouldn't tell anything to the media until the timer reached 0. The second rule was that he wanted a private place, without any customers nearby. After they cleared the customers from the shop, they would begin negotiation. The MC asked them to start giving their offers, and they all began to say the same thing. However, the MC knew the reason for their desperation. The Sword Saint was a lone wolf, an isolated rank 1 who belonged to no guild, an existence that made people question the importance of guild. If someone of his same caliber appeared, everyone would be desperate to recruit. Suddenly, at that very moment, the cat spoke, offering 500,000 gold. That cat was none other than the master of the merchant union, rank 3, the countess. She began by saying that the MC was quite brave for not being surprised by a cat transforming into a woman. However, the MC replied that he had seen many strange things lately, even dead people. An executive tried to assert himself against the countess, stating that 500,000 gold and the position of vice leader was too risky. Even if the MC had cleared the floor this time, they didn't know his ability. However, the executive yielded to the pressure and said he was done speaking. The countess said they should speak with their respective leaders, but those leaders would come to make the offers personally, as the current representatives were not on the same level. Quickly, everyone in the cafe disappeared, and shortly after, shouting was heard. They were none other than the top rankers. Rank 5, Viper. Rank 4, Inquisitor, our familiar paladin. And finally, the equally important rank 2, Blackwit. At that moment, Viper began to complain, saying she was crazy for wanting to pay 500,000 gold and still offer the position of vice leader of her guild. However, the Inquisitor told them to sit down and have some coffee first. The other leaders liked the idea and started ordering their preferred drink. Once they had decided, it was the MC's turn. However, the MC realized they had planned everything, because all the guild leaders arrived after their executives left. This was no mere coincidence. They had agreed to this to confuse him. The ghost told the MC that he shouldn't be afraid. They were just trying to intimidate him. The MC knew this. He even compared the situation to the time he was burned alive. However, at this moment, he only needed to show one thing with his demeanor, and if anything truly scared him, he could simply go back in time, and things would already be resolved. The first to ask questions was the Inquisitor, stating that before the 10th floor, the MC had no achievement. However, the Countess interrupted him, saying that he already had an achievement because he won her guild's lottery. Viper didn't like this situation much, and said they should stop the charade and recruit him immediately. The Black Witch agreed with him, and added that if he didn't plan to join any guild, he should let them know, as they needed time to prepare the announcement for the media. However, the MC posed a question. What if he did want to join one? She replied that if he wanted to join one, all the guilds would start a bidding war, as they had already lost too much time on the 9th floor. But because of the MC, they had a good reason to inform the rest of the world about the tower's value, a chance to gather people from all parts of the world, and also a motivation for the hunters who were stuck on the 1st floor. The MC states that bringing all these people from the outside world would deplete the food inside the tower in an instant. The Countess agrees with the MC, saying that even though she has connections to the outside world, it wouldn't be enough for them to produce new products and food. The Black Witch adds that they needed to encourage the hunters towards the new world, motivating them to explore and find new valuable things there, and for that, they needed an icon representing the era of revolution. However, the MC is hesitant because the Black Dragon Guild itself tried to kill this icon in his past life, and he didn't know why. Nevertheless, the MC would probably get along well with the Black Dragon leader, and he said he understood, as the guild he joined would represent the new generation of hunters, and the other guilds couldn't do anything against it, which would make him feel bad. They would decide the future with a simple card game, specifically a game of poker. The MC would join the guild of whoever won. However, if the MC won, he would ultimately join all guilds simultaneously, appearing as a normal guild member to outsiders, but receiving the same treatment as the leaders. Since they had nothing to lose, they all agreed. As the MC is not seen or anything, he asked the ghost if he didn't want to stop calling him Gongya Ning, and that he could call him that after the game ended. However, he wanted the ghost to reveal everyone's card, and obviously hearing such a wonderful proposal, the ghost was extremely happy, and so the MC played, with the ghost feeding him tip. After a while, Viper was the first to complain, saying that the MC was definitely cheating, because even after 30 rounds he hadn't lost a single time. The MC replied that he was just a genius at poker, and therefore it wasn't good to accuse him without proof. Viper said that the MC was definitely not rank F. However, the MC stated that he had risen to rank E, so he was no longer rank F, and added that he had also run out of chips, so he lost. Shortly after, the Paladin was the next to lose, and the MC provoked her to try and guess if she was cheating or not, but she merely replied that young people nowadays are very difficult to deal with. As she approached the loser's table, Viper started shouting that she was giving up too easily, that she should have tried until the end, and shouldn't have let that thief win. However, she simply said that he shouldn't call their hero a thief. Regarding them possibly cheating, they all knew from the start, and it would be very strange if they didn't, because how could a rookie challenge them in a game of chance? The MC indirectly implied that he was confident enough to beat them without revealing his ability, and they ended up accepting the challenge. She also told Viper that he should train his mind a bit more instead of just his muscle, and that they had nothing to lose with this game. Winning would be great, but there was nothing to lose either. However, Viper retorted, saying that they had to protect their pride, because how could they let a rookie of his level defeat? However, the Paladin simply said that pride wouldn't help them advance in the town. Returning to the poker game, the Black Witch said she was happy that at least the MC was a sensitive person, and she began to say that she originally came from Ukraine, or to be more exact, a place called Ukraine. Because of the long civil war, she ended up losing her parents and became a wanderer, living alone, and that was very boring whether inside or outside the town. However, the MC questioned her, asking what she meant by that, as everyone who came to the town, especially the first generation, had a very sad story, and the MC was no exception, as he was also an orphan. The Black Witch added that the tower was basically her home, because there, no one asked where you were from, whether it was Korea or Ukraine, the celestial arts knowledge from China or whatever place. None of that mattered inside the tower. They could understand each other thanks to the tower's blessing, and all food and challenges were equal, at least compared to the outside world. There it was at least a bit fairer, because, according to the witch, people outside treated the tower like a trash can. Just because many people say something doesn't mean it's true. Besides, when that counter in the sky reaches 0, the MC's life would change completely, and she believed that the MC would certainly handle it wisely. The MC said he would give them what they wanted. Moreover, he liked being the center of attention. He wanted everyone to admire and respect him, nothing more. As the game progressed, the MC knew she had an advantage, and he was at a disadvantage now, but he would go all in because he was simply confident. He told the Black Witch he wanted to make one thing very clear. He didn't expect to be treated that way, just because he had cleared the 10th floor, because he would still clear the 20th, 30th, 50th, and even the 100th. No matter how long it took, he would conquer this tower, and he respected that the Black Witch had strength and feeling. He also had no intention of fighting. However, he would consider her his rival. His goal wasn't to see the world inside the tower, but the world beyond it. She could use his name whenever she wanted to solve problems of hunger or anything else within the tower. However, he would need her help to climb the tower. The Black Witch remained silent for a while, but she realized he was exactly like the sword saying, "Oh, and about the game, rest assured that the MC won." Before leaving, the MC said he was looking forward to the equal treatment he had been promised. However, the Black Witch questioned if he could maintain the level of responsibility. But a hunter's responsibility was merely to climb the tower, and regarding that, the MC was very calm. The Black Witch realized the MC was very confident. The MC then began to say that the 11th floor would open soon, so he had to prepare not to be left behind. But the Black Witch questioned how he would be preparing if he didn't even know what was there. He then gave them a hint that the theme of floors 11 to 20 was performance, and of course, he wasn't going to say where he got that information. He merely said he received this extra hint upon clearing the 10th floor. A short time later, the MC was among the people where they were commenting on who this guy was who had completed the 10th floor. However, they didn't know as there was no information available online. Then the timer reached 10 and people started counting along with the time. Meanwhile, our MC was looking at his phone, more specifically at the search tab where he refreshed it, and the information about who had cleared the 10th floor was released. An intense glow appeared in the sky, and an announcement was made that from that day on, the tutorial would be ended. From that light, a silhouette began to appear. It was a beautiful woman with golden curly hair. Obviously, seeing such an image, everyone wondered if it was a goddess. However, our ghost comrade replied that it wasn't a goddess, it was just how the tower's system explained the trial. Well, and for the curious, the MC asked how he knew that. However, at that very moment, someone jumped from a building and cut the so-called goddess in half. However, it was just a hologram, and the ghost replied that this was how he had discovered it wasn't a goddess in his previous life, because he had done the same thing. Then, at that very moment, the old man transferred to the 10th floor, and of course, the other top rankers didn't lag behind either. While everyone was transferring to the 11th floor, the hologram in the sky was still speaking. And of course, with such beauty, the MC stared with his mouth agape. The paladin arrived next to the MC, saying it was truly a shame, because the message that hologram was giving was probably from the tower's creators to. However, no one seemed to care. Normally, they should be looking at it with admiration, because the mere existence of the tower and the abilities are already a miracle in themselves. The MC said she was more emotional than he thought. She replied that before going to the tower, she used to study music, and because of that, perhaps she had a more feminine touch than the others. However, at that very moment, looking to the side, several reporters started running towards the MC, questioning how he had managed it and what it felt like to clear the 10th floor. And of course, the paladin didn't want to be present for the MC's first media debut, so she transferred to the 11th floor. The reporters started pressing the MC even more. However, he was already getting nervous, and he merely told everyone that the 20th floor would also be cleared by him, so they should eagerly await it. Shifting scenes, more specifically on the 11th floor, we can see that it was pure chaos, and the 11th floor was more akin to war. And of course, seeing all that would suddenly leave anyone in shock. You might be wondering what's happening. Of course, something like this would occur as the tutorial was over. Such situations would become more common on the floors ahead. Suddenly, a soldier comes running towards the MC, saying that the heroes who would save the kingdom had finally arrived, and he pleads with everyone to help them immediately for the sake of humanity. He adds that the location was an open trade route, and without it, the kingdom wouldn't be able to sustain itself, which is why heroes from other worlds had to help him bestow their blessing upon the kingdom of Ego. At that very moment, a quest was issued, and the objective was clear. They had to protect the poor. What truly instilled fear in them wasn't even protecting the poor, but rather the mention of a demon king. However, they had no time to think, as the battle wouldn't wait. They assimilated the information, and obviously, in the midst of war, the strongest always take the lead. And after seeing the Sword Saint's performance, everyone else began to exert themselves even more. And you might be wondering, what about the MC? Well, he was calm because he was now receiving rewards for clearing the 10th floor, and his reward was access to all maps from floors 11 to 20. This reward was only for the normal stage. Now, for clearing the 10th floor in a secret stage, he received another reward. He would receive an NPC map from the 11th floor to the 20th, and as a bonus, he could choose any item that exists between those floors. Seeing all those reward windows and notifications before him, our MC was ecstatic. Skipping all this reward talk, let's discuss something about the town. More specifically, its theme. Every floor has a theme, and the theme for floors 1 to 10 was tutorial, and the city was designed for beginners to get accustomed to the town, with each floor having designated hunting areas. This was different from the theme of floors 11 to 20, which was heroes, kings, and demons. Currently, there were only two ways to defeat the demon army. The first, you just need enough strength to contribute and destroy the entire army by yourself, or a spirit of leadership to rally an army for battle. The ghost says that, judging by the MC's word, the first option was certainly not suitable for him. And how would he manage the second option, given that he had never led anything unless it was amateur? The MC denies this, but he was sure he could learn to be a confident leader. At that very moment, he opens the NPC location window and began searching only for NPCs on the 11th floor, filtering for the top 100 with the highest skill level. Seeing the MC's strategy, the ghost obviously told him not to do that, as he should fight them, not die to them and steal their skill. However, the MC said he wanted to save time, so he only wanted NPCs with skills and leadership, and in the end, he found only 3. And of course, to make things even more cheating, the map also showed where these people were. The MC says this game is all about skill. which is why he transformed his already good and incredible skills into even better rewards, all thanks to his ability. But from the ghost's perspective, this was just hack. However, this was also part of the MC's ability. Following the blue dot on them, the MC found the first NPC with the highest skill and leadership, and it was none other than the general, the one who had greeted him when he arrived on the floor. The MC quickly said he had a request for him, and he asked him to kill him because he had a secret last resort, and when his heart stopped beating, the goddess of war would bless the battlefield. In essence, it was like a self-destruction skill, and if they could activate this blessing, they would win the battle. However, the general didn't want to do it because he couldn't take the life of an ally. Yet the MC insisted, saying that he should consider what was happening, because if the general didn't kill him, he would take his own life, as he knew this was the best way to help the king. For this reason, he was asking the general to kill him, because he was responsible for the battle at the port, and instead of dying by his own hands, or in the clutches of enemy, he wanted to entrust his life to a general who was risking his life to protect the king. And of course, hearing all these cunning words from the MC, the ghost was dumbfounded, because the general was actually believing it. The general began to lament, regretting that he had to take the life of a hero simply because he couldn't win a war against the demon king, and he would do it quickly and painlessly. He held the MC's name in his heart, and declared that the MC was truly a real hero. There's a saying about someone who soars above those who merely run, and another about a hunter who shatters soldiers alongside other hunters, turning them into swords. Obviously, this confusing saying was created by none other than our own MC. Battle knowledge skill. This was the skill the MC created, one that allowed him to pretend to be a military arts expert, and gain the general's trust. The MC is super efficient thanks to his minimap, as well as the knowledge of having lived the same day multiple times. However, in the end, skills aren't everything. That shining sword in the MC's hand was called the Holy Sword of Leofanta Agan's protection. Let's understand a bit about its origin, as it will be important later on. According to legend, a goddess gifted it to the founder of the Agan Empire, and before he became a legend in history, he simply vanished, and the Holy Sword went with him, leaving behind only a prophecy that whoever possessed that Holy Sword should receive the complete trust and absolute support of all the people of the empire. Obviously, seeing such an inscription, the MC took advantage and picked up this sword. The MC began to tell the ghost that it was worth completing the secret stage to have that view. However, the ghost said that he traded his reward for a trash item like that because the sword was merely shiny and hard, and among the many epic items available, he chose that one. However, the MC said that it had high durability and was shiny, making all NPCs from the 11th to the 20th floor go crazy for it. Also, NPCs aren't just tools to give quests, they are also entities that should be used to complete those very quests that they themselves cannot. While all the soldiers were running under the MC's command, most of the hunters were wondering why he was the army's only general. However, hearing their envious remarks, the MC became even more ecstatic, and the ghost told him to stop being foolish, as he should only be improving his swordsmanship and aura. Yet he was simply using his aura to enhance his hearing to listen to what others were saying about him. But cutting to the chase, they realized that the eastern flank of the demon army had been annihilated, and the MC gave the order to continue advancing towards their main forces. The more they pressured them, the more likely they were to win. They killed so many goblins along the way that they ended up encountering their leader, who was the boss of the 11th floor, the M. Of course, to top it all off, the MC was going to make a grand scene, finishing off the boss himself. After the boss had fallen to the ground, the entire army began to shout that they had finally defeated the evil army. And of course, seeing their leader's defeat, the goblins began to retreat. As they were merely retreating and everyone was afraid, most of the hunters became very disheartened and quickly charged at, thus finishing off all remaining monsters and clearing the floor. The tower began to tally each participant's point. However, there were too many people, so it only managed the top 10 contributors to the raid. Looking at the scoreboard, everyone realized that the MC was in first place. Looking at the name on the screen, they realized it was the same person who had completed the 10th floor and began to question among themselves, could it be some kind of secret master? However, the ghost said that he was no master at all. He was just a trickster abusing hack. The MC questioned if he had finally admitted that it was just a game of skill. However, he refused, and the MC noted that the ghost truly valued technique above skill. For this reason, the MC promised to practice his swordsmanship before reaching the 90th floor, and for that reason, the ghost should stop grumbling that the MC only relied on hack. He further added that he didn't want to miss the opportunity to learn from the Sword Emperor, and in fact, the ghost should be begging him to teach swordsmanship technique. Hearing these words, the ghost became very excited. However, interrupting their conversation, the general approached the MC, thanking him because they had achieved victory thanks to him. The MC said it was nothing, and thanks to everyone's hard work. However, the general commented that his worries had been for nothing. For a long time, there had been a prophecy that one day the demonic army would reach, but they shouldn't fear, as heroes from another world would also be summoned. Regarding this prophecy, he had been somewhat skeptical. Would these heroes truly fight with all their might for a world that wasn't even theirs? But seeing how dedicated everyone was, it seemed his worries were unfounded, and that's why he wanted to thank them properly. Well, even though they were from different worlds, the act of shaking hands still held the same meaning. Was it because, regardless of which world they were in, humans still had two hands, and so, the two shook hands? The system finished analyzing the floor reward. The first reward was for the raid's top contributors. All 10 contributors would have early access to the 12th floor, and until all 10 received their reward, everyone else would be prohibited from accessing the floor. In the last scene before the MC ascended to the 12th floor, the general said he was leaving the Empire's fate in his hand. While being transported to the 12th floor, the ghost asked the MC if he would be alright with the sword saint being there with him. The MC told him not to worry, as the worst that could happen was him getting killed. Thus, the MC arrived on the 12th floor, more specifically, at the palace of the Egan Empire. Suddenly, the Inquisitor approached the MC and praised him for his performance on the 11th floor. The Inquisitor asked if the sword he used was the reward from the 11th floor, and the MC confirmed that it was. The Inquisitor added that he was impressed by the efficiency with which the MC used the things at his disposal, and the MC felt a bit embarrassed. However, at that very moment, the sword saint tried to attack him, but the Inquisitor barely intercepted him. The Inquisitor questioned the sword saint about why he was doing that, but the sword saint was not in the mood for conversation. He simply told him to get out of the way, or he would also be killed, adding that he better be quick, or he would cut off both his arms in the process. The Inquisitor stated that this would be a nuisance, and if he allowed the sword saint to kill the MC, the reputation of the Great Five Guilds would be ruined. The question was why he was after him, but the sword saint said he had no obligation to tell. The Inquisitor, however, said that since the sword saint had no intention of backing down, he would have to resort to force. At that very moment, both Viper and the Paladin attacked the sword saint, but he obviously defended himself. Viper shouted, asking how he could be so strong and healthy at his old age. However, the Paladin told him to be silent, as they should focus on the fight, because before them stood the number 1 ranked individual. At that very moment, the Inquisitor asked the Countess to give him just 10,000 gold. She said she would even lend it to him, but with 15% interest, payable in up to 3 installments. However, the Inquisitor said he didn't want a loan. He was asking her to give him the money. She questioned if he thought her money was for some kind of charity, but the Inquisitor merely retorted that her money was dirty, and if she donated it to the temple, she could happily go to paradise. She didn't want to argue against that, and a bag of coins began to fall on the Inquisitor. Then he activated his ability, more specifically a bar, and all the coins around him had already vanished. The Inquisitor declared that both Viper and the Paladin would be completely different, and even if the sword saint was number 1, he would still have difficulty against the 3 of them. However, there were 4, as the Black Witch would also join. This was because the day before, the MC had made an official agreement with all 5 great guilds. Currently, the Hunter Kim Gongya had joined all 5 guilds, with a status equivalent to that of a master. Therefore, if the sword saint pointed his sword at him, it would be the same as pointing his sword at all of them. But the MC already knew this from the start, and in fact, he had already planned it. He asked the ghost if he didn't remember the words he had said before, that there were 2 ways to fight a strong opponent. One was to have enough strength to defeat an entire army alone, and the other was to raise and command one's own army. An isolated hunter was useless against a hunter in a powerful alliance. It was completely overwhelming. The MC had a plan from the beginning, so he approached the sword saint and asked if they could talk. He stated that he was very shocked by what had happened, and didn't understand the reason for the attack, as this was the first time he had seen him. Furthermore, the MC was a huge fan of the glorious sword saint. Of course, the sword saint didn't believe him, likely still thinking the MC was an assassin sent by the Black Dragon who had killed 4,093 people. In other words, a complete conspiracy in his eye. The sword saint then declared that the outside world in Babylon weren't very different, because ever since he entered the tower, everyone had pressured him every single day to join a guild, yet he had firmly rejected all those offers. The reason was that he wanted to show everyone that in this tower, it was possible to reach the top on one's own, without bloodline, solitude, or affiliation, unlike the outside world, which was tainted with useless things. He stated that a single person could become the best with a sword, and he wanted to give hope to the people. However, instead, what had they been doing? They had all become stones that stagnated the world. Viper began shouting, saying that he hadn't helped with the raids on the 5th, 7th, and 9th floors either. The Countess added that if she had used his influence in the outside world, the food shortage in the tower wouldn't be so severe, and the tower's society might have been more safely stabilized. Finally, the Black Witch added that if he was the number 1 rank, then he should take on his responsibilities as the number 1 rank. However, the sword scent told them to shut up and questioned if they were adult, as they were constantly crying, and if by any chance he was their grandfather. If they had so much nonsense to say, they should talk to their sword. Hearing these words, the MC began to question, as they were still fighting even with only 10 people around, because even the NPCs on the 11th floor had gathered to save their own country. But as hunters, they should focus on clearing the 10th floor instead of pointing fingers at each other and holding grudges. Wouldn't it be better for them to focus on their objective? If this continued, they would be worse than the NPCs themselves. All of them were asking for their help. Even if he was perhaps just a hologram created by the tower, they still said their nation was on the verge of collapse. How could they, as summoned heroes, put the empire second? Because if you solve problems others can't, then you are a hero. For this reason, they should focus on clearing the rest of the floor, just as they did with the 11th. The paladin was the first to sheath her weapon, agreeing with the MC's word. And even if she didn't understand why the sword saint attacked, it was clear that this wasn't the time for them to be fighting each other, and so she would make a small sacrifice. She then showed everyone that she possessed a lie detection ability, and it was no exaggeration to say that this ability was what earned her the position of vice captain of the civil militia. Now, if the MC and the sword saint trusted her word, she would ensure that she validated their statement. The MC realized she was the perfect opportunity, so he declared that he would believe her, and the sword saint said the same. As out of all of them, she was the only one who had never harmed another human being. She then declared that they could make their statement. The first question came from the sword saint, asking if the MC had assassinated more than 4,000 people. The MC confirmed that he had, and at that very moment, the sword saint began to declare that he was a mass murderer who had deceived. However, the paladin stated that it was a lie. In other words, he hadn't killed more than 4,000 people. The sword saint began to get confused and break out in a cold sweat, and he declared that this was because he was an elite assassin. The MC confirmed that he was, but of course that was a lie. The sword saint began to say that he thought the paladin would mediate the questions without lying, yet she herself had asked if they trusted her from the beginning, or was he perhaps going back on his word? The sword saint said it wasn't possible that he hadn't killed anyone, but the MC stated that he had killed, and it had been only one person, and because that person had deserved it, and if he hadn't killed the person he did, he would have become a serial killer. After all these declarations, everything the MC had said was true. Even the ghost was embarrassed, saying that he had told the old man not to rely solely on things like ability. Then the MC approached the sword saint, saying that it seemed there had been a great misunderstanding, and of course he was happy that it had been a simple misunderstanding. However, if the guild leaders hadn't protected him, he probably would have died. The MC thought he needed something from the sword saint, perhaps an apology. The paladin agreed with the MC's statement, as the sword saint was completely wrong. The sword saint began to stammer. How would he act? Despite her reputation as a pure person, the paladin was still part of the 5 great guilds. Would he lie or reveal his ability to explain his action? He could silence the MC by killing him, just as the Flame Emperor had done. Sometimes when people are in the wrong, they blame or distrust others, much like the Flame Emperor revealed his evil nature by trying to silence the MC. For this reason, the sword saint's true character would be decided by his choice. He then apologized, admitting he was wrong. He had thought careless, leading to presumptuous actions that almost caused him to kill someone for no reason. Until now, he had always based someone's death on his own judgment, believing that anyone who deserved to leave the world should die as soon as possible. The MC noted that instead of doubting the paladin, making excuses with his ability, or even killing the MC to silence him, the sword saint chose to accept his guilt, and for that, he unhesitatingly begged a rookie hunter for forgiveness. And the phrases that came to the MC's mind were, "I'm sorry for being wrong. From now on, I would never kill anyone because of my ability. I want to live. Please forgive me." And all of it was true. Seeing such sincerity from the sword saint, the MC said one thing. He asked if the sword saint could teach him the art of swordsmanship. To be more precise, he needed a sparring partner. He had a teacher, but no one to duel again, and he wished the sword saint could be his partner. However, he corrected himself. In truth, he wanted to forgive him without receiving anything in return, but he would feel embarrassed, as it would make him seem superior, when in fact he wasn't even that impressive. For the MC, having the sword saint as a sparring partner would be enough. Since their swords had already crossed, he felt somewhat awkward having to apologize to someone as if he were superior. For this reason, he wanted the sword saint to teach him his best swordsmanship technique. Hearing everything the MC had declared, the paladin affirmed that everything he said was true. Witnessing all of this, The Inquisitor was the first to rejoice, exclaiming that he had never seen such a sincere apology in his entire life, calling it almost a divine miracle. But the Countess immediately began to complain, asking them not to ruin the happy end, even though her money didn't mean it was all in vain. However, no one paid attention to her. The sword scent began to declare how he could have judged such a kind person so wrongly. He said that if the MC wanted a sparring partner, it would be his pleasure. He would be ready whenever the MC wished. He even said the MC could call him Grandpa Marcus, and started spouting a lot of nonsense, saying he wanted the MC to meet his granddaughter, or perhaps even marry her. However, the MC remained calm. The Sword Saint's expression quickly changed, asking if the MC wasn't interested in his granddaughter. Gongjia corrected himself, saying it wasn't that. He simply wasn't interested in dating anyone. A commotion of shouts erupted, and the ghost began to say that, as he had mentioned before, the old man was very annoying. So annoying that he never listened to others, and it wouldn't be surprising if he ended up earning a title called God of Annoyance. The MC declared in his thoughts that he wished he hadn't discovered that, but at that very moment, the system announced that the MC had finished the 11th floor in first place, and from now on, he would receive the completion reward. Since he had finished first, the reward would be delivered to him first. They had already heard about the completion conditions for floors 12 to 20 before returning, but he wanted to know what kind of reward this would be. A window appeared before the MC, and in short, the MC had managed to choose one of the Empire's position, and would receive corresponding skills and attributes. The choice he made now would decide his path up to the 20th floor. As the MC had said before, from the 11th to the 20th floor, the theme was the staging of heroes and the Demon King. Hunters would assume positions within the Egan Empire, receiving skills and attributes, and the top contributors from previous floors would have the privilege of choosing these special positions before anyone else. The MC had a position in mind, but he wanted to see the Demon King's reward. The objective was clear and simple. He had to kill all of the top 10, excluding himself. If he did so, the Demon King's authority would immediately send the MC to the 99th floor. Seeing this option, the MC was shocked. Now, which one should he choose? Obviously, the ghost said this was a trap, and the MC knew it, because there was no way the Flame Emperor wouldn't have chosen this reward. Since, in his previous life, instead of being on the 99th floor, he stopped at the 40th floor. Therefore, this reward was nothing more than a trap. He probably chose this reward, realized it was a trap, and returned to the past. However, it was tempting. What if he went to the 99th floor? But the ghost told the MC not to do it, as he had spoken with someone who experienced the 99th floor and failed. This option was one of the worst traps. The MC questioned if the boss of that floor was really that strong, and the ghost said that wasn't it. Or rather, there was no such thing as a boss. It was something far more sinister. Anyway, he had warned him as a friend, and he didn't want to admit it. But the MC was doing very well and would eventually clear the 99th floor. Then Gongjia said he would do things the right way. He would follow the safest route and even ignore the reward, as he wanted to see how things would unfold. At that moment, he declared to the others that a reward window had appeared for him. The Black Witch said she was truly bored because it was taking too long, and the MC stated he wouldn't select any reward. The Paladin questioned the MC why he had done that, but at the same moment, the Sword Saint said he understood why the MC had made that choice. However, he questioned if it was truly necessary to ignore the reward. Nevertheless, the MC simply said he regretted nothing. Then the Sword Saint chose the goddess's reward, and his position would be that of Chief of the Egan Empire Knight. Immediately, several knights appeared. The next to receive a reward was the Inquisitor, and he said it seemed like a game of cops and robbers. But for everyone to understand what he was talking about, he would show them. Everyone was surprised. It truly was a game of cops and robbers. The Inquisitor said they should call the goddess's allies cops, and those who sided with the Demon King robbers. It seemed that siding with the robbers would certainly have disadvantages, as the Paladin would quickly discover. He added that the MC's choice wasn't all that great, but he would respond, so he chose the position of Grand General of the Empire. Viper ended up choosing the position of Chief of the Royal Bodyguard. The Paladin chose Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the Black Witch chose the position of Chancellor. Lastly, the Countess chose Minister of Finance. Thus, everyone chose their respective position. At that moment, the system began to report who had claimed the reward. One person had not claimed a reward. 8 people received the goddess's reward, and 1 received the Demon King. Obviously, after seeing such a notification, chaos ensued. Then the Black Witch declared that, as the master of the Black Dragon Guild, whoever chose the Demon King's reward would suffer the most painful death of all, and asked the Paladin to begin interrogating everyone present. The first person she interrogated was the least likely. She questioned if the MC had chosen the Demon King's reward, but he denied it, and of course that was true. So she interrogated them one by one, leader by leader, until she reached the last of them, who was the Black Witch. And it wasn't her either. They began to wonder, how could this be? If it wasn't any of the 10, then who was it? And the paladin told them not to panic. The Inquisitor, at that moment, said that it took them over 10 years to become the 5 great guilds and cooperate with each other. In other words, it was difficult to trust anyone not from the 5 great guilds, and they didn't have 10 years to build trust with the others present. The paladin tried to stop the Inquisitor, saying that efficiency wasn't what mattered now. However, he had already activated his skill, and Viper was advancing alongside them, so they killed them one by one to get to the last of them, who was obviously also killed. The system itself warned that none of the 3 were agents of the Demon King. The Inquisitor declared that they were now in a very bad situation, as their 10-year connection was about to be destroyed. The paladin declared that she had warned him to wait, but just as the Inquisitor was about to speak, his arm was cut off, or rather caught in the crossfire between the Sword Saint and Viper. The paladin then said she would trust the MC's judgment, because since he was the only person who refused the reward, he was certainly the only one who couldn't be the traitor. Seeing that madness before him, the MC wanted to ask the ghost if all the people he attracts are psychopaths. However, the ghost merely said that the MC hadn't given up the reward just knowing this would happen. However, the MC said there was tension among the top rankers, and he presumed a fight would start if there was a traitor. For this reason, he gave up the rewards, but he didn't imagine it would be this bad. So the MC approached the paladin and asked if she could tell him a little about the Inquisitor. She replied that he had always been like that. More specifically, when they entered the tower, religion was a big problem, and the various religions were always fighting each other. It was at that point, when the Inquisitor appeared, that he killed everyone. The MC remembered that, in his past life, the religious groups had indeed reached a peaceful agreement, but it was probably the media covering. The Inquisitor said he regretted his judgment and knew that what was happening was because of his action. But to stop all that fighting, he needed the MC to ask the Sword Saint to stop the battle. The MC tried to get the Sword Saint's attention, saying they should resolve this fight through dialogue. He was asking in the name of his granddaughter, and if she ever entered the tower, he would surely meet her, so he couldn't ignore the words of his future great-grandson. The Sword Saint said he still hadn't forgiven them and wouldn't stop this fight just because he heard the MC. However, he realized that when they crossed swords, he could kill them at any moment, so once they found the traitor, he would certainly kill him immediately. The MC continued, saying he could kill him later. Then he began to say that they should calm down, because as long as they didn't know who the traitor might be, they might never find him. However, this wasn't the most important thing, as they could resolve this crisis without finding the traitor. The paladin questioned the MC about how this would happen, since whoever chose the Demon King's reward aimed to kill all of them. However, the MC told them to look more closely at what was written in the quest. According to him, the Demon King's core was on the 20th floor, and that's why they shouldn't focus on the traitor. He would probably be covered in fear, or perhaps the system itself had forcibly created a traitor to achieve its objective. If they got rid of him, the rewards would also disappear, so it was a very simple and easy problem to solve. They should climb the tower and break the Demon King's core. When the MC opened the door, a sound of rain was heard, but it wasn't normal rain. It seemed to be similar to blood. The soldiers, seeing that rain, began to fall into despair, and no one understood what was happening. However, the MC calmly walked among them and broke the glass. That rain was the result of the Demon King having manifested at that instant. He began to speak, questioning if the Empire really thought they could defeat him by sending people from another world against him. They could even send more if they wanted, but they were still humans, therefore flawed beings, and those who don't see humans as humans shall be swallowed by their own wickedness. The system gave them the mission, and in summary, they had to stop the Demon King or make him retreat, taking advantage of his weakened form. Now I ask you, how on earth was that weakened? Obviously, seeing the mission objective and such a monster before them, they began to wonder if it was truly possible to complete that mission. The MC said they should calm down, because the tower didn't give missions they couldn't complete, and they weren't mere hunters either. For example, Viper was the chief of the Royal Guard, so he should trust, because this stage couldn't be completed with just the hunter's powers. That's why he had to treat the NPCs as if they were real people and guide them into battle. As commanders, they had to act like commanders. Since the Paladin was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, they needed to find the Emperor, because an army without its leader nearby would have its morale crushed. As for the Inquisitor, the MC didn't like him much, but it wasn't the time for conflict. Unlike the MC, the Inquisitor said he liked him much more now. However, the MC simply stated that the soldiers were in front of the castle wall, so the Inquisitor should control them on his own, and no matter what happened, he had to defend the castle wall, because if their defenses fell, the stage would be over. The Inquisitor declared that he would protect them with his own life. Thus, everyone went to their respective position, and since the top 10 had already received their reward, the other hunters were able to enter the floor. Cutting to another scene, the Black Witch approached the MC, and he questioned how she had reached him so quickly. She replied that it was her unique skill, called teleportation, which allowed her to teleport anywhere within her field of vision. Obviously, such an overpowered skill had to be copied, and even the ghost agreed that the MC could use his hack to steal this ability. However, continuing the conversation, the MC questioned what she was doing there instead of going to the castle wall. She replied that she obviously came to take him with her, because the MC possessed a sword that made all the NPCs on the 11th floor admire him. Like it or not, they needed to boost the morale of this army. That's why the person the soldiers needed now wasn't her, but the MC. Suddenly, she extended her hand to the MC, and said that he needed to verbally consent to teleport with her, as this was the restriction of her skill. The MC asked if it was alright for her to reveal her skill's restriction, as it could be a trump card, but she simply replied that she was currently the Chancellor of the Empire, and there was nothing strange about a Chancellor using her trump cards to protect her nation. So the MC consented, and they were thus teleported to the castle wall. Seeing the state of the soldiers, the MC realized something. NPCs were different beings from real people, and even if they were illusions, their fear was still real. The Black Witch told the MC to pay attention to what she was about to do, as she couldn't simply retreat after only showing her evil side, nor had she become the master of the Black Dragon Guild for nothing. At that very moment, she called the soldiers' attention, and began to declare that they should gather their strength, for they were the Empire's one true war. Looking at her, the soldiers began to feel a ray of hope. She continued, saying that as long as they stood, the Empire would not fall. Suddenly, she grabbed the MC's arm and raised it. At that very moment, the holy sword began to shine, and the rain, for a brief moment, stopped falling. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Do you remember that the MC was killed by the general on the 11th floor? And since he was now E-ranked, he would receive a penalty for using the skill. No one knew why, when, or how it happened. However, when he appeared, the red rain began to fall. When the rain fell, blood covered the ground, and every time a nation fell, the dominion of humans began to shrink, and the history of humanity became shorter and shorter. Every time the Empire's territory vanished, only the rain fell and continued to fall, an incessant rain resembling blood, and this was the cause of everyone's despair. Royal historians solemnly used their ornate quill. They accepted their fate to write, and thus, humanity was extinguished by its own hand. The master of nightmares, king of all demonic creatures, historians named him as follows, the Demon King. When that intense glow appeared above the castle wall, people began to feel a ray of hope as they thought the goddess was protecting them. But that was wrong. It hadn't been such a great authority, and the rain had only stopped where the light of the holy sword reached. However, small things are sometimes enough, and for humans who had nothing, far from being small things, this was already enough to rekindle their strength. Initially, the reason there were no NPCs in the royal chamber was because each of the dignitaries had abandoned the empire, and it was probably for this reason that the tower chose the empire as a stage, just like the abandoned children in the mansion on the 10th floor. At that very moment, the Black Witch finished her speech and questioned the MC why he was looking at her that way. Was a Ukrainian speech really that bad for him? She says her old country was full of communists, and while she didn't like them much, they were great at making speeches, so she picked up a few things here and there. The MC didn't understand what she meant by that, but it was probably a joke. She asked the MC what he was going to do now, as they needed to protect the castle wall. Well, the Black Witch's S-rank ability was called teleportation, so he could simply teleport near the Demon King immediately, but they would instantly be surrounded by monsters. So the MC told her they needed to create a situation where he would be in isolated combat against the Demon King, and therefore, while the NPCs were resisting, they should gather the hunters, because at least with their help, they shouldn't be massacred. Returning to the previous topic, he asked her to transport him directly to the Demon King. She questioned if he was perhaps trying to commit suicide. Well, it was fair for her to justify herself and have those doubts. However, the MC planned to win, as he also had an ace up his sleeve. The Black Witch merely said she hoped his sword was sharp enough to pierce the boss. At that moment, the Demon King began to speak, saying that the goddess enjoyed fun game. But wasn't it pathetic to be called a final combat? Light? What good would it be for those who wouldn't even live to see tomorrow? Since he wanted so much to show his own light, he would give them a taste of his light. In that instant, the Demon King attacked, defeating several soldiers instantly, while others were gravely wounded. Amidst this attack, one of them ended up being killed. The Black Witch remembered that both the Sword Saint, the Inquisitor, and Viper should be on their way with their troops, and the Paladin was probably looking for the Emperor, as the MC had requested, so the only person remaining was the Countess, and in the end, she wasn't the traitor either. However, this was concerning, as the Countess was the only one who had connections from the tower to the outside world. But the Black Witch said they had no time for lamenting, because they should focus on what was before them. Looking at the map, the MC realized that the demonic army had changed formation, and were probably attempting a charge. In that instant, they teleported to the front line of battle. Arriving there, the ghost wanted to tell the MC something, that from that moment on, a new training would begin, and he should last at least, at minimum, 30 seconds. Because to win that war, he needed to become the people's hope, and no matter how long, he just needed to show the scene that he was holding off the monsters on his own. No one becomes a hero by living 30 years, but when everyone desperately needs 30 seconds, giving them those 30 seconds is what makes someone a hero. That's why he should become one. The ghost wanted to teach the MC a few things when he reached the 20th floor, but it was time to practice a bit. He should pivot his back foot, plant his front foot firmly on the ground, and calmly look forward. He noticed there were 2 goblins in front of him, and the ghost added that in a fight, what matters isn't an absolute second, but rather, a relative second. That's why he should use his sword to blind them, and steal that 1 second from them. At that moment, the MC's sword became faster than his 1 second, and in that instant, what everyone needed was a true hero. So the MC killed one after another, and he was so fast that before one goblin's head fell, he was already killing the next. That was the symphony of the sword, and his movements were like music, a low note preparing the ground for a high note, and he was connecting one with the other. His sword was flowing continuously, and since the MC was a novice, he should have that 1 second no matter what. That's why he shouldn't lose control of time. After killing one, he had to find the next. He should live every second to the fullest, and he wouldn't truly be living if he just let time flow, because one only truly lives when dedicating something to time. All this killing he had done had only lasted 10 seconds. In that instant, the MC began to question something. Why did the tower give an X-rank ability to someone like him? It wouldn't be a problem if it were given to a great saint, or perhaps a normal person. But among all people, why was it given to a psychopath? Or perhaps the tower thought it was unchallengeable for anyone other than the Flame Emperor. Did one need to become like him to reach the top? But the MC wouldn't accept that. He would clear the 20th floor in place of the Flame Emperor, the 30th, the 50th, and even the 100th. He would show everyone that he wasn't wrong to kill him. At that moment, the MC leveled up to rank D. As he advanced towards the monsters, the sword scent moved alongside him and decapitated all the goblins in front of him. He said something to the MC, but it was unintelligible. However, he stopped and repeated himself, declaring that the attack had been fantastic. He stated his name was Marcus Callenberry. This was the second time a rank 1 hunter had told the MC their name. However, they were different names and different people. This is why he could now do what he could never have done in the past, proudly state his own name to people. Thus, the rank 1 hunter, Sword Saint, chief of the Egan Empire Knights, re-entered the battle. At that moment, more people arrived. They were the knights led by the Inquisitor, and another one of them joined the battle. But the MC noticed that everything around him was silent, and only one thought crossed his mind: to move forward. He was focused on the battle, and nothing else. Even Viper, who was following him, noticed his complete concentration. Then, the only thing he said was that his name was Liao Fan, and he declared that he would protect the MC, as he was the rising star. At that very moment, the Demon King began to speak, asking if they thought they had any time. The goddess was very weak, and now, who would they rely on? Perhaps their own existence. And if so, he wanted to see it with his own eye. When he attacked, the Black Witch stepped forward and repelled his attacks with her mirror, diminishing their force, and Viper and the Sword Saint managed to stop the assault. At that moment, the Black Witch called out to the MC, asking him to take her hand. However, he remembered that everything happening would soon vanish, as people wouldn't recall anything that had occurred. Just because they wouldn't remember didn't mean things would disappear. This is how a person who died on the 1st floor, and a spirit who died on the 99th floor managed to get there. When he returned, nothing would have been resolved. However, he would be a little stronger and also do things a little better. At that moment, they stood before the Demon King, who declared that he had made it clear there was a traitor among their group, yet they clung to the trust they had in each other as if stitching together scrap. However, scraps could not become a real dress. At that very moment, the MC released the Black Witch's hand, and in his thoughts, apologized. Perhaps they wouldn't remember the events that happened today, but it would be for a greater good. Well, now it was time for the second round. At this moment, the MC had another thought. Why would the tower, after giving such power to someone like Yu Suha, give such an opportunity to someone useless like him? Perhaps the tower was disappointed with the attitudes displayed by the hunters. Perhaps the Flame Emperor used his strength to clear the 10th floor, and perhaps the tower didn't consider that a disgrace. Each floor had a secret mission, and the 12th floor was certainly no exception. The Demon King had 3 abilities that caught the MC's attention, but he already knew which one he would take. The ghost questioned if he was really going to take that one, and the MC replied that it would at least be useful until the 20th floor. The ghost didn't understand, but the MC probably had a plan. Then the MC asked the ghost if he could answer one thing, if he knew what the old man did every day. The ghost replied yes, he plans the entire day, from the moment he wakes up until the moment he goes to sleep. The MC told him to explain his routine, as he would need it for something. After choosing the skill card, and now that he was rank D, he ended up seeing the Demon King's trauma. However, let's talk about that nightmare another time. The MC went back 24 hours in time, reliving everything again. Well, the 11th floor wouldn't be a problem, but on the 12th, where the Demon King appears, they would all have a fight. The Black Witch questioned if the MC was all right, as he seemed strange. However, he simply replied that he was a bit emotional after thinking about being with incredible people like. Then he declared that he knew the situation of the 11th floor, and not only that, he also knew its mission. Hearing this, they asked if he could share that information with them. The MC said it was possible. However, there was a condition. There would be a moment when he would ask them for a favor, and they should listen to that request. He couldn't say what it was yet, and it wasn't anything that involved someone's life or asking for money, and if they thought it was an impossible request, then they were welcome to reject it. The Inquisitor was the first to agree to the condition, and the Countess said that from the moment he stated they could refuse the request, she accepted his term. The MC, hearing their responses, saw that the first step was complete, and with that, the 11th floor just became a little easier to clear. At that moment, the MC caught the Paladin's attention, and asked if she could take a walk with him, as he had something to ask her. It would be quick, 30 minutes at most. As they walked, everyone was talking about who cleared the 10th floor, but this was no longer important to the MC because the old man was following him. The ghost told the MC not to look back, as the old man had an almost perfect stealth ability, so even if he looked, he wouldn't be able to see him. But there was one thing the MC realized in his last attempt. It would be too late to try and resolve things with the Sword Saint on the 12th floor. He needed to resolve this misunderstanding before continuing up the tower, because the Sword Saint had a really complicated relationship with the Guild Masters, and if he pointed his sword at the MC, he would automatically become an enemy of all Guild Masters, and adding a traitor to the mix. How would that turn out? The Paladin questioned the MC about where they were going, and he simply replied that he had a shop he wanted to show her. But, in reality, what the MC had been doing so far was provoking the Sword Saint. He had been deliberately luring him, using the information he had received from the ghost, and the Sword Saint started following him as soon as he saw him. Of course, the Paladin knew nothing of this. The MC began talking about the shop he was taking her to, managed by an unknown but very skilled pharmacist, who would probably become famous in the future if she received some recognition. That's why he wanted her help with the business. She questioned if this was true, and the MC realized she had activated her ability. He simply said he was trying to get her help, and was sure that this was probably perceived as true by her ability. A little later, they arrived at the shop, and the girl asked who the person next to the MC was. He simply said she was the vice captain of the civil militia, or perhaps better known as the Paladin. The girl immediately became desperate, as the MC had brought someone very important to a humble shop like hers, and quickly knelt, thinking it was some kind of drug bust. She immediately declared that she had never once touched any kind of drug, or created any harmful medicine. The Paladin had probably activated her ability again, and was certainly confused, because all of it was true. The MC approached the girl, telling her to calm down, as he was the one who had brought her there. The girl asked why he had done that, but the MC said that despite her being so talented, she had no work to do, and for that reason, he wanted to introduce her to the Paladin so she could give her some sample potion. Hearing these words, she became extremely happy, saying that the MC was an angel. However, at that very moment, another customer arrived, and the first thing the old man declared was that, with the exception of the MC, he would like both girls to leave, as he wished to have a private conversation with him. The Paladin questioned if the Sword Saint wasn't being too aggressive. However, the Sword Saint told her to leave immediately. However, the Paladin added that if he had lost his memory due to age, his reputation wasn't what it used to be. She also declared that the MC had just joined all 5 great guilds, and if she suffered any attack, it would be a declaration of war against them. She continued by saying that she had received several complaints about some human hunts the Sword Saint had carried out, and the civil militia hadn't had time to intervene in his personal execution of justice. However, the story changes if it happened right in front of her. The old man questioned if she really thought she could stop him, and she replied that she couldn't, but she would fight nonetheless, and would even die if it came to that. If she died by his hands, he would end up becoming the murderer who killed an innocent person. Well, this was a weakness MC Gongjia discovered in his past life. The Sword Saint was vulnerable to innocent people, That's why the MC brought the only guild leader who hadn't killed anyone. And by the Sword Saint's moral standards, the paladin's kill count almost made her a saint. There was also another person there, and with both of them present, it was like a cheat code. Because even though they lacked the strength to face the Sword Saint, good people like them were the only ones who could stop him. At that very moment, the Sword Saint sheathed his sword, and thus the second step was complete. Then, the MC called out to the Sword Saint, saying he wanted to meet him in the northern field. He would go alone, and if the old man wanted to know what kind of person he should go there tomorrow. The girl asked the paladin if the Sword Saint was known as a demonic assassin, and she explained that it wasn't common knowledge. However, at least among the leaders of the 5 guilds, they knew something. Apparently, the Sword Saint had lost his daughter and son-in-law to a heinous assassin, but the details were unknown because the old man didn't talk much about it, and for that reason, he harbored anger against assassin. Well, the paladin realized she had lost the focus of the conversation, and asked how much the potions there cost, because if they were too expensive, the civil militia wouldn't be able to afford them as they were on a tight budget. The very next day, people were eager for the opening of the 11th floor, and the atmosphere was similar to what happened in his past life, except for a few changes. The Sword Saint remarked that the MC had indeed gone alone, and questioned if he was confident enough to face him by himself, or if he was perhaps proud of his skills after committing so many murders. The ghost asked if Gongjia was all right, and he replied that his heart was beating a little fast. The MC told the Sword Saint that he knew why he so desperately wanted to kill him, stating that the reason was his skill. Detectives are. The old man questioned how he knew that, but the MC asked him to trust what he was about to say. Earning someone's trust was a very difficult task, because everyone has their stubbornness, and the Sword Saint's was his skill. The MC was about to try and make the Sword Saint deny the very life he had lived. Now this was difficult, but he would have to bet his life on it. Then, the MC told the Sword Saint that he was in fact a prophet, or rather, something similar to prophetism, and thanks to this he discovered that the Sword Saint possessed the skill. Detectives are. If he hadn't said anything, the Sword Saint would try to kill him, just as he finished asking why he deserved to die. And then the MC would tell him that, according to his skill, the number on his head was 4093. To prove this, the Sword Saint asked the MC to guess how many fingers he had on his hand. But Gongjia already knew he would do that, and, in fact, he had expected. At that very moment, he killed himself, and returned 24 hours into the past. He said he would try to prove it to, stating that guessing how many fingers he had on his hands wouldn't be difficult for a true prophet. Therefore he should trust what he was saying, as killing him there would be child's play. However, without his help, completing the 12th floor would be impossible. However, the old man said that he probably had a mind-reading ability. The MC killed himself again, knowing that wasn't enough. He knew it wouldn't be easy to persuade anyone, especially an old man who had become a master of his craft. But it was all right, as he could test him as many times as he wanted. No matter how long it took, he would eventually persuade him, since his death was longer than his life. Then the MC arrived at his answer, saying that he didn't need the Sword Saint to spare him forever. He would need 5 days, and within those 5 days, the Sword Saint could observe him on his own and judge with his own eyes whether he deserved to die or not. It didn't seem like the Sword Saint believed his words, yet Gongjia had an ace up his sleeve. He said that the Sword Saint from a distant future told him that he would prove he was a true prophet. Then, the only thing he said was, Sword Emperor. He went on to say that he didn't know whose nickname it was, but his future self told him that he would only need to speak that name to him, and it would be enough. Once again, the Sword Saint questioned if he truly only wanted 5 days. If that was the case, he would pursue him for the next 5 days, observing him closely at all times, analyzing his words and behavior. After that, he would judge for himself whether the MC deserved to die or not. The MC thanked him from the bottom of his heart and realized what he had achieved. He had made a deal with the guild leaders, and at least for now, the Sword Saint trusted. Thus, he had met all the necessary conditions to prevent unnecessary deaths on the 12th floor. Upon arriving on the 12th floor, the beginning was the same as last time. However, something was different. All the leaders were more united, and as a result, their subordinates were more ready for battle than ever. The fight was proceeding efficiently and safely. The ghost asked the MC if he was okay with this, as he wouldn't even be noticed that way, adding that Gongjia was an attention seeker. If he kept standing still like that, he wouldn't get any attention. However, the MC replied that it wasn't bad either. Meanwhile, as the MC spoke with the ghost, someone was watching. Gongjia quickly turned around, asking what he was doing there, and the Sword Saint replied that he was observing, because, as he had said before, he would be watching him for the next 5 days. The MC questioned if he planned to watch him 24 hours a day, and the Sword Saint replied that was his intention, just as the MC was about to say that if he didn't join the battle, he wouldn't get any contribution. The Sword Saint instantly killed monsters and stated that he wouldn't forget to wield his sword. When the MC tried to approach the Black Witch, her subordinate stopped. The Black Witch said she was a bit busy and asked if he could summarize everything he wanted to say in 30 seconds. The MC said that the reward he had earned on the 10th floor was a minimap that could show both allies and enemies across the battlefield. She quickly approached him, saying he should have mentioned that soon, and asked where the boss was, as they were running out of time. She asked him to verbally consent to use his teleport ability directly to the boss, and thus, they arrived at the front line. With the second teleport, he was already on top of the boss. The MC leaped towards it and split it in half. From then on, everything happened the same way as in the previous cycle. The goblins began to retreat, and the hunters killed. However, one thing changed. The Black Witch was absolutely delighted, as they had managed to defeat the boss quickly, and probably fewer than 30 people had died. Seeing this, the MC was shocked. Perhaps the reason she seemed so sensitive in the last cycle was because many hunters had died at the beginning, and now she was celebrating because the deaths were few. Gongya noted that she was a very straightforward person, as she became happy or sad depending on the number of people who died. The MC told her to relax, as she was too excited, but she replied that no previous floor had been cleared with so few deaths. That's why she was proud of it. She added that he could have simply monopolized the reward from the previous floor, and if he hadn't shared the information, many deaths could have occurred. That's why she was happy that someone like him would be a new hero. The MC noted that being idolized or envied by normal people was great, but it was nothing compared to receiving recognition from those people. In his mind, perhaps they couldn't claim to be the best, but they were the ones who had the right to say they tried their hardest. The Sword Saint and the Black Dragon Master were undeniable, people who were giving their all in their lives. He wanted to live a life where he was recognized by these people, and wanted to protect. The MC didn't want them to fall into the Demon King's clutches, and for that reason, he wouldn't disrespect these people who worked so hard, as the Flame Emperor did. He wouldn't stand by just watching or using deceptive schemes. He wanted to recognize them and be sincerely recognized by, even if it was an impossible dream. That's how he wanted to live. At the same moment, the Black Witch concluded that if they continued this way, clearing the 20th floor would be very easy, as she had predicted they would lose at least 5,000 people on that floor. However, these thoughts were wrong, because if the MC left them alone, they would suffer a great loss on the 12th floor. More specifically, they would lose the only person capable of communicating with the outside world. And if that happened, they would lose 50,000 people, or even 500,000. That's why the MC would carry them. When the Inquisitor began to approach, Gongjia asked them to wait a moment, and declared that he had something to say to everyone. When he said this, the Sword Saint was merely observing, and obviously the MC was happy about that. He reminded them about the promise he had made with them, and was now asking them to listen to his request. He asked for 5 days. They should do absolutely nothing for exactly 5 days, and if they did, he promised to clear all floors, from the 11th to the 20th, within 5 days. The Black Witch questioned the MC. What do you mean, wait 5 days? The MC said that was exactly what she had heard, but she stated that it was impossible, and added that they hadn't really taken long to clear the 11th floor. He had also cleared the 10th floor alone, but wasn't he being too overconfident? But the MC pleaded and said that he had indeed cleared the 10th floor alone, yet he had shared the rewards and benefits he had received, from information about the 11th floor to the boss's location. This was a benefit not only for him, but for everyone. Because of this, he earned the right to ask for a favor. The favor he was asking was for them to wait 5 days, regardless of whether he would clear the 20th floor or not. That was the only thing he asked of. Meanwhile, the MC was in an internal struggle between himself and the Demon King. As he realized the boss was somewhat desperate because the hunters weren't fighting among themselves, the Demon King kept insisting that he wanted to give the MC a reward, and if he didn't want it, he could refuse. However, the Inquisitor stated that it was a very simple problem, as the MC had shared information on how to clear the 11th floor, and the only thing he asked in return was for them to listen to his requests and agree to them, as long as it wasn't impossible. Staying there for 5 days doing nothing wasn't that simple, considering the media would cause an uproar, but it was definitely not an impossible request. For that reason, he approved. The Black Witch said it truly wasn't impossible, and the Inquisitor added that a promise was a promise, so they should keep it. The Black Witch conceded, and after that, the other leaders also agreed. Now, as for the Sword Saint, he said he had never agreed to that promise, and the only promise he had to the MC was to watch over him for the next 5 days. Therefore, he had no reason to listen to his request. So, if he was heading to the 20th floor, he would follow him as he had promised. The MC intended to kill the Demon King, but it wouldn't be a problem if the old man was by his side. Then the MC bid farewell to everyone, and said he would see them in 5 days. However, when he opened the gate, he realized that everyone around him was frozen. The MC thought the reason was because he hadn't accepted the quest yet, or rather, he hadn't chosen a position. For example, on the 11th floor, they received the quest as soon as they entered, so that should be the normal quest progression. But they had been in limbo for moments at the beginning of the 12th floor. And why on earth did it take an eternity until they received the reward and the quest? Well, the quest only began once everyone chose their position, which meant that if they didn't choose them, the quest wouldn't start. As a consequence, the demonic army's invasion wouldn't happen, and the Empire's army wouldn't be against them either. Now, hypothetically, what would happen if the Demon King died in that state? More precisely, what would happen if the MC killed the boss even before the quest began? Simple. No one could choose the Demon King's reward. Thus, there would be no traitor, and the Demon King would be destroyed before he could do anything. Shortly after that, the Demon King appeared and asked the MC how he had such audacity, as he should follow the steps correctly and choose a side he wanted to defend. However, the MC had already made a decision. He wanted to kill him even before the quest started. Thus, no hunter or Empire citizen would die. In other words, that was a happy ending without any sacrifice. At that moment, the Demon King grew even more furious, asking if the MC truly believed he could stop him alone, without the help of the goddess or the Empire. However, the MC didn't need help, because in a frozen world, raising his sword like the hands of a clock, the 5 days he had mentioned would stretch into eternity. Now, for the curious among you, let's delve a bit into the Demon King's trauma. It was a rainy day when IT first opened its eye, and the first thing it did was attack a simple frog and take its body for itself. The rain fell that day, but that entity simply wanted to live a little longer. But let's return to the battle, my little grasshoppers. Gongjia ended up being killed, so he marked his hand with every death that occurred. The ghost declared that the Demon King's sword skills were nothing special. He merely swung his sword forcefully back and forth. This meant the MC could dodge the attack as long as he knew its trajectory, but he was still too weak. The MC was trapped in a temporal prison. Even if he managed to dodge the first attack in the next cycle, he would inevitably die from the subsequent one. The MC began to wonder if he had progressed through the mission normally. How many soldiers would have died on the chaotic battlefield? For every soldier who died, at least 20 years of life would be unlived and lost. When 10 of them died, that was 200 years. When 100 died, 2,000 years. To reclaim all that lost time, the MC decided not to choose any position. To complete this mission, he had to prepare himself to be trapped in eternity. For some, that might be extremely exhausting and perhaps even considered hell. But as the MC said, a hero must kill a Demon King. And now that he had become a hero, that was his job. He told the Demon King that he was the Empire's sword, and the MC's sword could be considered a clock hand. For to grant that world another second, he had to brandish it once more. He was simply a sword gaining another second, yet the world trapped him in its 1 second for him to live once more. For the tides to rise and touch the heavens, it was necessary to start with a single drop. For him to live in an eternity, he would have to live each second at a time, and so he would live his life his own way. Gradually, results began to show. In one cycle, 40 people had died. In another, fewer than 30. And even as few as 20. The MC was happy that his struggle against eternity was yielding results. So much so that the Demon King himself asked why he was smiling. To the Demon King, the MC was simply a madman who would soon die. However, he stated that no one would understand. But despite that, Gongjia never gave up, and indeed, had no reason to, because his sword today was faster than yesterday, and would become even faster than tomorrow. And why? Because he was alive. Then, the day arrived when no one died, and with it, his desire to live a little longer grew. However, this battle against the Demon King was not yet over. He could dodge most attacks, but there was always the strongest one. This time, however, he would give his utmost to defend against it. At that very moment, the sound of shattering glass was heard, and the Demon King's attack ceased. The Black Witch approached the MC and said she was too impatient to stand by waiting for him for 5 days, which was why she followed him to see what he would do. The MC replied that he was playing hero, and was having a very good feeling. The Black Witch remarked that it was indeed a good feeling, as the most delicious prey is always the stolen one. The Demon King stated that they were truly confident, and the MC apologized, as he had said he would face him alone. But upon reflecting on tradition, heroes always team up to defeat the villain, so he was merely following tradition. At that very moment, the Demon King activated his subunit, and numerous monsters began to resurface. The Black Witch asked the Sword Saint to help them, as he had been standing there watching them battle. But they probably wouldn't be able to defeat so many monsters, so they should get out of there. However, the MC said that everything was fine, and at that very instant, he activated the Demon King's very same ability. Let's go back a bit to the Demon King's trauma. He was growing larger and larger, and each time he gained a new body, he also gained a new joy. The joy of slaughter. Obviously, he went after the girl with an incessant bloodlust, wondering where that aroma, that scent, was coming from. Every time he devoured his prey, it was as if he had possessed. He swallowed them whole, even their memories, and they seemed to become his own. At that very moment, the girl's father arrived, calling her name Stella, telling her she shouldn't be running around because her body was weak, and the doctor had said she was sick and shouldn't go out. However, the girl said she thought she was cured. That was the Demon King's first name. Turning back to the MC, he had activated his skill, and several skeletons began to appear. The MC began to explain that, at first, when he died to the Demon King, other skills he possessed caught his attention. For example, a technique to strengthen his aura would be great, or if he could summon lightning like the Demon King. But after thinking for a bit, he realized it had to be a little different. A skill that summons those he had killed as monsters. Now comes the question. How many people has the MC killed? The ghost began to say that, counting the Flame Emperor and himself, it would be 2. Well, that would be a good thought. However, why does the Sword Saint's kill count show as if he had killed 4,000 people? In other words, there's another way to calculate the number of kills in the tower. And now knowing that, how many people do you think the MC has killed? Or rather, those skulls standing before him were actually. The Black Witch was surprised by the MC's skill and said she understood why he had cleared the 10th floor alone, and asked them for that favor. However, the one most surprised by the situation was the Demon King, as he was seeing his own skill used against himself. The MC stated he wasn't keen on explaining how he achieved this. Hearing these words, the Demon King became furious. At that very moment, the MC called the Sword Saint's attention and told him he should fight alongside the skeletons, because that way, they wouldn't lose. With the Black Witch's help, she could stop his attacks, even if only for an instant. Then the MC ordered his skeletons to advance, and he was engaged in a fierce battle. It could be considered a battle of death, because apart from the Demon King, the Sword Saint, the MC, and the Black Witch, everyone there was already dead, even if they lost their heads in battle. Seeing such a scene, the Demon King began to question how this was possible. A person from another world was using the same skill as him, and being another person who hadn't lived there, and had no malicious intent of hatred for that world, why did he intend to block his path? However, the MC said it didn't matter where he came from, but the most important thing now was that he was there. Even if he didn't think that was enough qualification, the boss shouldn't mess with him, because the tower recognized his qualification. From now on, his nickname would be the King of Death, and here we are again to understand a little more about this Demon King. He didn't age, and his beauty was maintained day after day. An intoxicating aroma emanated from her body, leaving people intoxicated. They began to call her the Saint of the Frontier, and said she was capable of curing any disease. People had complete faith in her, and were desperate to receive her blessing. Of course, people trusted her words, but even living for a long time within a human body, she was still attracted by the pleasant scent of human being. Even if it was just a baby wrapped in rags, it smelled very good to her. Happiness was a joy in that world. As she swallowed the baby's flesh and bones, she received the child's memory. Of course, to her, she was saving the children. And the worst part was that even the parents themselves weren't understanding what was happening, and thanked her from the bottom of their heart. Or rather, they thanked the Saint of the Frontier. Many people said she performed miracles, and was the savior of the sick and their true deliverer. However, this began to lead to something. Farmers and agricultural workers from other lands, who were constantly abused, ended up fleeing to the frontiers in search of the Saint of Salvation. These nobles sent all their soldiers, claiming she was a witch who was taking their men, and therefore, they would burn her village. Seeing everything before her eyes, she was shocked. The soldiers were killing everyone she had saved. At that instant, she declared that humans who failed to see each other as humans deserved to be consumed by their own evil. Returning to the battle, the MC still couldn't dodge the final attack. He always died to it. The MC's time reversal clock ability specified that the user retained their memories and skills when going back in time, and these skills were also part of what was preserved. This is why the Sword Emperor, or Ghost, was able to share his memories with the MC even after returning in time. This was because abilities were maintained exactly as they were at the moment of death, so even cooldowns were preserved. He spent day after day reviving and dying, constantly fighting the same monster. Every time he reached the Demon King's final attack, the MC almost died. But this time, having already died more than 7 times, he managed to activate his 100 Ghosts ability again, giving him a slight advantage in battle. However, even if the MC attacked directly, the Demon King was incredibly resilient. The ghost said the MC was truly impressive, as he could repeat the summoning as many times as he wished. So he told the MC to hide somewhere for a week and then kill himself to return in time again. He added that since the MC had several skeleton monsters considered zombies, instead of being called the King of Death, he was more like the Zombie King. After all that talk, the MC ended up dying, and there he was again, facing the Demon King. But in this cycle, the Black Witch activated her strongest ability and attacked the Demon King with all her might. Of course, it caused significant damage. However, the battle wasn't over yet, and since the MC knew the Demon King's movements, he was commanding both the Sword Saint and the Black Witch. The battle was unfolding perfectly and safely, almost like a premonition. Once again, the Demon King received a full-force attack at point-blank range. However, this attack revealed a bit of human skin, and the boss felt in danger. So the Demon King decided to retreat, and of course, seeing that was disappointing. The MC was in shock because after so many deaths, the only thing he managed to do was make him retreat. However, the system created a secret quest, and it wasn't just one. It had recreated all quests from the 11th floor to the 20th. The secret quest the MC had received was called Warrior of the Still World, and its objective was simple. He would have to create a world without any victim. These people wouldn't know what he did, so he wouldn't receive recognition from those he saved. The system asked if he wanted to accept that quest. Since everything aligned for him, he obviously accepted. The system began searching for the Demon King's existence on the 12th floor, but he was no longer there. This caused an alteration in the timeline. That was the first time the MC had seen something like that, and even the ghost replied that he had never witnessed it either. However, looking back, they noticed the castle walls had changed, as the Empire's flags were gone. To get a better look, they went to the castle walls. The city, which had been shrouded in chaos and morbidity, suddenly seemed to burst with light. Then the MC understood what that timeline alteration meant. It meant history had changed. If originally the Empire had been attacked by the Demon King, and whether they won or lost, the fact that they had been attacked didn't matter. In this world, the Demon King's attack itself ceased to exist, without anyone knowing, while no one was paying attention. History had changed because of the MC. The city that once had blood like rain was now illuminated by the joyful sunrise. Of course, this was incredibly gratifying. At that very moment, someone shouted, asking what the MC and the Black Witch were doing up there, questioning if they were enemies. The person shouting was the same general who had received the MC on the 11th floor. The MC stated that he knew him and his name, yet the general didn't recognize the MC. So the fact that he was shouting at him, as if speaking to a stranger, meant he remembered nothing of what had happened. At that very moment, the MC began to laugh. He laughed loudly, like a psychopath. Then he infused his voice with aura and declared that he had protected the Empire and kept his promise without any shame. For hundreds of days, MC held the conviction that he didn't want to see any victim. And after hundreds of days, he had finally defeated the Demon King and was proud of it. In the past, he lived like trash, envied others, laughed at them all, and spent his days drinking to seem cool. However, he froze those emotions and gave up on his life. But today, he could stand confidently in front of the Black Witch, the Sword Saint, and even the entire world. Above all, he was proud of himself because he had fulfilled the promise he made. At that moment, the MC shouted to the general, telling him to take good care of the Empire and that from now on, he should protect it alone. The ghost, seeing the MC shouting as if he were crazy, couldn't stop laughing. The MC told him to be quiet because today was his day. Then he told the Black Witch that it was time to ascend to the 13th floor, but she looked at him with contempt and said that truly none of the best hunters were normal. As they were about to teleport, the Sword Saint stated that the first entry was always guaranteed to the rank 1 so the MC could command the transfer for all of them. Of course, that was an honor for the MC. Upon arriving on the 13th floor, the Demon King was already waiting for them and the MC prepared for battle. However, the ghost noticed something was wrong. It seemed the Demon King was weaker than before. Because he had suffered that blow from the witch, he was obviously injured, but it wasn't a physical injury. It was almost as if his level had dropped. Compared to when he was on the 12th floor, he was like an SSS rank Goblin King, but now he seemed like a common Goblin King who had lost his SSS rank. His strength was similar to that of the Goblin King the MC faced on the 5th floor. This was strange because normally bosses get progressively stronger as you ascend the tower. Did the Black Witch's attack have some level decreasing effect? At that moment, the tower tried to calculate the rewards for completing the 12th floor, but the system error. The rewards would be delivered when the MC reached the 19th floor. For now, he would receive the smallest of the rewards. All maps from the 11th to the 20th floor would be open. In short, it was a world map. Seeing that, the MC understood why the Demon King was acting so strangely, because the history of the Demon King's attack from the previous floor had vanished. and even things like shelters and refugees had completely disappeared. Following this line of thought, where would the refugees come from? Had they come from the empire, or perhaps from the entire continent? The shelters and refugees where these people had stayed completely vanished. As a consequence, it wasn't just the empire's history that had changed, but that of the entire continent. For those who didn't understand what the MC had said, it was essentially that he had returned to the time before the Demon King's attack. The MC explained to the ghost that his level had indeed decreased. He explained that there were voices hunters heard when they leveled up, which meant the hunter was growing, but for the phrase, existence was more defined. It wasn't just to make things sound pretty. Perhaps the Demon King was a monster who had evolved by killing many people, but his murders and hunts had turned into nothing. Thus, his evolution was erased. That's why that moment was the best for a counterattack. Suddenly, the Demon King was summoning his soldier. The Sword Saint and the Black Witch, along with the MC, were fighting against. At that instant, the MC said he wanted to make a bet with the ghost, asking him how many times he thought the MC would die before reaching the 19th floor. The ghost said it would take at least 100 deaths, and the MC said he would choose 99. The ghost said that was unfair, so if he wanted to win the bet, he wouldn't help him anymore. After he defined that, let the games begin. In the first cycle, the MC asked if the Black Witch could do anything else against the zombie, and she said she was doing her best because she was the only one with area damage, and asked if the MC couldn't use his monster summoning ability like last time. However, he replied that he still needed 3 coins to use his ability. She didn't quite understand. The MC asked the Sword Saint to open the sarcophagus ahead, as there was something inside. The Sword Saint questioned why he should do that, but the MC simply said he was a prophet, so he should believe him. However, when the Sword Saint opened it, the MC ended up dying. In the next cycle, he asked him to retrieve the axe from inside the sarcophagus, but the Sword Saint retorted, saying he had used a sword his entire life, and shouldn't use another weapon. But the MC explained that the axe had a special area of effectability that could quickly eliminate the zombie. Just as the MC was about to say that he needed to believe what he said, he died again. In yet another cycle, the zombies were no longer a problem. However, a new monster emerged. A giant, one-eyed zombie. The Sword Saint declared he would quickly finish it off, but he ended up dying. Again, in the next cycle, the Sword Saint said the same thing. However, the MC stopped him and asked the Black Witch to aim for the giant eye right in the middle of its face. She immediately got excited, eager to burst it, but at that very moment, they died. In the subsequent cycle, the MC could activate his ability again, and declared he would deal with the giant monster with his army of the dead. However, he asked something of the Black Witch. She couldn't aim for its eye. She was shocked, as the giant's eye seemed to be practically begging to be shot. It was almost like a glowing target ready to be hit. She wanted to say something more, but the Sword Saint told her to follow his orders, since the MC claimed to be a prophet. So the Black Witch declared she would hold back as much as possible to avoid hitting that eye. Shortly after, they defeated the giant zombie, causing the Demon King to retreat to the 14th floor. Just like before, the story began to change. Now it was time to clear the upper floors, and to avoid the tedious hit and rewind loop. They did the same things floor by floor, 15th, 16th, 17th, and thus, the Demon King's story was regressing. It reached a point where he could barely be considered a Demon King. Then the MC approached him, saying he could finally see his eyes because, after so long, he could truly see deep within him. The Demon King and the warrior fighting him couldn't make eye contact before a tragedy. Therefore, this time, he should fight with all his might. If he ran away again, how much weaker would he become next time? With all the strength he now possessed, the Demon King wouldn't be able to win. The Demon King began to question what he was talking about, as he knew nothing of what had happened. At that very moment, the MC called him by his first name, which was Stella. The MC had warned him that he should fight with everything he had, otherwise his time would be longer than his story. Well, let's finally conclude what the Demon King's trauma was about. People screamed that they had to burn the witch's nest, and everyone she had cared for would be treated as cursed monsters. For that reason, no one would leave alive. And why now? Because humans were burning each other. They said their majesties had ordered them killed. Had they sought an excuse to kill people? Even beings of other races supported this. But who were they? What gave them the right to burn other people? What had they done? They only wanted to care for their children and families and live a peaceful life. All those people who had treated her kindly were killed in the process. Those sick people who received her help were not spared. Why on earth did this happen? At that very moment, Stella began to eat their ashes. Then she began to declare that they were all born as humans, and knew the beauty of life. Why, even knowing the pain of shedding a tear, did they still do that? Seeing such a situation, how could she not call humans monsters? Just because of their judgment, they would be human, while those she saved would be considered monsters. Were they the only ones who deserved to live in that world? If that were the case, they should prove it to her. She cursed them all, because their wickedness made her this way. Thus, the rain fell so that no more villages could ever be burned. At that moment, the ghost tells the MC to wake up, because this isn't his hell. Returning to the battle on the 19th floor, the MC was continuously fighting against the Demon King, forcing him to retreat. His body was getting smaller and smaller, the water clinging to him was separating, and even blood was starting to seep out. Then the MC tells him to retreat. He should return to the 20th floor, to his base, which was the Demon King's castle, as this was his destiny. Since the Demon King couldn't dispute this, he retreated, and thus the battle on the 19th floor ended. The MC humbly asks them if he could personally finish off the Demon King. The Black Witch agrees, as she had broken her promise to wait 5 days. The Sword Saint also agrees, as it had been 5 days since he started observing it. Once he completed the 20th floor, he should meet him. The MC thanked both of them, and went to the 20th floor. Upon arriving, there was only a small body in front of him. At that moment, the system was calculating the reward Gongjia would receive, and his powers were being readjusted. As a reward, he received the limited powers of an apostle. With this, he could strengthen any of his abilities that were not rank X. It was unknown why or who built the tower. However, now the MC could try to guess what kind of entity the tower was. It was like a guardian of his decisions, making the MC remember the choice he had made. Then he declares to the Demon King that her end had come, but she says that village was hers, and he shouldn't dare destroy her paradise. In her mind, she still remembered those burn marks and all those flames. She questions if the MC was going there to burn her paradise. This was the lowest stage of the world with the weakest boss of all. The MC didn't even bother to dodge her attack. The situation had now changed. On the 12th floor, the Demon King attacked while the MC defended. But now, who was attacking and who was defending was completely reversed. The Demon King tells the MC to die, but he says that word held no meaning for someone like him. At that moment, he splits the Demon King in half and continues attacking, saying that she had become increasingly weak. And with each attack, the Demon King lost her power until a point where her title was stripped away. Thus, she reverted to being a normal human. The MC says she had indeed become much weaker, and she asks him not to approach. But Gongjia simply says that if she didn't want him to approach, she should use a blade, not her word. Otherwise, he would keep coming towards her. Suddenly, she declares that she deserved to do everything she did. However, the MC responds that she was wrong, and as he had said before, the MC was a foreigner from another world. The king, the emperor, and the military forces had united to burn her village, and none on that continent were free from that responsibility. But the MC was not responsible for it. He was a complete outsider. As a hunter, he was free from that responsibility. Now, she was saying she had done nothing wrong. Estelle was probably as scared as she would. She screamed for her father and asked for help. And what did he do to a child like her? He swallowed her and pretended to be a savior to everyone, which is why people trusted her. She had hidden the truth, swallowed a child, and taken Estelle's form, remaining silent because she would feel misunderstood and was afraid of being treated as a monster. However, she screams that she didn't know, saying she had no memory or knowledge of humans and therefore didn't understand what that meant. The MC asks if she was saying she did it because she didn't know, and she confirms it because if she had known, she would never have done it. But the MC says that this is how humans act. The king she killed when she was the Demon King should have given her the same excuse. Of course, some of them probably lied to try and get away with it. And how could she be sure that all of them were the same? Did the soldiers really go on their own to attack the village? And couldn't the people who had left after losing their territory use the same I didn't know excuse? In this world, the only justice the MC knew was retribution. And if he believed that the things she swallowed and then expelled were still human, to be fair to them, she should go through the same thing he did. At that very moment, the MC claimed his reward. He already knew which skill he wanted to evolve. He could evolve an SS rank skill to SSS rank. But the MC didn't want to evolve the skill. He wanted to alter it. He only wanted to change one part, that the dead he revived would not inherit their memories and previous lives. That's why he wanted the summoned beings to be able to retain memories only when he wished. This was a reasonable request, as he wasn't asking for a cooldown reduction or anything like that. The tower accepted these conditions. After that, it was time to kill the Demon King. If she didn't like the word kill, she should just think that the MC was swallowing her as she did with others. Just as she did with Estelle and the other sick people, he would save her in the same way she saved others. The MC was relieved that she was still human, because if not, how could she use her ghost summoning skill? Then she tried to attack the MC, but he easily dodged. The ghost said her posture was all clumsy. She was simply running while swinging her sword and not even looking forward, which couldn't even be considered swordsmanship. That's why the MC should end this quickly. Then the Demon King fell to her knees, and the MC recalled what the Demon King had said, that he who sows death will, in the end, meet death. However, as Gongjia was about to deliver the final blow, the ghost stopped him and said he shouldn't kill her now, as it seemed he was too certain. Let's say the MC was certain that she was no longer a monster and was now human like him. However, since she was an NPC, could she be summoned by his skill? And if the tower didn't consider her human and he had killed her, could he live with that weight on his conscience? But the MC declared that NPCs were people too. However, the ghost said that perhaps that wasn't how the tower thought. So the MC called out to the tower and asked if his skill could be used on NPCs or if it only considered hunters like him. However, his question was rejected, and this matter was beyond the tower's authority. It recognized his question as an official matter, and therefore, the tower would request a higher conference with the 6 constellations of the 10,000 lives. With the 6 constellations of the 10,000 lives, the MC questions what this is, not knowing what is happening, as he was apparently taken to the director's chamber. You're asking too many questions, my friend. You're asking too many questions. This will end badly. And then, several butterflies begin to surround him, and he opens his eyes, seeing where he is, and remembers that it is the same ability selection room. So he asks why him, and the system confirms the participant. The constellation, author of all operas, is participating, along with the lady who walks in the mirage, the moon who contemplates blindness, and the one who created legislation. Gongya thinks he can't see anything, but he can feel something, and the god who dances from the void also appears. He notices oppressive presences there, and the tower confirms that the 6 constellations of 10,000 lives are participating, and the issue of the tower's temporary apostle, the King of Death, is being presented. The tower asks if the 100 Ghosts reincarnation ability applies to NPC. If they agree that the ability applies, they must confirm, and if they disagree, they must decline. And then all those constellations begin to converse among themselves in their own language, and the MC, seeing this, begins to panic. And with that they reach a consensus, and Gongya remembers that the languages of all beings in the tower are translated so he can understand, but they are different. They are not beings of the tower. They are beings that cannot even be compared to the Demon King. They might even be the beings who created that tower. And then the tower states that the vote on the issue at hand is beginning, and the 6th constellation, the author of all operas, votes again. The 5th and 4th vote in favor, the 3rd votes against the MC, and the 2nd simply abstain. And so there are 2 votes against and 2 in favor and 1 abstention. The beings who have the authority to decide on his reincarnation ability end up not reaching a conclusion after the vote, and he questions why, until he realizes that one of them has not yet voted, a being who didn't need to come there because he was already there from the beginning, the being who knew everything, the Tower Master. And Gongya says he thinks voting in favor is the right thing to do, because if NPCs are not included in the ability, then how did the Demon King manage to summon so many monsters? And all the people of the Empire killed by the Demon King were NPCs. And of course he knows they are worried. They are worried that he will start killing NPCs randomly to use them as pets, but he is sure that he has more than sufficiently demonstrated the kind of person he is, and he is not the type of person who would do that, and he says he will not live that way in the future. And so the tower says he did quite well, but also says it's complicated, telling the King of Death to speak from his heart and not his head. And with that, he says that the Demon King was prey he caught, and he is his, so they should not dare lay a finger on him. And with that, the 1st constellation, Master of 1,000 Lives, votes in favor, and the vote concludes with 3 votes in favor and 2 against, along with 1 abstention. NPCs are included in the King of Death's reincarnation ability, and the King of Death's temporary apostle authority is removed. The conference concludes with the tower once again wishing him good fortune. Then, when he returns, the Emperor is calling out to him incessantly, asking if he's hurt, questioning why he doesn't ask the tower that. Then he calls out to him again, asking if he's listening, and the MC says it seems like he just blinked his eyes, but at the same time it feels like an eternity passed. And so he speaks to the Sword Emperor, asking if he saw or heard anything, and says that the tower summoned him to the void world, so there was something about the 10,000 lives or a constellation. He doesn't quite know. Saying that, then, a being like the Tower Master appeared and laughed, asking if he knows nothing, and the Emperor apparently doesn't know what's going on, apologizing and saying he thinks he provoked the MC too much, turning him into a zombie. He promises to provoke him with moderation from now on, telling him to go back to being his usual self. Gongjia is surprised that the Emperor doesn't know, and even the legend who reached the 99th floor of the Otherworld's tower is unaware of this. He questions who he just met, but then thinks he needs to stay calm, because even though he still doesn't know many things, he is now certain of some. Meanwhile, Stelly continues to ask him to wait, and the MC says that he will now deliver the final blow to his prey. Once he reaches the 100th floor, he will know everything else. The Emperor then asks if he will really kill her, questioning if it wouldn't be better to ask the tower first. But Gongjia says it's fine because he has already found his answer. And so, he uses the 100 ghosts, commanding her to awaken, and she rises from the ground, returning to his command. He orders that thing to stand up, and says that its appearance is the same as before, but it is nothing more than a newborn being. Those who gave birth to life in that world always bore the responsibility. He states that Stelly is merely a name she stole, not a name she is entitled to have. He says that the first of these responsibilities was to give her a name. So he names her Kuro, declaring that from now on, this will be her name, commanding her to serve him as her new master. And she was the being who was once Stelly, the saint of the frontier, and the autumn rain demon king. The one who deserved no name, finally gained her own. And so Kuro accepts his orders, stating that she will obey all of them. Finally, the final day of the 5-day promise comes to an end, and one of the kings has fallen. The Emperor then says he doesn't understand, telling the MC to think about what he did to her, wondering if he should be angry with him. He also questions why she decided to bow her head without saying a word. And regarding another matter, if he wants to know why Kuro decided to obey him without hesitation, the MC says it's because she knows. And he adds that the Emperor will also know very soon. And so the tower begins to search for the Demon King's existence on the 20th floor, but he is not found. The confirmed absence of the Demon King and the alteration of the timeline occur there. And at this, she begins to cry, seeing that everyone has returned to life. But that same commander appears there with all his troops, ordering them to stop right in front of the village. And so the Demon King falls to the ground, calling out to the MC, saying that he will hold no grudge and will not seek revenge. He states that he will do anything the MC asks, saying he cares about nothing else, but pleads with him to please save his village. The Emperor then finally realizes that this is what it means for a master to also be responsible for protecting their subjects, so he apologizes for misunderstanding. But Gongjia says that the Emperor also lost the bet, telling him to think of it as a consequence. Then General Sarbaste orders his troops to stop there, asking who dares to block his path. The MC replies that he is actually the one who wants to ask, questioning what they came to do in a place like this. Sarbaste states that it is the will of His Majesty, the Emperor, and he heard that a witch has been harming the good citizens of this part of the continent. Even some monsters fell into the witch's trap and succumbed to darkness, so how could they stand idly by? But Gongjia questions, so what? Sarbaste then says that everything will be purified with sacred fire, and the MC states that he knows who these people are. Then another man says that His Holiness ordered them to punish the heretics who dared to use a saint's name in vain. And the Lord of the Forest requested their presence, and the jewel was given to them by the Sage of the Mermaid. Gongjia then realizes that these are the temple paladins, saved on the 13th floor, along with the forest elves, saved on the 14th floor, and the waterfall mags, saved on the 15th floor, along with the volcano warriors, saved on the 16th floor, and the armed merchant company from the 17th floor, and the nomads from the 18th, along with the soldiers from small countries from the 19th. All the people he saved are here now. Sarbaste asks again, demanding to know who dares interfere with his mission. The MC recalls the secret mission of the hero from his frozen world, thinking of those heroes. As it was said that the continent's humans wouldn't notice their justice and devotion, but justice is still justice, and devotion is still devotion. The mission asked if he would choose to continue being a hero, even in a frozen world. The MC speaks to General Sarbaste, asking if he just said he came due to an imperial decree. But Sarbaste doesn't like the way Gongjia speaks to him at all. After all, he is acting under an imperial decree. But the MC then states that Sarbaste is a ridiculous person because he clings to the imperial mandate, presuming no one else would understand the Emperor's decreed situation as well as he does. Sarbaste says he doesn't know what the boy is talking about, questioning how he dares to say something so insolent, and asks if he was sent by the witch who lives there. However, Gongjia says that Sarbaste is a person who wants to defeat the already decided first prince, to make the third prince ascend to the highest position. And as for insolence, Sarbaste can indeed call him insolent, but the MC says that's what he discovered when he saw the general's trauma. Sarbaste doesn't know this, but the MC still has a lot of information, and he says Sarbaste shouldn't live like this, telling him to think of all the grace His Majesty granted him, and the possibility of someone who would likely spend his entire life pulling nets at the port becoming an imperial guard, and then a general. Then tells him to see with his own eyes, raising that sword shining in front of everyone. The MC says that the emissary sent by the powerful founder, Lefanta Agem, stands before all of them. The MC speaks to Sarbaste, saying that he is aware of the chaos in the imperial family, recognizes the evil conduct of the terrible first prince, and also knows that Sarbaste sided with the third prince purely out of loyalty to the empire, and the reason he said Sarbaste had gone mad with power was merely to test his nature. The MC asks if Sarbaste was saddened by this. Sarbaste questions how he could have been sad, as he did all this to test his loyalty, but he says he was a fool and couldn't overcome his anticipation, asking how he could commit such a sin. The MC continues to string along the NPC, saying there's nothing to be sad about in this, asking why he is still looking down while the MC stares at him from atop his horse. Sarbaste then jumps down, kneeling in front of Gongjia, saying he is deeply honored. Everyone there begins to bow to the MC, hailing the founder's emissary, and all of them idolize Gongjia. Then the emperor says he thought the MC was only good at talking nonsense, and apparently, he also has a talent for lie. The MC questions if he only realized that now. Then the MC says he will give him some advice, because when he is using his sword, it's not just his true skills that matter. Faith, trust, and self-confidence are particularly important, and it's the same as lying. If he wants to deceive his opponent, he needs to deceive himself first, telling him to remember that, because a good liar is a very confident person. And while Gongjia is showing that sword, the people of the empire are mesmerized, but the others are somewhat skeptical, and the MC thinks that, as expected, the holy sword's effect is limited to the Egan Empire. At this, Sarbaste continues speaking to the MC, with polished respect, asking if he may ask a question, and Gongjia tells him to go ahead. Sarbaste says they came there to subdue the witch, but questions how the emissary ended up there, and the MC thinks he must remember, because a good liar is a very confident person. He then tells the men that he has already defeated the witch, telling them to look, and they see a statue. They note that she is the witch of the frontier, saying they've seen that woman before, and she is definitely the witch, ordering her to be burned. Gongjia tells Kuro to come to him, instructing her to kneel before those people. She actually walks over and does as the MC says, telling her to lower her head and put her hands on the ground, placing her forehead there, and so she prostrates herself, even against her will. Gongjia then tells her to push off with her feet and do a front flip. She doesn't understand at all, but he asks if she didn't hear him, and she says she did hear, doing exactly as the MC says. So he now tells her to do jumping jacks, and she doesn't like it at all, but she actually does what he asks. He continues making a lot of ridiculous requests to Kuro, telling her to spread her arms wide and jump 20 times, and also do 10 squats, and when she's finished, he says he wants 10 push-ups, then tells her to hold a plank position for 20 seconds as well, and she says she can't do anything more, collapsing stiffly to the ground. Then Gongjia asks if they understand now, saying that, as they can see, the witch has already been subjugated by him, and now, no matter what happens, she cannot disobey his order. It's impossible for her to continue threatening the empire, so they can relax, and they think that if that's what the emissary is saying, it's fine. But one of the soldiers tells them to wait, asking what on earth he's doing, because they came there to subjugate the witch. But then, Sarbaste says that according to the emissary, she has already been subjugated. However, the other questions how he can believe that, because, to begin with, the only evidence that boy has of being the founder's emissary is a mere sword. But Sarbaste doesn't like him calling it a mere sword at all, asking if he is doubting the empire's authority, questioning if he is doubting that sword is the will of the goddess. But the Pope's man says that His Holiness, the Pope, gave him an order. However, they start to argue, as it seems they are trying to place the Pope's will above that of the founder, and the MC clearly remembers that kind of scene with people fighting right in front of him, and says he can now understand why Kuro divided the hunters. But as they continue and the fight has no end, that lizard man tells them to please get out of the way, because from what he sees, the current problem is quite simple. He wants to confirm that the young man is indeed the founder's emissary, that the woman is truly a witch, and that the emissary has indeed subjugated the witch. As long as they can confirm these three uncertainties, the problem can be resolved, and they ask Gongjia how he plans to confirm these things, and the lizard man says that the object in his hand is the soul orb, granted to him by the emperor of the mermaid people. And if a drop of blood is placed on this orb, it's possible to know if the owner of that blood has a good or bad soul. So they tell him to come forward, because if that woman is indeed the witch, and he is indeed the founder's emissary, he must accept the test of that orb. Considering the MC has, say, about 5,000 homicides under his belt, it might just show that he's not such a good person. I'm just guessing. And that lizard man talks more about the soul orb, saying that when the blood of a good soul touches the orb, it emits light. But if the blood of an evil soul touches the orb, it will turn black. He says that if that woman is indeed the witch, and he is indeed the founder's envoy, they must accept that test, and the good and bad deeds they have done, the orb will prove everything. And so Gongjia realizes it's like the paladin's lie detector, and the sword saint's detective vision. The lizard man then states that yes, his people are good at making items of this type, He tells Gongya he can try as much as he wants, but warns there's no point regretting it later because lying before the orb is useless. So they will start by verifying the woman's soul. And with that, he makes a cut, takes the blood, and throws it onto the orb. They notice that the soul is exceedingly evil, asking how many evil deeds and murders she has committed, stating that she is truly a cursed being, and they believe she is undoubtedly the demon king. Then he says it's the turn of the self-proclaimed founder's emissary, asking if the MC is ready, and the MC replies that he always is. The lizard man then states that lying is useless, ordering him to give his hand, and when his blood touches the orb, it shines pure, almost blinding everyone with the intensity of its light. At this, they question what on earth it is, and one of them mentions the drop of water given by the current queen, asking why such a beam of light is emanating from the orb. The lizard man then asks what on earth his soul is, and how this is possible, questioning how many lives he has saved. Noting that this person is light itself, everyone assumes he is the light, asking if they can't see how bright his soul is. The Pope's subordinate says he doesn't know about this, but the lizard man asks why he doesn't know, inquiring if it's perhaps invisible to the leader of the paladin. He replies that it's not that, he just doesn't understand what they mean by the light. The lizard man then states that this is why he doesn't speak with mere inferior human, because no one with such a soul could lie to them, and this man is the founder's emissary. No, he even thinks he must be the goddess's apostle, and the MC proudly affirms to them that he is indeed the goddess's apostle. They say that by all appearances he is the light, and it seems to be a shimmering light, and the sword also shines, the sword that Emperor Egwim or someone similar used before. Then asking where he came from, everyone continues to buy into Gongjia's lie, except for the Pope's subordinate. For even if he is the founder's emissary and light itself, why was he blocking their path, asking if they had already forgotten, stating that they must burn that plate, and that His Holiness the Pope was not only concerned with the witch, but also with the heretics who followed her. They cannot let them escape divine punishment. The Demon King then begins to call the MC's attention, asking him to do something, and that guy says that if he is truly an apostle of the goddess, he must lead their way to apply divine punishment. Gongjia then ponders these words, for the best lies are formed by 90% truth and 10% falsehood. The MC then tells the temple's holy knights to be careful with their words, saying that it is not for them to decide how divine punishment should be applied, and that he is the one who decides it. He has already gathered all evil, and divine punishment has already been applied, stating that he will show. He then summons a multitude of skeletons, and they scream that these are demons, asking what these horrible things are. He states that this is his duty, asking how this which could be the only evil in this world, saying that each of these phantoms he has gathered are evil doers, with actions as wicked as the witches. They are surprised that all these monsters are what he has gathered, to punish all evil that corrupted the world, in her name, and his mission is to subjugate all evil in the world and lead all demons to hell, and what they are seeing now is his hell. The lizard man is completely moved, because the goddess's apostle was doing all this alone without them knowing, and Gongjia agrees with him. He thinks that no one even recognized the apostle, asking how he, being a mere human, managed to go through this hell alone. The MC simply says that this is his duty, stating that there is no longer any need for them to punish the witch or her minion. They will suffer forever in his shadow, and he is their hell. And they all swallow the lie that the apostle had been saving them all this time without their knowledge, even if it's not entirely a lie, and Gongjia agrees. The emperor says he has nothing more to teach him, telling him to go ahead, stating that his instructor there is nothing more than a child, and cannot deal with a scoundrel like him. The MC thinks that's quite modest of him, saying he doesn't have much to learn from his evil personality. He then says he is sure everyone can see now, and this is the goddess's will, her divine retribution, assuming they certainly do not intend to defy the strict will imposed by the goddess. But then the Pope's knight asks him again if those atrocious demons are truly imprisoned, and says that what he means is that if those demons were to escape back into the world, the damage would be immense. An MC is asked if he wants to confirm that he personally imprisoned those creatures, calling one of them forward, and he asks MC what he intends to do with that skeleton. MC replies that he wants to clear their doubts, ordering the skeleton to retrieve its memory. Then, the former Flame Emperor appears, speaking to MC, cursing him, and asking what kind of problem MC has with him to turn him into something like this. He declares that he wouldn't be satisfied even if MC burned in boiling water, vowing to kill him, calling him every name, asking how he dared to do this, and stating that no matter what, he will truly wipe out MC's lineage. MC then states that, as they can see, this man is a wrongdoer as evil as the witch, but he goes further, saying that he is arguably an even worse monster than the witch, for the witch was born a monster, but this man committed atrocious crimes despite being human. They are utterly surprised as the Flame Emperor continues to curse everyone around, asking if they've lost their mind. Then MC simply orders him to dance, and the Emperor actually complies with everything he asks. Everyone is astonished by MC giving them orders like this. MC states that the demons can never defy his orders, asking if they are still worried. With that, the leader of the Pope's Knights kneels before MC, asking if they can at least have the honor of knowing his name. MC introduces himself to all of them, and they agree to do as he commanded. Thus, he completes the normal stage, the secret mission, hero of the frozen world, and also the boss stage. MC simply gained an even more overpowered ability, acquired a servant, and gained the ability to constantly mess with the idiotic Flame Emperor, all through sheer manipulation. He manipulated everyone the entire time, used hacks, but still, he delivered on his promise. The system announces that the completing party consisted of only one individual, the King of Death. The reward calculation is complete, and rewards will be distributed within 24 hours of his entry into the 21st floor. The Emperor thinks it's insane that MC would complete the boss stage this way, and then just chat. MC thinks that it doesn't matter if he's crazy or not. He completed all floors up to the 20th exactly as he wished. No hunter died, no one from the Empire or continent perished, and he even managed to save that little girl. The 20th floor would likely have been completed on its own, even if he had done nothing, because the fire and the disappearance of the village also constituted a form of conclusion. As long as there is an appropriate conclusion, the tower doesn't care if it's a happy ending or not. Otherwise, Yasoha wouldn't have been able to clear up to the 40th floor. Therefore, this isn't the world predetermined by the tower, nor is it an ending that appeared because there was no other choice. He thinks that on that day, the rains did not fall from the heavens and the flames did not lick the ground. He believes this is the ending he chose. The Emperor questions if this thing is truly part of the ending MC chose, with that thing dancing behind him. The Flame Emperor then questions why MC doesn't stop it. MC finds it absolutely beautiful, while the Emperor simply tells the boy to go to hell. Meanwhile, a public announcement is made. The 20th floor has been cleared. The announcement repeats, and MC thinks it's a pain as there's no internet around. The Emperor asks if MC hadn't decided not to care about others' responses. However, MC with a damn cynical face questions when he ever said such a thing. The Emperor asks if MC didn't say it was more important to gain recognition from individuals like the Black Witch or Old Man Marcotte, rather than the general public. MC then asks if the Emperor doesn't know that the more, the merrier, stating that he will gain recognition from all of them. The Emperor then thinks MC is far too greedy, wondering how anyone could be like that. Just then, the witch arrived, grabbing the MC and hugging him, calling him crazy, truly crazy. A disturbed individual who isn't even 20 yet, saying he's absolutely insane. The MC told the witch that it hurt, while Marcos watched their interaction. She was even more surprised, realizing he had indeed cleared the 20th floor in just 5 days, calling him crazy, and saying he probably didn't know how many people were going insane in the tower, telling him to look. She mentioned she quickly went to the first floor and took pictures of those, and now had several news articles about everything he had done on her phone. She said there were so many articles she couldn't even photograph them all, but stressed that he needed to understand. It wasn't just the tower like this, but the outside world, too. The headlines might vary, but they were all about him, where he was from, what kind of life he lived, and how he instantly became a rank. But then, the MC asked her to wait a moment, asking if she took all those photos herself, to which she replied, of course. So he asked if that meant, just to show him the articles she was writing, she had teleported to the first floor, then searched through all those articles one by one, and took screenshots of each one, and she confirmed that, when put that way, yes she did. And this person, being the second-ranked hunter and the highest authority figure, did all that, making the MC wonder if she was an angel. She then said, just to be safe, that he shouldn't read the comments, as envious people had bombarded the comment section. Even though what he did was incredible and achieved without any casualties, he shouldn't pay attention to. But the Emperor, seeing how naive the boy was, asked if he truly considered people angels just because they treated him a little nicely. The MC thought that if she wasn't an angel, perhaps she must be a goddess, and the Emperor thought that guy was absolutely insane. Then she told him to look at something else, saying he had made it to the front page, and that this was the first time something like this had happened in the tower's history. She couldn't believe he went from unranked to third place all at once. The MC then became very excited. She then told him he would have to pay a bit more attention to his actions from now on, and the MC questioned what she meant by action. She explained that he had currently joined all 5 major guilds, even though he was actually independent, and if a hunter was third in rank, he should have a title on the level of a guild master. While it was true he was in all 5 major guilds simultaneously, being a regular guild member didn't suit him anymore. The MC then thought about becoming a guild master, but she said that if he preferred to be a lone wolf, destroying everything in his path like an old man. She wouldn't force. Hearing that, the MC asked if they were talking about them, but the girl said to put that aside. She wanted to know who those people were. The MC explained that they were soldiers who had gathered from all parts of the continent, and said it was a long story. But after defeating the Demon King, there was an event where these NPCs invaded the 20th floor. At least he thought so. Using a skill and an item's effect, he tricked them into believing he was the emissary of the Empire's founder, and they fell for it. She then noted that he seemed quite talented at lying, but the MC stated that thanks to it, he managed to clear the floor without shedding a single drop of blood. She clarified that she wasn't trying to speak ill of him. In fact, she was quite happy, because thanks to him, they could now negotiate with that continent as well, which meant they wouldn't have to make bad trades with those old folks from the outside world anymore. They were annoyed that those damn people always used food to drive down prices, and they wanted to see if they could keep doing that in the future. Marco stated that trades between the tower and the outside world were fundamentally unfair, whether it was capital, resources, or technology, as the outside world had greater abundance than the tower. So, she thought, food was always the problem, and the MC says that when he first met her, he thought she was an unfriendly person, and this must mean they've grown close. Then he speaks to the Black Witch, asking if she's saying that the hunters will start negotiating with that continent, and she replies that naturally, that's the case. So, the MC says he will lend her his name. In this world, he is the founder's emissary and the goddess's apostle, and if he makes them believe that they are all apostles of the goddess too, it will be easier to conduct business. She expresses great gratitude for the offer, but then asks if he truly expects to lend his name for free, inquiring what he desires in return. The MC then speaks about the 20th floor, and she questions if he's referring to the entire floor. He confirms it, stating that to be more precise, he would like all the land on the 20th floor to be under his possession. In exchange, he won't take anything for having cleared floors 11 through 19, and they can divide the profits from negotiations with the continent, just like the other hunters. She thinks this is an extraordinary offer, but it's not something she can decide on her own authority. They'll have to discuss it with the other guild masters, but she asks if he truly wants this place, as it obviously doesn't seem to hold much value. It's small and doesn't appear to be very good for agriculture. But she remembers to ask something she's wanted to for a long time, inquiring what the hell that guy dancing behind them is, and he simply says, she saw nothing. My brother. I had completely forgotten about that guy. Seriously, I had forgotten, and I chuckled a bit at his misfortune. And so, they teleport to the first floor, and she asks if it's alright for them to meet in the same cafeteria as before, and the MC says it doesn't matter to him. For others, only 5 days have passed. But for him, it's the first time he's been there in hundreds of days, so he feels nostalgic. She asks what's wrong, and the MC says it's finally sinking in that he's cleared the floor. She tells him that it will probably sink in much more soon, because as she said, everyone in the tower is going crazy about him, telling him he should prepare himself. And when they leave, everyone starts taking pictures of the MC, becoming euphoric because the Death King has finally emerged, and everyone begins taking photos of him alongside the Sword Saint and the Black Witch. And the MC starts to get scared by the situation. Then reporters say that rumors claim he cleared the 20th floor alone, asking if it's true, telling him to look at the photo, and he questions what kind of relationship he has with the Black Witch. At this, she quietly tells him not to say anything, explaining that he has no experience dealing with the press. Then she asks if he's going to be mysterious or a popular star, and he questions what she's talking about. She says she's talking about his concept, asking if he wants to follow a mysterious persona concept or prefers to be a popular star, explaining that once a concept is defined, it's hard to change it, and he needs to give her an answer now. She adds that, by the way, popular stars are like movie celebrities, and he'll need to create new social media accounts. He'll also need a secretary for image management, and she says the Black Dragon Guild will handle this workforce and his security. Then Marco says he hates having to deal with this crap, so he's leaving. And the MC asks what he should do if he chooses the mysterious concept. She says it's simple, telling him to maintain a good poker face. She states that any social media activity is forbidden, and magazine appearances, broadcasts, and private streams are also prohibited. At most, he should give 2 interviews per year with reporters she approves beforehand. The MC questions, is that all? She says he doesn't know how difficult it can be, explaining that attention is a drug, and the most addictive kind of drug. If only 10 people paid attention to someone, that person would be happy. But when you reach the position the MC is in now, anything he says will generate reactions from tens of thousands of people, and not many can resist that drug. But Marco says that's useless. She agrees, but adds that it's a damn good feeling, asking what the Death King wants to do. The MC says what he wants is recognition, and even though he's not sure, receiving attention is different from receiving recognition. He explains that receiving attention from the people around him is enough, whether it's thousands or millions. What he wants to receive from the rest of the world isn't attention, but recognition. She says she doesn't think those two things are very different, but she'll accept his answer, saying she's happy he's that kind of person. So the MC asks her how to maintain a good poker face, and she says she'll tell him a secret, instructing him to recall some truly bad memory. In her case, when she was in the outside world, her father died in a civil war. She was fleeing with her father, and the soldiers probably weren't coming after them. Then her father yelled at her to keep going without looking back. So she really ran without looking back and heard gunshots, but still kept running. It's not that she hates the fact that she fled, because she was just a child then, but she wonders why she didn't look back, as it was such an easy thing to do. And whenever she needs to be expressionless, she remembers those moments. When she recalls her heart beating super fast, she can create expressionless faces very well. She asks if the MC also has one or two such memories, and he remembers when he was killed by the Flame Emperor. Looking at him, she confirms that he does, saying he'll get used to it soon. And so the MC moves on, arriving at the cafeteria with everyone. The Inquisitor immediately welcomes him. He's surprised that the boy actually managed to clear the 20th floor in 5 days, stating that this is the greatest achievement since the tower's emergence. He says he respects him greatly, adding that he'll stop calling him Kim Gongjae and will call him the Death King from now on. The Paladin says that, to be honest, she thought the three of Black Witch, Sword Saint, and Death King would fail the Death Ray, but he went and cleared the 20th floor alone. She says if he has any secret tricks, he should tell her, and the MC says it's just about living a good life. Then she thinks that advice is super practical. Anyway, the MC says it's good to see them after so long, asking how they are. The Countess questions him talking about so long, as only 5 days have passed. She says that at first they stayed in the throne room as they had promised, but after a while, the Empire's NPCs started moving around. The MC thinks that was when he defeated the Demon King on the 12th floor, and so the Inquisitor says the NPCs thought they were invaders trespassing on the Imperial Palace, and the Empire's knights and elite soldiers came to get them. The MC thinks that really gave him chills, but Viper says that Guy has several tricks. The MC first surrendered to them, and then he escaped from prison, with Viper exclaiming that he's amazing. But the Inquisitor claims it wasn't even that fun after all. How could they have known there was a secret passage in the dungeons beneath the prison? He says it felt like he had returned to his childhood day. As they continue discussing it, the witch mentions that she knows they all had incredible lives in the outside world. She reveals that the Countess was born in a very poor village in India, and Viper's parents were gang leaders. The Paladin too faced hardships in Venezuela. She then agrees that they were all trash when they were in the outside world. She then states that this isn't something they should be discussing there, and points out that even the King of Death is now one of them. She continues, saying they probably don't know, but the King of Death made decisive contributions to their completion of the tower, and they didn't lose a single hunter in that raid. Even on the 11th floor, where numerous hunters fought together, they managed to emerge without any casualty. She declares that she wants to transform this man into the hero who will represent their tower. She explains that the Countess has revealed too much of her wealth, the Inquisitor has killed too many people, and the Paladin hates receiving public attention. As for Viper, she simply states that he is too ugly. The MC is left speechless, thinking, man, oh my god, what's happening? She just roasted the guy out of nowhere. As for the Sword Saint, as they all know, he's an old man obsessed with the sword. And as for herself, she often has to operate behind the scenes, so it can't be her either. On the other hand, the public still has no established impression of the King of Death. The Inquisitor admits that it's true they are already established, older personality, so their presence has indeed lost its initial impact. They continue to print magazines with updates on hunters' activity, but sales in the outside world are significantly declining. He then approaches the MC, remarking that Gongjia is a bit short, but assures him it's fine. He adds that, as they can see from his own example, photos can easily cover such detail. He states he's just asking to be sure, but questions if the MC is currently dating anyone. The MC replies no. He then says this means the MC doesn't have to worry about scandals, which is even better. He explains that he's been analyzing them closely, and the King of Death has a very mystical aura when he smiles. Therefore, he'll choose the mysterious concept. However, he laments that the MC has never dated before, stating that they need a scan. With that, they begin organizing everything, and Gongjia becomes utterly awkward. He tries to speak with the witch, mentioning her earlier comment about the mysterious concept, and says he didn't think they would need a design. She replies that it's just for today, using her charm to convince the MC, telling him that the whole world wants to know about him. She explains that first, they'll take a photo and show it to everyone. adorning the MC and placing him in front of a white background for the shoot. At this, the Emperor begins to laugh at him. The MC declares he won't do this anymore, stating that hunters must climb the tower fearlessly. He asks who cares about media image or photo shoot. He argues that because these useless things occupied their mind, they collectively couldn't even clear the 10th floor for several years. However, they rather enjoy his outburst, commenting that his speech was great, and begin discussing the article they'll write about him. But the MC reminds them that it was she who spoke about the 20th floor. He then states that he will grant them the rights to all floors from the 11th to the 19th. Therefore, they must ensure that the 20th floor is his. Meanwhile, Gongjia is desperate, as they are completely disregarding his opinion. Marcos tells him to give up, explaining that the same thing happened to him when he became the top one, and that this was something they wanted to show the outside world. He adds that they are living an honorable life, and that this situation is somewhat of an inferiority complex. He states that they abandoned everything in the outside world and came to the tower, asking what is so pathetic about that. He then urges him to leave, saying this will never end if he stays there. With that, the two run off, and the witch calls out to the MC, telling him they will have a press conference tomorrow, and to return early if he can. She warns that he cannot be seen by others, so if he wants to escape, he should use the rooftop, telling the boy to be careful. Following her advice, the MC climbs to the top of a tower with Marcos. However, a paladin soldier arrives and speaks to the MC, who then asks if the soldier can leave him alone for 5 minutes. As she looks to the side, the witch notices that the MC is the King of Death, and the MC confirms it. She exclaims that it's her first time seeing him in person, and that it's incredible. Taking something out of her bag, she says it's the only paper she has, and asks if he could give her his autograph. She then asks what his name is, and he replies that he hasn't received a nickname. She then asks if she can also get an autograph from the King of Death, and he states that he has never given an autograph before. She declares that this is the dream of her life. The Sword Saint's autograph is simply his name written in cursive, or something similar, and the King of Death does the same. The witch then leaves, overjoyed, saying she will honor this as if it were an inheritance. After she departs, the MC speaks with the Sword Saint, Marcos. However, the MC begins by stating that it must appear as if Marcos has killed an enormous number of people. He continues, saying that if Marcos looks in the mirror, he will also see a mass murderer who has killed many. It's obvious that Marcos won't punish himself for that, because he has a clear standard for punishing people, to punish those who have hurt many. The MC then adds that he also has clear standards, which is why he did what he did, and his standard is to punish those who have hurt many people. The MC tells the Sword Saint that they are following the same path. However, Marcos tells the MC that he doesn't need to try to justify himself. Marcos explains that the MC is different from the other hunters and all the other high rankers, who are like children and suffered greatly in the outside world. Marcos then speaks about himself, saying he is different. He never lacked anything and lived a good life. But then he began to wonder if his success truly came from his own ability, questioning if everything he achieved was simply because he was born into a good family. Marcos thinks it cannot be, and even though he was born into a good family, he obviously took pride in his achievements, but he wanted to prove that his pride was not an illusion. The MC realizes that Marcos went to the tower for this reason. Marcos then says it seems he unconsciously lowered his guard, and a skill card is shown to the MC. Marcos admits he was a fool. He had decided to trust his eyes and his hands, but before he realized it, he was relying on things called skill. Marcos then says he will ask the MC one last time if he has ever killed an innocent life. The MC replies that this is why he said Marcos didn't need to try to justify himself, stating that lies only serve to deceive the mind. He then reminds Marcos of the tower, telling him to answer with his heart and not with his mind. Marcos then says no, affirming that he has never done that, and he will not do so in the future. With that, Marcos completely denies his own skill, stating that he believes in his eye. He says he fought hard over the last 5 days, thanking the MC for enduring the stubbornness of that old man, referring to himself. He adds that it might be late to say it, but it was a very pleasant experience to be with the MC from the 12th to the 19th floor. Marcos then tells the MC to rest well today, because as soon as the press conference ends tomorrow, the 21st floor will open, and he looks forward to seeing him on the next floor. With that, Marcos leaves. The MC wonders if the Sword Saint just recognized him, and the Emperor confirms that it seems so. The MC then collapses to the ground from all the pressure, thinking it's truly over. He is happy that the 21st floor is now also his, and the guildmasters will handle the press. He thinks everything is finally over, but then the Emperor asks, "What do you mean?" As if he'd cleared the 50th floor or something. But then the goddess of protection speaks to the boy, saying she's impressed by his achievement, and she recognizes all of them, deeming him worthy enough to be considered her apostle. and Gongjia questions what that means. And so she allows him to use her name in the future, and he continues to question, still not understanding anything. Then the goddess of protection asks him to look down, requesting he look a little more to the left, and he sees the sword, remembering when it was said that the goddess of protection exerted her last power, and he realizes that the goddess was a sword, and she confirms his question. Then, after some time in a news report, the presenter says that what they are watching now is an incredible video, and he calls on viewers to take a good look at the footage they just received from the broadcast, asking if they are seeing the Black Witch holding hands with that other hunter, presuming that to be the King of Death. Then the MC kills that 11th floor boss with a single attack, and he says that if that video wasn't fake, it means the King of Death defeated the 11th floor boss in one go. But he also says that until now, no one had managed to defeat a boss with a single attack. Then, as he was about to move to the next video, Gongjia turns off the TV, and the Emperor asks why he turned off the TV, saying he was having a blast. And the MC says it's because he's so embarrassed he feels like he's going to die. And the Emperor asks why he doesn't just kill himself, since he won't die anyway. And the MC says he doesn't want to. Then he says it's annoying, telling him to change the channel. And he says that all the channels are talking about. And so the goddess of protection points out that this is due to his achievement being very unusual. And fame is like a price heroes have to pay, and the goddess of protection recommends that he get used to it. But the MC says he was so tired yesterday that he couldn't even speak properly, asking the goddess if she isn't overestimating him too much, and she says he is the light. And the goddess of protection clearly remembers the day he climbed the Empire's castle and gave a passionate speech, and the MC blushes more and more, telling her to stop, saying he only did it because he was completely hyped up, and she says she will entrust the Empire to him from now on, and in that sense her trust is very appealing. And he asks her to stop, wondering if this sword is perhaps an obsessed fan of his, and she says she is happy to serve a second master like him, and the MC wonders if anyone has ever praised him so much in his entire life, making him feel awkward. And Gongjia says she was the one who started it, and the goddess feels threatened by him putting her inside his clothes, and so she even falls silent, which the MC thinks means she is finally quiet, and he believes he gave her a good Polish. Then he asks if she is saying she is a constellation, but questions why she is in a sword, asking if she has been possessing that sword from the beginning, saying that constellations are like administrators of each tower stage, as he has seen cases where monsters became constellations after a while. But an item turning into a constellation is too much. But she simply shakes her head, saying it's really convenient to understand that a constellation is something that represents the world, and she says that originally she was a holy spirit revered as a god. However, the founder of the empire, Leofantarigim, divided her into 5 swords and sealed her. And the MC is the wielder of the first holy sword, Idol, and he is surprised that is the sword's name. The first is idol, the second is piety, the third is prayer, the fourth is sacrifice, and the fifth is salvation. She says that if the MC gathers all 5 sister swords, she can regain her original power. The MC thinks that in short, she is just a fragment of the sword, meaning she needs to obtain the other 4 to receive her full power. He finds this interesting, and asks where the other sister swords are, but she says nothing, so the MC asks again, stating his questioning where her sisters are, but she remains silent. The MC then wonders if she doesn't know, and she exercises her right to remain silent, leading him to realize she truly doesn't know. She argues that she can sense the presence of the others if they are nearby, but the MC then says he's not in a hurry to find them. Anyway, she possesses 1/5 of these original powers, so the MC asks what she can do. She replies that she can gain absolute support from the citizens of the Egim Empire. The MC says he knows that better than anyone, asking if there's anything else, and so she shines, boasting that she's confident in emitting light. The MC says he's seen enough to know that very well, his eyes tearing up from the flashbang right in his face, asking what else she can do besides gaining people's support and shine. She says she's very confident in manipulating monsters, adding that she's also confident in manipulating humans. But that's not as productive. Suddenly someone knocks on the door, asking about all the noise and if something is happening. The MC says everything is fine. Then the witch asks if he's sure. She says the press conference starts in 5 minutes, and once it's over, the 21st floor will be open. After they properly answer the reporters, they will proceed there, and the MC agrees. She thinks his response was quite lively and asks him not to be late. As the MC leaves, he speaks to the sword again, scolding it for doing nothing useful besides shine. She says she's protesting against his unfair opinions, and the MC says that from now on he'll call her Spark, stating she doesn't deserve names like Goddess of Protection or Holy Sword. The sword, even though it's a sword, is shocked by this. The MC says that, for starters, she couldn't even protect her own nation, and also that she's very noisy. He's already losing his mind because of the Sword Emperor, so he's going to start going crazy. From now on, she shouldn't speak to him unless it's absolutely necessary, so she remains silent, not even respond. He threatens her that he wouldn't make her be returned to the Ijim Empire, asking if she understood. And so she responds, speaking as little as possible. At the press conference, with 1 hour and 31 minutes remaining, they thank everyone for coming. Gongjia, seeing so many fans, thinks the Black Witch has overwhelming popularity. But she doesn't even speak to the fans and gets straight to the point. She states that, as everyone knows, they have cleared all floors from the 11th to the 20th. And as reported by various media outlets, this was an incredible feat. They had been thinking about how to deliver this good news, but it seems they didn't have to worry, because the news was spread very well by others. They are grateful that their public relations expenses were reduced, but she says there's one thing that made them proud this time, and it's not about the successful raid on the 10th floor, which they had been waiting for so long to finally happen, nor is it about them clearing the 20th floor at unimaginable speed. She's talking about 0 deaths. No deaths were reported, and of all things, this is what makes her happiest. Asking everyone to look down for a moment, she tells them to look at the ground of Babylon Square where they are standing, as they can see a name engraved on each stone. These are the names of the warriors who have perished so far, the names of veterans who dedicated their lives to clearing the tower. When they attacked the 2nd and 3rd floors, many names were engraved on that ground. She is truly happy to be able to say this in front of all those people, because on this day, no new name will be engraved in this square, and everyone applauds the Black Witch. And she announces that they will now begin the Q&A session with reporters, with 1 minute allocated for each question. The MC thinks he doesn't need to get involved in this, believing that staying aligned with the right people is crucial. As she continues to answer all the questions, the MC just wants the interview to end, so he can head to the 21st floor. Then, reporter John Evans from the Babylon Daily states he has a direct question for the King of Death, the new top 3 ranked hunter. Gongjia is shocked to realize the question is directed at him. Evans explains that there has been much discussion about the King of Death's rapid ascent in the ranking, and a particular rumor has been gaining traction. It suggests that Eli Sir, the prodigious rookie whom the major guilds have been training for a long time, is involved. If this is true, it would mean the King of Death is a hero intentionally created by the major guild. Specifically, he's heard that the King of Death will receive absolute rights over the 20th floor. There's also concern that the major guilds might be uniting to monopolize floors 11 through 20. The witch tells the MC that Evans is trying to provoke him, assuring him not to worry as she will handle it. But the MC declines, stating that such individuals will always appear, and he needs to assert his position once and for all. She attempts to counter-argue, but he insists it's fine, claiming he has a way to put an end to it. The MC is clearly stepping up to the challenge. She agrees, but cautions him not to lose control and blurt out anything reckless. While most mistakes can be covered, if he speaks too much nonsense, even she won't be able to contain the media. He states that no one in this world is as humble as he is, reminding her that she knows he is, after all, a prophet. He then greets everyone, introducing himself as the hunter nicknamed the King of Death, and expresses his pleasure in meeting them, before asking about Evan. But as Evans responds, Gongjia finds his gaze unsettling, realizing there's only one way to address such an expression. He states that, in his opinion, these are merely concerns stemming from Evan's own shortcoming, and he believes he will definitely be different from the Flame Emperor. He reiterates that, in his opinion, these are simply concerns originating from Evan's own shortcoming. He admits he doesn't possess the same charisma or experience as the Black Witch, but he knows one thing others don't: how to conduct interviews with the world's most reckless hunter. He recalls the Flame Emperor cursing everyone, claiming they only managed to clear the 20th floor due to his greatness. The Emperor had exerted himself immensely to conquer the tower, asserting that everything he acquired there was naturally his. If he didn't claim the items for himself, then who would? He even asked if they should go to the reporter's father. The MC explains that this was the infamous reporter's father incident from back then. Even though the Black Witch had attempted to intervene and whisper, a fire had already been ignited that couldn't be extinguished. All sorts of insults were hurled at him, and the recording of that scene spread across every TV station. The MC realizes that to be the best, one simply needs to do the opposite of what the worst did. So, he states that while his aware public opinion is ecstatic because of him, he finds it all a bit exaggerated. He explains that if it weren't for the help of the Black Witch and the Sword Saint, he would never have been able to clear the 20th floor alone. He adds that, of course, he also did his best to complete it without any casualties, but he doesn't believe that can be considered his sacrifice. He simply feels it was the right thing to do, both as a hunter and as a human. Therefore, he has no intention of claiming those rights. That's why he delegated all floors from the 11th to the 19th to the guild leaders. The 20th floor, he declares, will become a sort of green belt, a sanctuary where the tower residents who previously resided there can live. He would simply be content with the role of administrator for that floor. He then tells Evans that this concludes his statement, asking if he has any further question. Evans, completely frustrated, simply replies no and sits down. The MC continues to recall all the rude actions the Flame Emperor committed. He then thanks everyone, stating that if anyone else has questions, he will answer them short. Everyone immediately starts asking questions, and Gongya speaks about the lessons he learned from his strategies, calling them incredible, and stating that the MC will always be his compass. So, he starts with the newspaper and continues, but time is running out. The witch states that she understands they are eager to know more about their new hero, but unfortunately, time is short. They will conclude their break for the day there to refocus on completing the tower, asking everyone to continue following with immense interest and support. And this time, they also did their best to complete the raid with 0 death. However, another person speaks to the witch, saying they have one last question. What is the relationship between her and the Death King? She then looks with a mysterious gaze and speaks about their relationship, stating it's more than friendship like battle companion. But then they ask if they are more than friends, yet she reiterates that it's a more than friendship like battle companions type of relationship, hoping it won't be misunderstood. The press conference ends there, with another thank you for the interest and support of everyone who attended. They continue asking questions, but then she calls the MC to leave quickly. The press questions if they are really leaving after such a hot topic has emerged. She replies that she's a girl who enjoys watching K-dramas, and ultimately, one needs to ignite some flames to leave a deep impression. The MC notes that she truly is the guild leader who reigns over the town. Backstage, she tells him he was perfect, grabbing his hand and saying his humble attitude was truly an incredible bonus fact. People like heroes, but they like heroes who bow their heads in humility even more. The balance of his actions was perfect, and she didn't know he had such a talent for dealing with the press, asking what on earth he had been doing all this time to only appear now. Well, it's complicated, isn't it? Just doing the opposite of what the guy did is an example of what not to do. She then tells him that if there's anything else he wants, he just needs to tell her. Money, fame, powers, a love. She will give him anything he desires in the town. The MC says it's fine, but asks what she meant by more than friends and battle companions. As she surprised, she replies that it was nothing, and she just intentionally created a smoke screen, so the media will be looking for a scandal that doesn't even exist. It's safer to keep their attention focused on the two of them. The MC asks if that's true, and she tells him not to worry, as she has been dealing with the press for years, and he can completely trust her on this matter. At that moment, the countdown begins, until once again, that hologram appears, stating that those who wish to ascend must say yes. The Emperor then tells the zombie not to lower its guard. The MC wonders if this wasn't supposed to be a time for celebration, with everyone in a festive mood, as the 21st floor will be a completely different state. The angel states that they could have stayed on the first floor of the tower forever, as it is a refuge for those who fled, and in exchange for giving up on the challenges, they could have chosen to live a simple life. But all of them decided to complete floors 10 to 20 and witness the end of this tower. In that case, the correct thing to do is to fulfill their will, and they begin to be teleported. Everyone wonders what is happening, as they didn't even say transfer or anything. They then realize this is a forced transfer, and she states that those who are determined to climb the tower, those who are willing to receive a new name and become tower warriors, from now on, only the chosen warriors will carry the noble duty. They are then transported to a library, where a young boy welcomes the tower climbing warriors, saying he has been patiently waiting for a day that felt like 3 years ago, welcoming them to the great library of all things. He states that life begins and ends with meetings and partings, questioning if the meaning of life isn't about meeting new people, as waiting is like a spice that sweetens life. Gongjia looks at him and sees that it is the librarian, Bengu Sioki, who welcomes everyone. The librarian says that once again, he wants to express his respect, welcoming them to the great library of all things, and everyone wonders what kind of place this is. Meanwhile, a guy appears, having been taking a bath, completely naked. Bengu comments that it seems the librarian, referring to himself, did not show much consideration, placing a book on top of the guy. The MC thinks, thank goodness, that embarrassment is over. Then the witch asks who he is and what kind of place this is. He replies that he is an extra who manages this slightly larger than normal library, and says that compared to her, he is in almost insignificant existence, telling her to treat him as if he holds no importance. However, she questions this slightly larger than normal library, as the place is colossal. They think that, from what they can see, it could be called the world of library. Bengu likes this definition, and then turns to Gongjia, surprised that he is the king of death. He tells him not to be so alert, as he only wanted to welcome him, and to him, all of them are like the heroes of epic stories, which surprises Vibe. He brings a book to his hand, saying that reading books is his hobby, but the books gathered in his library are by no means ordinary writing. These are tales that tell the story of the worlds where the tower was built, and he knows they must be wondering why, among so many warriors, they were selected. The reason is simple, because in their world, they are the only characters who possess a name. The 302 people gathered there are all warriors who carry a title. Everyone is surprised that only hunters with titles were summoned, asking about the others. Then the witch asks if he is saying they will be the only ones to attack the tower. Bengu tells them not to worry, as they defended the IM Empire with only 3 people, and 300 people means 100 times that number, so they will be able to pass through the stages he prepared without much difficulty. But then the MC asks the librarian to get straight to the point, knowing he is excited to meet living people, but they want to continue climbing the tower as soon as possible. He says he understands, but he got so excited that he did not even give them their mission. However, he is not one to explain things in words, so he brings several books, asking what kind of project best suits. He says that the apocalypse he picked up is so boring, and its destruction happened in a very peaceful way, suggesting another one is better. He says he will warn them in advance, and this is just a preview of what is to come, so they should not be too surprised. And so they are taken to a different world, and Bengu says that, as he also mentioned, the archives gathered in his library are not common books or novels, and their scale is a bit larger than normal. The Great Library of all things, as its name suggests, is a library that contains records from various worlds. And this is the world they attacked, and that other one is the world where they will stay. These books are given various names, some call them epic stories, others call them chronicles, and some call them annals or sagas. However, there is yet another expression he prefers, apocalypse. Their apocalypse is still being serialized, and after a long prologue, one could say that is where the fun of reading begins. But not all apocalypses are being serialized like their world, and so that world begins to go extinct. And Bengu says there are still some apocalypses that were cancelled, and this is not the only world. He says there are several others. And if the cause of that apocalypse's cancellation was stones, the cause of that one's cancellation was water. He thinks it is a tragedy what is happening, because the characters of that apocalypse were alive just like. However, before they reached a proper end, before they could achieve an epic finale, everything ended for unfair reason. And although he calls it a cancelled serialization, for him, it would simply be called destruction. And everyone there starts to vomit from what they just saw. The Emperor thinks there's no reason for them to be vomiting, as they've already seen far worse things than ordinary humans could withstand. Then Bengo says the missions he will give them are simple, and they must choose 8 series from the cancelled apocalypses. He says he wants them to finish reading the cancelled apocalypse, wanting them to continue reading the tales of the destroyed world. He says they will enter the 8 books of the apocalypse, and save the apocalypses from the cancellation crisis. Gongjia looks closely at him while thinking about it, and Bengo says this is the mission he will give them, and they need to rebuild the world. The difficulty is yet to be defined, and the goal is that, just as there are countless worlds, there are also countless destruction. And the librarian constellation Bengu describes this as a cancelled serialization. The librarian Bengu wants the worlds that were cancelled for unjust reasons to have the chance to continue their stories again. First, they must choose one of the apocalypses, and if they succeed in saving the world, it will be registered as their 22nd floor. However, if the mission fails, the 22nd floor will not be open. At this, Bengu becomes excited for them to begin their choice. And after the trial begins, everyone starts to feel sick, and Bengu tells them to clean up their own vomit, asking if that isn't basic education, because the library's hygiene can only be maintained if all of them work hard. And so he calls forth several bookmarks, and everyone finds that strange. Bengu says these are the servant bookmarks, and they will take care of them until they have completed the 30th floor. At this, the witch asks if they are monsters, and Bengu says she can think that way if she wants, because they need to know a few things while they are there. First, they must never touch any book without his permission, and all those books are the fruit of his efforts, blood, and sweat, and these are the only apocalypses in the universe. But then, someone tells him to screw off, saying he only talks nonsense, and warn, look, that's the final boss there, asking if they are ready to attack Bengu. Then he tells everyone, ordering them to grab their weapons, because he just has to kill that guy to reach the 30th floor. But Bengu looks at him in a very funny way, and that guy says that if even the King of Death cleared the 20th floor alone, then all of them can defeat that little guy there. Then everyone looks at the MC, questioning if there's anything they can't do. Then that guy starts talking to the 5 great guilds, telling them they'd better chill out, saying he didn't like the fact that they monopolized the raids and floors from the 11th onward. and then dragged the rookie along with them to make it seem like he was the great hero of everything, asking if that isn't true. And the witch asks who he thinks he's talking to, but Gongjia tells her to relax, holding her back. But then she says she can't do that, because if they let people like that go unpunished, everything will go well for them. But the MC says that everything happening there is being broadcast live, and she doesn't even understand that, and everyone is really watching down below. Gongjia says that in his past life, he also watched the raid on the 30th floor in the plaza. He explains that they are broadcasting everything via holograms in the central plaza, and that Constellation said they are nothing more than characters. And of course, there are spectators watching these characters, and if she acts poorly there, it will be stored in everyone's memory forever. And she realizes that, in fact, the most important thing there is how they conclude that stage. The MC agrees, and they are already in the series called The Great Library. Then the system speaks to Gongjia, saying that the reward for completing the 20th floor will be given. The reward for the normal stage is the blessing of the goddess of beauty falling upon him, and he can observe the approval of the characters from the 21st to the 30th floor. And the reward for the hidden stage is the blessing of the goddess of vitality falling upon the board, and he becomes increasingly excited. It is said that he can observe the minds of the characters from the 21st to the 30th floor, and the MC thinks this was exactly what he needed right now, and he immediately starts testing it on the witch, using the character window. He then sees everything about her, and also what she's thinking. In her mind, she's thinking that if everything they're doing is being broadcast to all of Babylon, they'll have to act like noble figures in the future. And completing the stage is a secondary objective, as she considers the wisest tactic from that point on. However, she notices Gongjia staring too much and asks what's wrong or what happened, but he says it's nothing. Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor is laughing too much behind him, and the girl even tries to continue talking to the MC, but the Sword Emperor can't stop laughing because he read in her profile that she dreams of a prince on a white horse at her age, and he tells Gongjia to get a white horse and ride it. However, the MC uses the status window on that crazy guy, seeing everything he has to show, and his stats are certainly no better, and he's shocked that it works on him too, and he's even more shocked that one of his favorite characters is his own mother. Then the Emperor asks if he's crazy, stating that he's not someone who would just die, telling him to turn that off now, to erase it from his brain, questioning if he's doubting him because he'll kill him. However, Gongjia doesn't care what he's saying, and tells him not to talk nonsense until the 30th floor, saying it's better to bow his head to him, otherwise, he'll open his character window whenever he wants, and warns him that one day he'll make him pay for it. And as for the other fools, he proposes to finish off Bangu by attacking him, but then Marcos calls all of them idiots, asking if they've forgotten that that constellation only showed them worlds that were perishing, and if it wanted to, that constellation could have just thrown them into one of those dying worlds. And even so, he questions if they want to fight against such a being. He states that if their madness was to attempt group self-sacrifice, he wouldn't stop. Everyone then thinks for a moment, but the guy who spearheaded this tells everyone not to be afraid, because the King of Death completed the 10th and 20th floors alone, and that's how the plan bosses appear. He says that the 5 great guilds are orchestrating everything, stating that if they don't want to remain their slaves forever, then they must attack. But then Bangu asks if he's finished controlling them there, and that guy calls them wretched brat, saying that 50 of them are more than enough to finish off Bangu. But he apologizes, saying that clichés aren't really his thing, and then calls them to end it all, invoking a sea of monsters, a bunch of tentacles upon those guys, and pulling everyone into one of his stories. And Bangu says that in that special apocalypse, humanity was extinct, and only one sorcerer survived, and the sorcerer kind of turned into more of a tentacle monster than a human, after facing so many adversities, and this is one of his favorite main characters, and maybe he's in 9th place or something like that, and he says that this sorcerer is basically an expert in sealing magic, wondering if he should say it's a relationship between a client and an owner, and in exchange for the materials he occasionally gives him, the sorcerer is always willing to accept his request. Then what comes back from inside are the bookmarks, and they are dropped there, and Bangu says that the sorcerer's hobby is to make the things he creates wear servant outfit, and Bangu doesn't even blame him, wondering what else he could do, since all of humanity, with the exception of himself, was extinct, and it would have been stranger if he had remained sane. And the witch is shocked, and Bangu says he thinks it's better this way, since they took care of some useless extras, asking if they are now ready to become the main characters, and everyone quietly starts reading while seated, and the Inquisitor thinks it was boring, since 50 people were already eliminated at the beginning, but some sacrifices always needed to move forward. He told them not to forget their sacrifices, and to work even harder to defeat the tower. He encouraged everyone to cheer, saying they were lucky to have only lost 50 people, not 100, which left everyone shocked. He then asked if they weren't going to drink anything, as the tea the marker was serving was delicious, But then the MC told the Inquisitor to shut up for a moment, explaining that the more he spoke, the lower their morale dropped. Since it was a big problem, the Inquisitor happily agreed to stay quiet. Gongjia then addressed everyone, saying he knew they must understand that constellations shouldn't be attacked so desperate, and for now, they could only silently follow the mission given by the librarian. He thought to himself that he was now third in the ranking, the third strongest hunter there, with the right to speak, and he had to get used to receiving attention. He told everyone that the fact they were proceeding with the mission didn't mean they were at a disadvantage, telling them all to take a look at the mission window. Everyone looked at it. He said the most important part was the last one, asking if they knew what that meant, because depending on the type of world they saved, the reward would change. If they saved a world full of diamonds, then that world would become their 22nd world, and diamonds were just an example. But what if the world was full of food, water, and other types of resources, and the yield was high enough? Then they could solve the food problem in the tower without needing the outside world. He then picked up a book, and as soon as he opened it, he was shocked. But Viper asked if nothing had happened. Bangu said that was exactly it, and as long as he didn't activate his powers, these apocalypses were just old books. And of course there were forbidden books that were dangerous even to touch. The MC questioned if they all understood now, telling them to go there and read some books because they had to find the best world to defeat, one that would bring them the most benefit. Then, among the apocalypse worlds that served as the stage for the 20th floor, one of them was the Tales of Summering Academy. It was said to be a historical magic academy, a common academy where friendships, competitions, love, and envy coexisted. This apocalypse could have remained a common academy, if not for the world destruction rank artifact sealed in the academy's basement. The reason for the apocalypse was that the evil lady lost her fiancé, the first prince, to a high school girl who had reincarnated twice. She then turned into a wicked person, releasing the king of great demons and causing the world to be destroyed. In summary, the story went like this. A guy approached a girl, saying his other half was there, and her name was Sylvia, talking to him. But then, someone simply blew up the academy, and out of nowhere, a demon appeared, which was incredibly unlucky, and thus the world was destroyed. The MC said that romance ended so quickly that those present weren't too angry, but anyone would be annoyed. He explained that each book had different difficulties and content, and among them, they had to choose the ones they could complete, and that would bring them the most benefit. He then wondered, what if this were the real world, and no one paid much attention to? The Emperor told the MC that they were acting like this because he was speaking too formal, asking if he still didn't understand how difficult it was to make those idiotic hunters listen. He was now dealing with 250 hunters, and to make them all listen, he needed to be more informal. Each time he leveled up, he heard his presence become more defined, asking if the boy knew what that meant. He said that his pride had grown stronger, and Gongjia found that curious. The Emperor then explained that the stronger a hunter's level, the greater their pride, and those guys would never listen to it. But then the MC thought for a moment and sprang into action, speaking sternly to them, saying there were hundreds of apocalypse books there, and asking how he was supposed to read all of them by himself. He tells them to start reading now, explaining they will divide into groups. Those who have read novels or romances will go to the left, and those who know nothing about novels or romances will go to the right. He adds that those who have read books before should divide into groups based on their favorite genre, and everyone actually follows his instructions heading towards mystery, romance, and other categories. But he notices the division isn't very good. He questions if no one else will come to the historical genre, wondering why there are so many people in the other group, and so they begin to read. The MC states that they will now divide the apocalypse books into genre-based groups, telling them to read them all together. He instructs them to read the books and decide if they are a success or a failure. But then the Inquisitor asks to speak, and Gongjia gives him the floor. He questions how they will know what constitutes a failure. The MC says he will give them an example of a failure. The book's title is Surviving the Volcano, and its introduction states that the world was devastated by a nuclear war. But humanity's vitality is incredible, and even on the ground where the nuclear war exploded, the MC and his beloved survived. After surviving against all odds, the main couple swore they would be the new Adam and Eve. But then the Inquisitor, seeing that they would be a new Adam and Eve, questions if it isn't romantic and beautiful. However, the reason for its suspension was that the main couple spent their last night in the active area of a volcano, and thus, humanity was extinguished. He explains there's no point trying to save that world, as a nuclear war has already occurred there. So what will they do if they end up with a world full of radiation on the 22nd floor? Finally, the Inquisitor understands what he's trying to say. The MC explains that, for example, the Flame Emperor went to the 29th floor, targeting worlds that contained lava or volcanoes, because he was immune to fire, and if he had been lucky, it's possible he could have obtained the 8 treasures of the town. But he didn't even take other people into consideration. He asks if they understand now, because it doesn't matter if the story is boring, or if the protagonist died of a tumor. They shouldn't care about that. What matters is that they read everything and decide if saving that world will benefit all of them. But then someone calls out to him, and Gongjia finds him strange. So he speaks to the witch, asking if this isn't the mystery group. She says she knows, but then he gets puzzled, because her character window had stated she liked romances. He questions if she likes mystery stories, and she says, of course, stating that she is an intelligent woman. But he thinks, no way, wondering if she doesn't want people to know she likes romances. Because now that he thinks about it, there are very few hunters in the romance group. And on the other hand, the martial arts group is full of male hunters. These people are pretending to be something they are not, even in a situation like this. The emperor says he told him so, because high-level hunters feed on their own pride. He asks if he didn't see those 50 suicidal idiots from earlier, as all of them were crazy. At this, the MC speaks to the Black Witch, saying that no matter how much she wants to hide it, but then she doesn't quite understand what he's saying. He explains that he thought she was a very romantic person, saying that's what he always thought. So he was a bit surprised not to see her in the romance group. She questions if he's asking if she looks like someone who suits romance, and he says yes, explaining that's why he found it strange not seeing her in the romance group. She then seizes this opportunity, and the opening Gongjia gave her, saying that if he's saying it, there's no way to disagree. She states she has never read romance before, but wonders if she should take this opportunity to try a new challenge. The Inquisitor then said that the MC did very well, because when the Black Witch sits down somewhere, she doesn't get up so easily. However, Gongjia asked the Inquisitor if he also read mystery story, and he replied that he knew Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. But then he opened that crazy guy's character window, and he had to admit that this guy was truly not right in the head. He was actually thinking everything he was saying, and even his affection for the MC was only half. And he noticed that this didn't add up, wondering how this guy could say exactly what he was thinking. So the Inquisitor asked what his problem was, but Gongjia replied that, from now on, he was part of the fairy tale group. He added that the Inquisitor was the only one in that group, and he would have to review all the books of that genre by himself. The Inquisitor then felt a huge sense of responsibility, telling him not to worry, because he would read them all very thoroughly. And the MC thought that among several hundreds of apocalypses, there wasn't a single fairy tale. So how could a story be considered a fairy tale if the world ended in the end? He then realized it was difficult to deal with everyone, and he wondered how 111 out of 250 people were lying about their favorite genre, because those people were truly crazy. And now he went to the last person to be checked, opening Viper's character window, and upon reading each piece of information there, the MC was shocked, because basically, this guy would definitely be a subscriber to my channel. And seeing that, he realized that the 6th ranked person in the tower, the guild leader, Xiong Mu, was thinking that the story he was reading was absolute crap, wondering what kind of martial artist group this was. The quality of what he was reading was so terrible, it made his eyes want to fall out, and he wondered if it wasn't an absurd lack of consideration for the reader. Then he noticed Gongjia staring too much, asking what was wrong, and saying he was busy reading a book, and the MC realized that guy was the Emperor of Light novel. He said it was nothing, telling Viper he could continue reading, and after a while, no one else could read anymore. And then the witch spoke to the MC, saying she totally understood how that constellation felt, and Gongjia didn't understand what she meant. She explained that this apocalypse was suspended right in the middle of the story's climax. She said that the moment the male lead tried to confess to the female lead, a meteor fell, and when they finally kissed, aliens appeared, and it was total chaos. She wondered why on earth there was an alien invasion in a historical romance story. She added that it was like a perfect meme, but it felt like something strange appeared when she cut the pork leg at the height of the feast. However, the MC was shocked by her detailed description, asking if she could please not talk about that while he was eating. She then said she was very sorry, apologizing for being so insensitive, but it was just that she needed to tell him how it felt. So he said that all of this was being broadcast live, asking if she was okay saying all that. She continued to be annoyed, but then she leaned close to the MC's ear to say something, and he even dropped his sandwich. Bengo said it seemed they were finally understanding all the pain he had gone through, because all those 683 apocalypse books he had granted, even in his grand library, were considered magical grimoires that possessed a very particular destructive power, and these books were so incredible that readers couldn't help but fall in love with them. But he said that was it. Even though they were so incredible, they all ended up making readers sad, because all those magical grimoires had a crappy ending. So the witch asked if he had given them these books on purpose, just so they would suffer as much as he did. Bengu then said she could think that if she wanted, confirming that was exactly it. He hoped they would all get stuck in that hell of cancelled series, and he wanted them to fall into eternal suffering, to writhe in pain, telling them to suffer. And everyone was shocked that he had made them read cancelled stories on purpose, saying he was a real devil. But then the alchemy master calls the MC, and he asks if she also received a title. She replies that it also happened by chance, and even though it was just a plain title like alchemist, she still got one. The MC then asks if she already received the title of alchemy master, saying it's incredible, and wondering how she managed to get such a title so quickly. But she says there's nothing incredible about it, stating that she's not just being humble. A few days ago, she heard a sound saying that the item she produced helped save the world, and that's how she received her title, asking if the MC was also confused. Gongjia realizes it was because of the elixir she made for him, noting that he had helped her all this time. But she says that she isn't the incredible one, he is, as it's a great honor to meet someone like him, who reached 3rd place in the rankings in such a short time. The MC says he also got lucky, but the girl tells him that if he ever needs anything from her, he just has to let her know, promising to do everything she can to help. At this point, they announce that the martial arts group has finished their readings, and the romance group has also done. As for the mystery group, they finished along with the sci-fi group. The MC states that now each group must present some recommendation. Then the Inquisitor says his fairy tale group will recommend that, and even though it's the only book he has, Gongjia is surprised to see that thing, and the book is titled, Me and Our Scapegoat. The introduction states that humanity in this world managed to create a utopia, but a special power was required to maintain it, and the necessary power source was the screams of suffering from an innocent child. And despite being horrible, for the perfect happiness of 17 million people, an innocent child had to endure. Thanks to meticulously developed torture methods and efficient treatment, approximately 5 years' worth of screams were extracted from each child, which was considered efficient. The reason for its suspension was that 118,000 years had passed since the utopia's creation, and eventually all innocent children were used up, leading to the end of the utopia that had lost its power source. The MC notes that he will have to clear that apocalypse regardless of its difficulty or reward. As for the martial arts group, they strongly recommend that masterpiece titled Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. The introduction states that Murum, a world where people venerate Mu, encountered a heavenly demon who arrived there and attempted to unify Murum, and a demonic cult formed around the heavenly demon. The opposing forces against this demonic cult, both sides fought to control the world, or they would have, if not for the emergence of a super epidemic. The reason for its suspension was that an unidentified epidemic swept across the world, causing the heavenly demon to die, annihilating the demonic cult, and destroying the other forces as well. Marcos explains that the reason he's recommending Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon is simple. In this world, there's a person called the Heavenly Demon, and it's the Murum world where all the strongest martial arts are gathered. Therefore, a library or something similar must have been built to house a great secret treasure. And martial arts scriptures are books containing the secrets of the skills that are martial arts themselves. In other words, if they manage to save this world, they will gain a library with the best skills in the world. And this is a great opportunity for their hunters to grow strong. Everyone gets excited about this. Gongjia thinks that the Murum world must be full of masters, and if he dies to any of them, he wonders if a rank A skill will appear even if he chooses just any master. The Sword Emperor wonders why his mind is racing, questioning if he's afraid people might actually think he's a zombie. But then he realizes the world he wants to destroy has just appeared, though it will be difficult to do so with his current strength. Meanwhile, the Inquisitor is poking around, and Bellino, in turn, sends a signal to the MC, who is surprised by this. Bellino says her sister's sword is very close. Gongjia is surprised, and when he looks forward, he sees the Chronicles of the Celestial Demon in Marcos' hand. Bellino confirms she feels her sister's presence in the book the Sword Saint is holding. After this, the MC goes to the bathroom, telling the Sword Saint that before they go to Murum, he will start by dying once. The Sword Saint doesn't quite understand what the boy means. Gongjia explains that Leofanta Agem was the first emperor of that empire, and was also responsible for transforming the goddess of protection into Bellino. He doesn't know what kind of person Agem was, but he could travel between worlds. He then asks the sword if she was in the world of the Agem Empire, but states that the other sword is in the Murum world. This means Agem had the ability to travel between worlds. He was able to create an empire, and was strong enough to seal a constellation. It's not a good idea for the MC to jump headfirst into the Murum world in his current state, as he is not invincible. The MC thinks that, in fact, lately he's been a bit nervous. He was worried that his confidence would turn into arrogance if he became too relaxed. He mentions that he reached 3rd place in the Hunter rankings, and defeated the Demon King almost single-handed. Now, all anyone talks about in the city are stories about him. He's even giving orders to other titled hunters. He's afraid of letting his guard down if he makes a mistake, just as the former #1 ranked hunter was killed by him for being off guard. This could happen again. He says he needs to know what kind of person Agem was before entering the chronicles of the celestial demon, especially since he currently has no information. The Emperor thinks this plan isn't bad, but questions what exactly the MC has in mind for preparation, saying there's no way to know anything about this guy. However, Gongjia says he's wrong. Even though she's in the form of a sword now, she is the goddess of protection, and despite being divided into 5 parts, she is undoubtedly a constellation. But now he has a doubt. What if he stabs himself with that sword? He wonders if it will count as self-sacrifice or murder. He tells himself the chances are 50-50, and it's worth a try. Miss Bellino asks him to reconsider, but the MC asks why. She vehemently states that it's shameful for her to show her past and that she would like to maintain her privacy. But Gongjia says there's no such thing as privacy between them. He's also showing his entire life being broadcast live 24/7. That should be fair. She begs him to stop, but the MC goes ahead. It is stated that Death has met the conditions for skill activation. The Death Goddess's skills are currently sealed and cannot be acquired. And since he is a rank D hunter, a penalty will be applied due to his skill. The intermediate penalty is the realm of Petra. In another corner, an angel is speaking with a man, telling him his long journey has finally come to an end. The angel affirms that they knew he could do it, and the man agreed. The MC wonders if this man is Leofanta Egg. The man himself says it feels like only yesterday he was brought back by the sudden summon, but in a short time, he became the emperor of the entire unified continent. The Sword Emperor is surprised by what the man is saying. Just by looking at the silver-haired man, he can tell he is the constellation killer. Gongjia then asks if the Sword Emperor knows him, and also asks what a constellation killer is. The Sword Emperor says that's his title, and that bastard received this title because he went around seeking out and eliminating constellation. The tower is connected to various worlds, and from the 50th floor, he will have to compete with hunters from other worlds. This guy remained on the 50th floor without climbing the tower further. Whenever a new constellation appeared, he would immediately track it down and kill it. So the MC asks if Leofanta is also a hunter. The Emperor confirms that he is. He wondered what kind of world a madman like him was born into, and never thought he would find an ancient connection in a place like this. But Gongjia asks what the relationship between the two was. Then the Saintess speaks to Leofanta, saying she can finally feel relieved again, as he was also a common human who knew nothing at first. The Emperor says they had a real fight, and he has to admit that Leofanta was strong, but not strong enough to defeat. Then she speaks to Leofanta, asking what he plans to do now that he is stronger than her, as there are no more gods or demons to block his path. Then he speaks to the constellation, stating that neither gods nor demons are constellation. The world belongs to humans, not constellation. That's why he finds it strange for her to suddenly use her aura. He says he won't kill her, as she has helped him until now. Then he begins to break her, raising his hand over the girl, saying he will tear and seal her existence, so she will never be able to recover her powers again. She is then broken by him, and he says he's sorry, but this is the right way. The trauma reproduction is completed, and the system confirms if his ego was still maintained, and the penalty is finalized. Then he says he doesn't understand what he saw, asking Bellino why her former master sealed her. She replies that she doesn't know either, saying that Leofanta Agem, as she remembers him, was a reclusive but very just man. She states that she has no idea why he sealed her, and left behind the empire he himself founded. The Emperor then says he already told him, because the higher a hunter's level, the crazier they are, advising him not to try to understand madmen, because if he stares into the abyss for too long, he might also fall into it. He just needs to become strong like him to kill all those bastards, like the Constellation Killer, or whoever they may be. The MC says he will consider this advantageous just for having seen his fate, and thinks the Constellation Killer will act hostilely as soon as he sees him, especially since he is carrying one of the fragments of the constellation he sealed. And so, back on the 21st floor, he thinks the hunters chose the 22nd floor after reading all the apocalypses. Because the Sword Scent personally recommended them, the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon were chosen without difficulty. Then Bangu asks if they chose martial arts as the first genre, and says it's not a bad choice. Even though it's not a Muram world they are familiar with, it also contains martial arts and many strong individuals. Depending on how they guide the story, they might even gain a miraculous encounter, and the value of martial arts is immeasurable. It's possible they could even acquire some skills just by how they speak. Everything there is high risk and high reward, which speaks volumes about how strong the enemies in that world are. And of course, if they enter the apocalypse and end up dying there, they will truly die. It will also be impossible to leave the apocalypse until they achieve a complete ending for it. The Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon have a player limit of 2 to 4 people. Then he asks who will be part of the Apocalypse's character roster, and everyone looks at the MC, and he affirms that he will. And Marcos says he will too, because they can't leave out the person who recommended the Apocalypse. And Gongya immediately realizes that the soul of that martial arts fanatic will be burning with excitement. And Bangu says the minimum number of people has been met, but they can still bring 2 more characters with them. However, Marcos states there's another reason why he recommended that Apocalypse, and he explains the reasons for its suspension. He explains that the last line of the Apocalypse stated that the celestial demon suddenly died due to an unidentified epidemic, and consequently all other forces perished as well. And as they can see, an epidemic was responsible for destroying that world. Therefore, they also need a hunter who knows a great deal about diseases. And there's no one who knows as much about diseases as him, the king of medicine, asking what they think about him joining. But then the emperor speaks of that man, noting that he owns Marcos' favorite pharmacy. And the emperor himself says he will handle most of the fights, and if that's not enough, the king of death will assist. So, once the king of medicine resolves the disease problem, this Apocalypse will be there just for the 3 of them. Asking if the MC has anything to say, Gongya replies that he does, stating there's someone he'd like to bring with him. And he points to the master alchemist, and she is shocked that he is referring to her, and he confirms it. But the girl tells the MC that it's only been a week since she received her title, saying she's too weak, and someone like her is of no use. However, Gongya says she is the most competent doctor and pharmacist he knows, and she can't even believe what he's saying. And the MC says that, just as she herself stated before, she will do anything she can to help. So he says that if she wasn't just saying that for the sake of it, he asks what she thinks about helping. And he says she just needs to pay the price for having gained her title at his expense, and the girl finds it awkward to refuse him. Then they are surprised that all 4 slots have already been filled, but they question who on earth that woman is. And Marcos recognizes her as the girl he saw that one time, and the girl is terrified, but he tells her she doesn't need to be afraid, as the issue between him and the MC has already been resolved. Yet the girl remains somewhat scared. But he speaks to Gongjia, saying that the place they are going is very dangerous after all. That's what the constellation said, stating that if someone dies within the Apocalypse, they will also die in the real world. And the MC even confirms what he's saying, but states that she is the best alchemist he knows. At this, the Sword Emperor thinks the king of medicine makes good elixirs, but not the best. And now that they have that girl, there's no longer any point in having it. And so Marcos thinks about what Gongjia is saying about her being the best alchemist he knows. Then the MC reads his mind, thinking, this is the recommendation of a very talented young man, so she must be special. But there's always someone more talented in the world. Then he asks his version of the Sword Emperor, saying that he has been speaking the truth for a long time. And he says he thinks they should take this opportunity to create a relationship between the MC, and the alchemist, and the king of medicine. And Gongjia is shocked by what he is thinking, because perhaps the Sword Emperor didn't say anything due to the relationship they built, but he's still exactly the same. Gongjia realizes that the Sword Emperor, and probably his version, is underestimating the alchemist in the same way they did when they last saw her. Then the old man is surprised, asking what he means by the best the MC knows, saying that's why they are novices, saying it's hilarious to see him think he's crossed a mountain when he's only stepped over a pebble. And the MC gets fed up when the old man starts talking, and he says he hates the situation because he has to feel like this young woman is his rival. Meanwhile, the alchemist looks a bit uncomfortable, and the old man starts saying that it must be because they're dating. But Marcos speaks to the Medicine King, asking him to understand, because the Death King is an incredible man, and it's just that he has little life experience. But then the Medicine King questions if experience isn't the most important thing, saying that the MC doesn't even know that and pretends to know everything, stating he's ashamed of Marcos, and he's acting like he did when he earned about $1 billion in Silicon Valley at 20 years old, with the same crappy attitude. So Marcos asks the old man to calm down a bit, and the MC notices that everything is going downhill, noticing that there's a man capable of embarrassing the Sword Saint. And so the Medicine King tells him to control his temper, telling Marcos that he had to silently listen to everything that Kid said because of him. And now he shows up with a girl, from who knows where, saying he's going to take her with him. And the MC notices that it seems like a food chain where an older elder devours a younger one. And then the girl says she doesn't mind him calling her a girl. But the Death King is no kid, questioning what he means by crappy attitude. And then the old man speaks to Marcos, questioning if it doesn't seem like she's defending her husband. So she is shocked by what the old man is saying. Meanwhile, the paladin tells them to stop, because the alchemist is undoubtedly an excellent pharmacist. And even if he only met her because of the Death King, the civil militia has been receiving countless high-quality medicines from her. Then the Medicine King says that only the civil militia would accept something with such a quality standard, and the paladin doesn't like it one bit. And the old man says she only thinks her medicines are good because she doesn't know what real quality products are, asking if she has ever been to his pharmacy, saying that even her gaze is that of a young woman irritated by rivalry. And so the Sword Emperor asks why the MC isn't saying anything, asking if he's just going to stand there holding back. But the MC says he's not holding back, because this scene is being broadcast live in Babylon Square, asking if this isn't the perfect moment, the debut of one and the retirement of the other. And so the MC questions what they think of a showdown, and the old man speaks to Marcos, saying that since he couldn't win with reason, he wanted to resort to a fight. But the MC says it's not him he's going to compete with, and he will give medicinal herbs to both of them so they can make an elixir with. Then they will compare the elixirs to see who is the best, asking if that isn't fair. But the alchemist speaks to the MC, saying she's very upset that he insulted him, but he is still the Medicine King, and on the other hand, she has just received her title. However, the MC calls the girl, trying to encourage her, saying he believes in her, so she needs to believe more in herself, and she gets a bit flustered, but still says she will do her best, even correcting herself and telling him she will win, and the two get ready to make their elixir, and the people watching them compete think that no matter how they try to see it, the Death King is being somewhat irrational, because that old man's pharmacy is so expensive, and yet it takes almost a month to get an order. And the Death King and the Medicine King are both kings, but their age difference is vast. And the Countess, seeing this drama unfold, immediately starts a bet, asking who they think will win, telling them to place their bets with the help of the markers. So the witch asks the King of Death if everything is alright, as the bets are 1.8 to 47. He replies that it's fine, asking what she thinks about making some money by betting on the alchemist to prevent the betting odds from dropping too much. However, the witch reminds him that he said everything was being broadcast live, and if the alchemist he recommended has a breakdown, his reputation will be damaged. And the MC says yes, stating that all of this is being broadcast on the internet beyond Babylon, and he even feels sorry for that old man who fancies himself the king of medicine. And so the old man tells Gongjia that he's finished, telling him to bow before his incredible creation. He shows a unique healing potion of unique rarity as well, and even though it has a bitter taste, drinking it will heal even the most lethal wound. And of course, the side effects of the healing will still occur. But regardless, creating a potion like this is incredible in itself, and they are happy with that, as it's a unique healing potion. And thinking that he truly is the king of medicine, they ask what the old man thinks about selling it, and even form a line. But the girl calls out to him, saying that she's also finished, showing a potion with an even stronger glow. Everyone stares in awe at it, and the Countess even puts on sunglasses because of the potion's glow that illuminates the entire library. And that is a mythical rank strawberry soma. And its description itself wonders how it can taste like strawberry, if there isn't even strawberry in the recipe, and questions what kind of effect this is. It is then stated that as long as its preservation state is good, even amputated body parts can be reattached without side effect. And the girl shines much brighter than that old man, and so she looks at that thing in his hand with utter disdain, asking if that's the elixir he made. As she looks at it, she treats it like trash, returning it to him and asking if that's all. And the MC, looking at her, wonders if she is the type of person who becomes infinitely stronger when she believes she has an advantage, and she tells him, not believing that his elixir-making skills are that bad. But the old man wonders if she's just that lucky, but the girl doesn't even believe it, and he says she just got lucky, and that's why all young people are like this, saying it reminds him of when he won 1.7 billion in 10 minutes on Wall Street, and thought it was all because of his skills. Then the girl asks if he wants to try again. He then questions if she's okay with it, as the goddess of luck never smiles twice. So they try again, but the old man is humiliated once more, and he then says that the goddess of luck doesn't smile thrice. He is humiliated again, and the old man tries one more time, saying that the goddess of luck won't smile for a time. But then Marcos tells the king of medicine to stop this, as his image is terrible now. But he starts saying that he cannot accept this, because this time he is sure his experience will crush that rook, and asks if Marcos isn't seeing, because this is his cinematic journey to victory. And Marcos tells her he's sorry, acknowledging that she is truly the best alchemist. But the Countess calls the girl over, asking to make a contract immediately, telling her to form an exclusive contract with her, and the girl doesn't understand anything. And the Countess says she will receive the best treatment in the industry, and will even let her touch gold, or rather, she will roll in a sea of gold, asking what she thinks. Everyone then tried to make a contract with the girl, but she told them to calm down, stating that anyone who wanted to do business with her must first ask permission from the King of Death. She would still sell to her old clients, like the Paladin, but only to others who had the King of Death's permission. so they would have to go there, and the Countess was not pleased about it. However, Gongjie said they would only think about that after they had completed the apocalypse. That's when Bangu realized they had decided on the characters, stating he would warn them again. If they died in an apocalypse, they would die in the real world. There was only one way to escape, and they had to overcome the crisis of the series' discontinuation somehow, and achieve a proper ending for it. The MC asked what a proper ending was. Bangu replied that it would be up to their judgment, and the possibilities were almost infinite. Perhaps they could save the Murim by eradicating the pandemic, or use it to personally become the masters of Murim. Gongjie then said it was fine, ordering them to send it to the Heavenly Demon Chronicle now. But then Viper asked him to wait, and everyone was surprised, questioning if he wasn't going. They then said that the sect master was an expert in martial art. The MC grew nervous as Viper began to speak, and everyone said that their sect master should be involved with this world, as they believed he should. Viper then said he was already about to step forward, asking if they hadn't forgotten about him. But internally, he was furious with all his disciples, questioning why they were trying to send him to a village like that. Outwardly, he declared that the world of those who adored martial arts and chivalry was the Murim world, and even if he had been born elsewhere, Murim had long been the hometown of his heart. However, internally, he was extremely annoyed by this, as there would be no toilets there, and judging by how much crap he had to put up with because of it in the Igam Empire, he then said it wasn't as if they didn't know why the clan he founded was called Shunmu. Internally, he thought about the true meaning of the clan's name, which was actually about him being unemployed at 32 and that being quite problematic. Outwardly, he said he had to go anyway, but internally, he thought he didn't want to go at all. Brillino was speechless at all that nonsense. Marcus said that Viper had every right to want to go, but the old man remarked that it seemed like he was just trying to suck up. Marcos, however, replied that even so, he didn't think there were reasons for him to make concession. They then noticed that the Sword Saint and Viper were starting to confront each other. The Paladin then spoke to both of them, telling them to stop, asking if they weren't going to start attacking each other right there. Viper then said that they were both martial artists, asking if it wouldn't be better to send only the strongest. But internally, the scoundrel was thinking he had to lose on purpose, as it would be too embarrassing to lose completely, so he would fight at the same level and lose in the end, because his disciples would probably understand if he lost to the Sword Saint. With that, he asked the Paladin to do something. The Paladin, in turn, said that against a strong man like Viper. She questioned the Sword Saint about what he thought of retreat, but internally, he was furious with her, asking why she was telling him to retreat. The Paladin said she knew he always wanted to be on the front line, but asked if he hadn't participated in the raids from the 11th to the 19th floor with the King of Death and the Black Witch. She stated that it would then be very bad if he said he wanted to be the first to participate in the 22nd floor raid as well. Furthermore, Viper was a group leader, and she questioned if Marcos could respect him a little, saying that even though Viper was a man who didn't care much about the image he projected to his disciple, his position was different from Marcos's, who was a lone wolf. Marcos then thinks for a moment, wondering since when he started caring about the 5 great guilds. She tries to speak to him, but he says he was just wondering if he would ever have any sense of honor. The MC wonders why he made such an emotional decision now, and he tells Viper that this time he will yield to him. Viper says he should have done that earlier, adding that he was glad to know the old man just saved his own life. But internally, he curses Marcos, thinking that he wasn't that kind of person. As for the Inquisitor, he says the Paladin is amazing because she managed to convince the Sword Saint, but she replies no, stating that it was he who accepted her persuasion. Meanwhile, the witch thinks that all of them are indeed growing little by little, and the Medicine King says that if everything is decided, they want to leave immediately, because they are just like him when he was young, and he starts spouting a lot of nonsense. Meanwhile, the Alchemist tells the Death King that she is scared, asking if he is sure it will be alright if someone like her goes with him, as the result of her clash with that old man was clear as day. But even so, she wants to know if he is certain he will take her. Viper then tells the non-combatants that they better be careful when entering a fight, because it only takes a second for someone's head to go flying. But internally, he thinks he didn't want to, asking the Sword Saint to switch places with him. Meanwhile, Bangu speaks to the 4, sending them there, stating that he names them as the 4 new characters of the Chronicles of the Celestial Demon, and when they open their eyes, they will be in the world 10 days before the discontinuation of the Chronicles of the Celestial Demon serialization, adding that he looks forward to the wonderful ending they will achieve. It is said that, in this generation, the martial arts genre was already in decline. In an era where all serious things were ridiculed, there was no room for martial art. It was a declining genre, a declining world, and it was snowing there. And when they arrive, they immediately feel the cold of that world. Gongjia tells them to release their auras to protect their body, but the 2 doctors say they haven't learned how to use aura, and the old man says he's going to freeze to death. So the MC tells Viper to take care of the medicine king. Then he picks up the old man and puts him on his back, and the old man says thank God he will survive. As for him, he picks up the alchemist, and she is surprised. Then Gongjia asks her to give him her hand, and when the girl touches him, she even thanks him, but says it makes her a little embarrassed. However, he says he is also shy, but now is not the time for that, because the librarian is a constellation, so he could easily talk about things like masterpieces and serialization. But this is a real world, not just any book, and they went there to save the world. And she knows that very well, but she thinks she underestimated everything that's happening too much. Yet she says she will do her best, and he says she just needs to focus on her role, and for now, he is protecting her with his aura. But when the time comes to cure the epidemic, she and the Medicine King will have to take the lead, and she agrees. And so the MC remembers the chronicles of the celestial demon, because he died due to the epidemic, and everyone else died soon after. It was indeed a very short sentence, which said nothing about the biting cold, or about the knee-deep snow. And from now on, they will have to discover what exactly led to the death of a character like the celestial demon. Then the girl tells them to look ahead, because she saw something there. So the MC continues to wonder what the unidentified epidemic was that caused this world to be destroyed. And so they walk towards those things. But the Emperor thinks something is strange, because he can't hear anything coming from there. And the MC wonders if the sounds aren't being muffled by the snowstorm. And he says that might be the case, but it's not just the sound. They aren't moving at all, wondering why they aren't moving. And as soon as they arrive there, they notice that the humans are all frozen, that they are truly paralyzed. And the girl goes up to one of them, trying to peel off a piece of skin from that paralyzed human. And she says they are indeed human. And the Medicine King says that according to his diagnostic ability, they died 2 years and 3 months ago, and the cause of death was infection. And after performing an analysis with his mobile hospital ability, the disease that caused all this could not be identified, and he finds that strange. Then he notices that the causes of death are all the same, but it wasn't hypothermia. They died from some disease, so they should all be lying on the ground, but they are all standing, and he thinks it's very strange. However, the girl says that it's very likely someone brought them there on purpose, and even though the causes of death are all the same, the dates of death are different, with some dying 2 years ago, and others 3 years ago. He can only imagine that someone moved the bodies on purpose, and the MC wonders if this is some kind of cemetery, but Viper doesn't agree with that, because from a distance, it looks like the Terracotta Army, Qin Shi Huang's army, who famously created an army of clay soldiers, and the MC then opens the character window of one of them, but there's nothing written there, because in the dead person's thoughts is the word light, and the MC is surprised that this is a dead person's character window, thinking that perhaps light was the last thing he thought before dying. But they think that if this is a cemetery, why was it built this way? Because all those people have weapons hanging from their waist, and the MC ends up noticing something, seeing 2 other people talking nearby, and one of them says that the celestial demon sect ends today, and the other says that even a dog would laugh if it were passing by and saw this. As long as she is alive, the celestial demon sect will also live, speaking to Bo Wozung, saying that he should be the one bidding farewell to the Muram world. But he tells her that the bloodthirsty ghost squad that her sect is so proud of already had their head severed by the blade of his axe, and even those damn demonic elders had their heads severed, and are now all dead. And he says he has 500 Muram martial artists following him, asking what kind of magic she could use to stop him. But she retorts that he's talking about magic to an old man, and tells him that the bloodthirsty ghosts are only absent for a while, because they received a secret order from her, and the MC tells them to approach in silence. And she continues arguing with Bo Wozung, asking where are all the pillars he's so proud, because the group that was once recognized as the leading faction of Muram is now nothing. And he says that's none of her business, because they scattered across the world after receiving his secret order. Then she continues saying that they had 6 secret orders, and he gets furious. So they continue arguing, and no one understands anything, until they start preparing to fight and draw their weapon. In reality, their weapons are 2 wooden sticks. Then she speaks to Bo Wozung, asking where that jade axe is so proud of it. She asked why he was holding that small piece of wood, when its only real purpose was to firmly grip that axe. The old man became flustered, telling her to shut up, and asking where she had thrown her bloodfold demonic sword to now be fighting with a mere wand like that. She replied that was harsh, stating that this was a wooden sword she had carved herself, and the 1,000-year essence of the demonic sect was contained within it. She had personally named it the Heavenly Demon Blade, but the old man asked if she had given that small piece of wood the name Heavenly Demon, and she questioned why she wouldn't, leaving both of them feeling awkward. The old man then said that, even so, Heavenly Demon Blade was a bit much, asking why she didn't use something more appropriate, like Pionta. She questioned if that didn't literally mean one, but he retorted that it was indeed what she had in her hand, speaking to that crazy woman. She then said that since he insisted, demonic one sounded good enough, but the old man freaked out, noting that everything for her had to have demon in it, asking why they put demon in the name of everything. He listed that there was already the bloodthirsty demon, the demonic sword, the flame ghost demon, the moon shadow demon lord, and even the name of those guys' group was the four demon lord. But she questioned if that wasn't somewhat elegant, to which he replied he couldn't believe they were once considered the strongest, but then they noticed something approaching, and he asked her if she hadn't been confident that the weather would be clear today. But she replied that divination sometimes fails, asking how she could see beyond the heaven. The two continued arguing, but other things arrived nearby, and she told him to shut up, ordering him to prepare for a fight, as she was already losing all the energy she didn't even have. Just then, the alchemist questioned what was happening so suddenly, and Gongjia said he wasn't sure. But as they watched, she felt a chill down her spine in fear, and when they looked back, someone appeared. At that moment, the MC thought of the Muram, and they all started running as Viper was the first to be hit. Gongjia thought about this world, saying it was a world where people venerated moon. But while they were consumed by all that fear, the MC remembered the plot of that world. A demonic sect had formed around the heavenly demon, and the opposing forces against this sect were attacking. Both were fighting to control the world, or at least that's what they would have done if not for the emergence of a super epidemic. He then realized that the super epidemic was a zombie virus. I'm starting to think this story was written by a teenager. Seriously, they just kept throwing in things. Powers, Muram, everything. It's crazy. Now they've added a zombie virus. It's like my dream. Nothing makes sense, and suddenly I wake up in fear. At that, they all ran away because of that thing, and the old man told them to flee, saying he had never seen anything like it, not even in Silicon Valley, and that the world was going to end. However, the MC told him that the world was already in ruins, ripping off the head of one of those things, but the monster still kept moving. He noted that this was the type of zombie that only stopped when its brain was destroyed, so he told everyone to get out. The two who had been arguing then heard people nearby and questioned who they were. She then said it seemed her eyes were deceiving her, stating she was seeing not just one, but 4 living people, wondering if the god of the dead was calling her. But he replied that he was also seeing them, and perhaps because she had called him an idiot for so long, he had truly become one. But Gongjia shouts at them, telling them they also need to escape, and to take the opportunity to tell him where to go. She then realizes it's actually a living person talking to the old man, who wonders if they've already died and ended up in the underworld. But she thinks this means they went to heaven or hell together. The old man thinks it's unlikely that this body, which served Lord Muram justly, would have gone to hell, so they must be in heaven. But then, how is she there? However, while they argue, all for a ride, Viper grabs another old man, the MC takes the woman, and she thinks this must be the real world, as those people are alive, and their bodies at least give off a sense of warmth. She asks where they are from, seeing that they are mastering a strange technique, and asks if Gongjia is from Sio, but the MC doesn't know what that means. He thinks she must be asking if they are from outside Muram. Then all the zombies come in an absurd manner, running, jumping, and attacking them from all directions, and Gongjia can't even believe it. Viper wonders why there are zombies flying through the sky, and the woman explains that it's her light steps ability. She borrowed some knowledge from the land of mysteries and refined it. She tells them to look, as these are the elite of the demonic sect, trained by her. Even after death, they haven't forgotten their martial arts, proving they are true masters. But the MC speculates if they truly haven't forgotten even after dying, and she says perhaps he doesn't understand because he's a scion. She explains that if a strong person turns into a zombie, their martial arts remain with them, and everyone knows this, but he says he's never heard of it. She adds that those young men are the elite of the demonic sect, and were specially trained by her. Her training makes you react to an assassination attempt even while sleeping, which is why they remain so strong even after death. However, this training is backfiring, and they are almost being caught. They realize that at this rate, they will be captured. The old man starts yelling at Viper, telling him to go faster, questioning if he can't run any quicker. He warns that if Viper gets bitten and turns into a zombie, the first person he'll go after will be him. But then he questions who the hell brought that old man there. Gongjia then shouts at him, saying they are about to be eaten by martial arts zombies, asking if that really matters now. But the point Viper raised is somewhat relevant, as he is surrounded by 2 cursed old men, while the MC is with 2 beautiful women. It's starting to look like Fred's division in Scooby-Doo. You go with the dog over there, and I'll go with these 2 to look for mysteries, look for clues there. After Gongjia says it doesn't matter, he replies that he got the pretty women, so what else could possibly matter? However, the Emperor calls the MC, and he remembers to ask the girl if the zombies have any weakness. She replies that they stop moving when their heads are crushed. Gongjia asks if there isn't an easier way, and she thinks for a moment before saying that they stop when the sun rises. At this, the MC understands what he needs to do, telling both the alchemist and the other woman that he'll have to throw them, asking them to land on their own. Throwing them forward, the two fall into the snow, and Gongjia apologizes. But then, as the zombies get closer, the Emperor sees the situation worsening, telling the MC that he will die. And the MC never thought he would see a zombie being killed by another zombie, and he already starts to think this will be the moment he crosses off one of the items on his list. And Gongjia is surprised that he made a wish list even as a ghost, but the MC says he won't die yet, raising Bellino and telling her to use her power. And so she answers his call and begins to shine, and the MC blinds all of them, leaving the zombies behind. And the Medicine King can't even believe he's alive and can breathe again, because if it weren't for that damned Marcos, he wouldn't have come to this Tower of Hell. And then Gongjia asks if she's okay, and the alchemist says yes, but her face is hurting, thanking him for saving her. Then Viper speaks to the Medicine King, that old man, saying he wants to live the rest of his life far away from old people. And the MC speaks to him, asking him to take care of the others while he kills the zombie. And Viper asks what he's going to do, and the MC says he's going to try to get rid of those guys while they're not moving, because it will take some time, as he'll need to smash their brains one by one, but it's not difficult at all. But then, that black-haired woman asks Gongjia to wait, saying that, first of all, she wants to express her gratitude for saving her. However, if he intends to tear off the zombies' heads, she has no choice but to stop. And the MC asks why, wondering if there's some kind of curse on the zombies, and if he kills them, the curse will pass to him. But she says they are all members of the demonic sect, and Gongjia finds what she's saying strange. And she says they are her disciples and subordinates, and the Great War triggered by those scoundrels from the Muram sect has begun, and they will need all the people they can gather, and there's a very complicated situation, so they can't lose elite members there. But the MC wonders what on earth this Great War is, because that world is already on the verge of destruction, and there shouldn't be any forces to start a war. But then he remembers that constellation, saying that when they open their eyes, they will be in the world 10 days before the discontinuation of the Heavenly Demon Chronicles series. And Gongjia remembers that they only have 10 days until the end of that world. Then that woman speaks to the old man, but he says that he, the Muram Lord, master of the Muram sect, is named Namgung Yuen. And the woman says she has been in the Great War against that old man for 3 years, and 989 days have passed since the war was declared. And that old man and she swore on their names that they would only leave when one of them declared defeat. And even if all the disciples of the demonic sect have turned into zombies, they are still members of the sect. And if they continue to use martial arts, they are the servants she has to take care of. So the MC must not kill them. She says that if he wants to kill someone, he should choose those wearing monk's robe. But the old man says he can't believe this, asking how she can speak like that about the servants of the Muram sect. Asking if she didn't make a promise, saying they would end that great war of good and evil without laying a finger on the zombie. But she says that promises were made to be broken. Then the two start to argue. And Gongjia says that the world is destroyed, and they're still talking about the calamity of a great war of good and evil. But then she says that the order of things is wrong, because the world was destroyed while they were fighting in the Great War. But you can't postpone a fight that has already begun. And she won't stop until she defeats the damned old man, saying she still has 500 soldiers left, and she will lead them and defeat that damned man. But he says it's him who should be saying that, because even if they turn into ghosts, his brothers and sisters from Muram fought by his side, and he will end that war which lasted 989 days once and for all. And the MC, seeing the state of the world and how those two crazy individuals are acting, is at a loss for what to do. And she says that a scholar doesn't cover their brush just as a warrior doesn't cover their sword. And even though he's holding a wooden stick, having forgotten to bring a sword, he can still send that old man to hell. And the two start fighting with that little piece of wood, using their techniques until the stick breaks. And then they resort to fisticuffs, and Gongjia just watches, wondering what the hell is going on. Then the old man pokes her in the eye. Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor thinks this is strange, as these individuals have correct postures and appropriate breathing, and they would be considered masters even in his world. And the MC is surprised that those two would be masters, and he asks if he doesn't know the fundamental principle, because the divine dragon's claw trying to pierce the eyes is like the legend of two dragons fighting for the pearl. And the woman defending her face is like the Buddha who covered the faces of all humanity, which became known as the observation of 1,000 sounds. But he wonders why they are fighting in such a strange way, and the Emperor says that's what's strange, and for them to have reached this level, they should be able to follow the flow of karma, and because there's no key in their movements, They can't summon an aura, and the fight is almost ridiculous. They shouldn't be like this, even if their key core was destroyed. Then Gongjia thinks he's trying to make a fool of him. However, Viper there says that woman is very good, and the MC feels something is going on. And he says that bite follows the principle of Ju Wang Sa, and that arm strike follows the principle of Wan Liang. And the Sword Emperor says this guy is legitimate, a true warrior, and tells Gongjia that unlike him, he has eyes that can see everything. But the MC tells him to open the character window. Then Viper thinks that if he were to analyze it with his unbeatable skill over the heavens, he would say it's correct. And the explanation for those movements could be described as, it's good to be born, from the quanta or whatever, along with a bunch of other things. And he continues to say a lot of strange things, treating them as if they were characters, or even teenagers in a show. Even Gongjia is disappointed, and the alchemist questions if that's really the case, as they just look like two children fighting. And Viper says that if everyone could see the grandeur of it, what would be the difference between being a master and a disciple? But Viper continues to think to himself, wondering how many skills those two possess, because at this rate, they will end up surpassing the Sword Saint, and he feels he will evolve just by watching them, and he will have new things to teach his disciples when he returns. And the MC thinks there are many paths to reach the same answer, as Viper was thinking, and that is the essence of martial art. Then the Emperor thanks him, but the old man there says he's going to freeze to death, calling out to the two, asking how long they're going to keep fighting, questioning if they don't see them there. And the old man says it's been a while since they've had visitors, and this really isn't appropriate behavior. And so they say they will first take them to the cave where they are staying. They then head to a spot where the sun is finally shining. When Gongjia arrives, he sees that the other two are quite exhausted, so he offers to carry the woman if she doesn't mind. She accepts, saying that practicing mind control isn't easy these days. However, Viper once again tells the MC that it's not right. He then declares that this is how it has to be, tossing the old man to Gongjia and picking her up instead. But as they walk, the MC feels something strange. The old man is warm, even in this freezing weather. The MC finds it odd, but they finally arrive at their dwelling. Inside the cave, the alchemist is amazed by the place, noticing a hot spring there. The girl says this is a place he found a long time ago, and she never imagined they'd receive foreigners from Seo as visitors. She tells them they can bathe, as she'll go look for food to serve them along with the old man. The old man asks if, by any chance, they have anything other than energy seeds to give. She retorts, asking if she hadn't just said they'd go look around, wondering if he's going deaf. So they head out, and Gongjia and the alchemist find it strange. The old man wonders if they haven't spent 3 years fighting. The alchemist thinks it's incredible, as they just had a life or death battle. The old man says they must have developed respect for each other after all this time. But he starts talking about how warm the place is, saying he was very embarrassed to have clung to a man like that when he first arrived in this world. He tells Viper to leave him alone now, but Viper keeps questioning how the Sword Saint could become friends with someone like him. The old man gets annoyed, then they bring some food for them, apologizing that they have nothing else to serve. These are energy seeds, and they tell them to eat as much as they want. In the past, they used to go hunting frequently, but now there are hardly any beasts left. The MC says it's no problem, thanking them for their hospitality, but as soon as they put that stuff in their mouths, the two of them almost freak out. The alchemist asks if they've been surviving solely on this. The woman replies that it's almost true, so she asks how long they've been doing this, and the woman says it's been over 2 years that they've only eaten seed. The alchemist thinks this is ridiculous, as one can't get the necessary nutrients to survive on just that. But the woman says she doesn't know what the alchemist means, but the seeds are still edible. But then the old man says he can't take it anymore, stating that they don't even have the energy to cross the snowy fields after only eating this. He adds that they aren't thinking about their body, and just like when he was younger, he starts making real food, saying there's nothing exceptional about it, but they should eat. He tells them they need to eat while they're still young, preparing a feast. But Nam Gunyuan tells him that he's already over 1,000 years old, and the old man is surprised, asking if they've eaten some kind of youth elixir. He then says that since they are so old, they should eat as much as their age, and that way their bodies will get strong. Gongjia gulps down the soup, tasting each dish and finding it wonderful. The alchemist says it's delicious, and the girl also says it's truly the most delicious thing in the world, asking if he's by any chance the imperial family's chef. As for Nam Gunyuan, he says he's eaten many dishes in his life, but it's the first time he's tasted something like this. The old man explains that it's because he earned 3 Michelin stars as the owner chef of his restaurant when he was in his 50s. He adds that if he had a decent stove instead of what they have, he would have made something that would make their stomachs explode. But Viper asks why a great man like him came to the town. The old man retorts, asking if it should be forbidden for someone like him to go there. saying that damn Marcos is there too. Michelin asks if he knew the Sword Saint in the outside world. The old man replies that Marcos was just a damn son of a magnet family. Compared to him, a poor loner who made his own name in Silicon Valley, it's too much. That old man ran out of luck in recent years and came to the tower with a sword. After eating, the woman remarks that the strange-looking dishes and the sheer abundance make her wonder where these children are from and why they came here. She asks if they, by any chance, have found a cure for the zombie disease. The MC looks at the alchemist, who replies that they haven't, as they are also searching for one, and thus, she loses hope. She explains that all the doctors in the region tried to cure it in a hurry, but it was in vain. Even the masters of the Tang sect, experts in poisons, were infected, but nothing would be different even if they were here now. But the MC asks if she truly believes there's no cure, and she apparently has already lost hope. But the MC says that he doesn't mean to boast, but she just saw the result of their cooking, and they possess different knowledge than hers. And the alchemist standing beside him, in particular, is better than anyone at curing diseases and creating remedies. He also mentions that even that old man there could be of great help to the alchemist, and says that if they assist them a little, they might be able to develop a cure. The two individuals exchange glances, then state that there's nothing wrong with claiming there's a cure, and it's not as if there's absolutely no way. The alchemist then questions what she is talking about. The two ask them to wait there, then go inside and eventually return. When they return, they are carrying a coffin, and inside that coffin is a zombie, restrained and paralyzed. The MC is surprised to see this. She then explains that it's the leader of the Wudang sect. After being bitten by a zombie, he entrusted his body to them, asking them to use it for research. However, the only method they could devise was to block all his Kai points using acupuncture. As soon as she removes one of those needles, the one right in the middle of its throat, the monster begins to scream, thrashing, and trying to attack everyone, and the alchemist falls back in fear. She then says that, as they can see, they've unlocked the key points between the brain and the spine, which allows them to make the zombies dormant. However, this is more of a temporary treatment than an actual cure, and a person bitten by a zombie is destined to have their Kai points and vessels filled with corrupted energy. This corrupted energy cannot be repelled, no matter how much Kai meditation one performs, whether it's a cultist with demonic Ki, or a monk with pure Kai. Once someone is bitten, it's over. Their entire body becomes hot, as if burning. Soon after, you turn into a zombie. The old man says he believes that Shaolin monk lasted the longest, as he managed to retain his mind for a year after his arm was bitten, but that was a major exception. Even the best martial arts masters barely managed to last more than 2 weeks. She then speaks to the foreign youths, asking if they truly believe they can find a cure. Both the alchemist and the medicine king aren't entirely sure if they can. She then says it's alright, as it was already a blessing from her mother that she managed to find other living people, when she thought they were the only two left in the entire world. The old man says he will prepare a place for them to sleep, so they can rest for now, as they can discuss this tomorrow morning. So as they head to sleep, the old man talks about Marcos, saying that if he leaves like this, he will be eternally furious. Everyone then falls asleep, while the old man continues to speak. But the MC is awake, and so the emperor asks why he isn't sleeping. Gongjia replies that there's something he needs to see, and the emperor simply watches. And so, during the night, the MC pretends to be asleep, and the two approach. Nam Gung Yuan says it seems they can now seize the opportunity. The MC instantly opens his eyes, and sees that the two are in the water. Nam Gung Yuan then questions what he's looking at, as he thought the MC was sleeping, and the girl already seemed to know this. She says he has sharp eyes, asking when the MC realized. He replies that he thought something was off since the first time he saw them. Even though it was extremely cold, they were wearing thin clothes, and it was so cold that one could freeze to death if they didn't envelop themselves in aura, or rather, in Kai. This means they had been enveloping themselves in Kai to protect against the cold. But how could people so talented in Kai control end up exhausted from fighting like children? The only explanation is that they were concentrating their Ki on something else. He discovers that the two were bitten, and as the leaders of each faction, they managed to suppress the corrupted energy with their immense Ki, asking if he's wrong. The girl then stands up. Nam Gung Yuan tells her she can't do that. She replies that it's fine, as they've already been discovered, telling the boy that he's right. She and the old man were bitten 3 years ago, but to make things clear, there's one thing he didn't quite understand. She says they aren't suppressing the corrupted energy, they are blocking their spinal Ki points with their own Ki, completely blocking the corrupted energy. The emperor then questions, what do you mean, as they are using Ki telekinesis? He asks Gong Jie if he has ever heard of the flying Ki sword technique. He replies yes, asking if it isn't a technique where one can make a sword fly by enveloping it in ki. He explains that blocking their spinal key points with ki means they are paralyzed from the neck down, and now they are moving their own bodies with ki, just like using the flying sword technique. From their heartbeats to their breathing process, and the movement of every joint and muscle, they are controlling each of these things with ki. Essentially, they are using the flying ki sword technique 24 hours a day, and it's no surprise they get exhausted after taking just a few steps. And these guys are truly insane, my friend. The guys from Nano Machine were surprised that the MC could control about 80 or 100 swords. Imagine controlling every process of your body to stay alive for 3 years without stopping for a single moment. Simply put, these two are completely absurd. The girl then says this is how they've been stalling the great war between the sects, and it has been like this for all these 3 long years. The heavenly demon remembers people from her sect speaking to her, saying that things cannot continue like this, as half of the blood guard has been destroyed, and the elders have already scattered everywhere after learning they would enter the Murim world. And now is not the time for them to fight with the leader of the enemy faction, saying that this might be the greatest crisis their sect, or rather the world has ever faced. Then another individual speaks to her, telling her that, as she ordered, they opened an apothecary that doesn't discriminate between factions. The leaders of the Tang and Manhwa sects all came, and they will capture some of the zombies to get answers as soon as possible. But then, another one of them approaches the celestial demon, saying that the demon lord and even the blood demon were attacked. Even if they defeat 100 zombies today, 1,000 more will appear tomorrow, and they cannot cope with this mysterious disease. Eventually, the last one remaining speaks to the celestial demon, asking her to flee to a remote island. He says that no matter how many zombies there are, they cannot cross the sea. He adds that as long as her banner is raised, they will still be part of the Murim world. But after some time, that man returns once more, questioning why she needs to keep that worthless promise. He says it was a promise made before the world fell into this state, and that the principles of the heavens have changed, so the principles of men must also change. He tells her to forget the promise she made to the Murim Lord and leave, so she can return later and restructure them again. But as the man turns to try and speak with her, he completely collapses. In the present, the MC, speaking with her, questions how they resisted. The two of them call him to a certain location, and Gongjia follows them outside. They explain that all humans eventually die, and there's an interesting story told in the Murim world. Once, there was a master who managed to achieve both immunity to poisons and stone-like durability. With these abilities, no poison could harm his insides, and no sword could pierce the master's skin. So how is it possible to kill someone who cannot be harmed by poison or by the strongest sword? He was truly invincible, but invincibility is something ancient stories could not tolerate. So she speaks to the boy, asking if he can guess how the master died, and the MC asks how it happened. She replies that he was killed by a succubus. The pleasure of uniting yin and yang is neither a poison nor a sword. But Gongjia questions if excessive pleasure isn't also a poison, to which she replies that he is correct. Therefore, the succubus did not present a torrent of pleasure right from the start. She was clever and proceeded calmly, delivering the most subtle pleasures at first, and finally applying the most lethal one. The master stopped perceiving the succubus slaps as pain, and all her actions came to be seen as a source of pleasure for him. Even the succubus gestures, steps, and glances became joy for the master. In the final moment, the succubus lightly choked him, and it didn't require strong martial arts or much effort. As he was being suffocated, the master was overcome by a wave of pleasure and smiled joyfully. The master was literally killed at the peak of pleasure. He had been invincible, externally and internally, but he could not be invincible to happiness. The moral of this story is simple, and Nam Gung Yuen says the moral is not to mess around with succubi. It's that simple. He adds that this isn't just an old story, it actually happened. He had been a master raised among jade and gold and wudang, but that succubus was a harlot sent to kill him in secret. And so the two of them go to look at the disciples below, and the celestial demon says that most novices sent to learn martial arts don't understand. They think that a martial artist's goal is to achieve invincibility, and that the reason for learning martial arts is to attain immortality and eternal life. But she says that's wrong, because a person who achieved immunity to 1,000 poisons will die from something other than poison, and those who achieved stone-like durability will die from something other than sword. So she asks if he understands, because martial artists don't just choose which martial arts they want to learn. It's about choosing what kind of warrior you want to be, and in what way you wish to die. All humans will eventually die, and they already know this, so why should they be annoyed by it? But she didn't want a death like that. She says it's fine to be assassinated, poisoned, or even attacked by enemy armies, even accepting death at the hands of Shaolin temple monks. She states it would even be good to die betrayed by a subordinate, or to die doing something good for future generation. But a death like this is unacceptable. She remembers that he asked how they managed to resist, and that's because they want to die on their own terms. The MC remembers when the alchemist said that even if the cause of death is the same, the dates of death are different, and it seems someone had been intentionally moving the bodies back and forth, and it was so she says that not many of them managed to get far today, and yesterday was a night with a lot of moonlight, and even though it's not as strong as sunlight, moonlight can also stop the zombie. Gongjia remembers her saying that the Great War is being maintained this way. Then the two face each other once more, and the MC thinks that snow falls, people die, and even if the 9 great schools and the 5 noble clans had vanished, even if the martial arts texts had become so dusty they were almost impossible to read, these two were still resisting. And even if there are 1 billion people in the world, even if 999,999,999 of them die from a disease, if only one person remains and takes their own life, the cause of the world's destruction will not have been the disease, but suicide. And at least that's what the leaders of the Muram and demonic sects thought. This was a fight to determine the cause of this world's destruction. And so, the two head into battle number 990, and this time their fight will be to the death. The two charge at each other and begin fighting again as if they were children. Gongjia remembers this declining genre, a declining world, and they were slowly dying in this apocalypse, heading towards day 990. He thinks this cannot continue, as it's absurd and shouldn't be this way, because, in the eyes of the Sword Emperor, this might seem like a great battle, but no matter how grand the reasons, it's an insult to those two. Then the Sword Emperor asks what he will do, questioning if he will kill the heavenly demon and the Muram Lord. He says it's fine, as this could be a gift of mercy, but he shouldn't forget that those two are just strangers, and the MC says he knows this, because that's not what the two of them want, and if they have to die, they would wish to die at each other's hand. And he says he will end this world in his own way. And so, as evening begins, they return there, and Gongjia follows, and Viper asks where they were, and the alchemist says they were observing the patient that day, and yesterday was a very busy day. The MC asks if they've made any progress, and the Medicine King says not yet. Then the Heavenly Demon says they will rest for a bit, telling them they can make themselves at home too, and Gongjia agrees. So he speaks to the alchemist, asking her to be honest, inquiring how long she thinks it would take to find a cure. She says that, honestly, it would take at least 120 days, but the old man says it will actually take 2 or 3 times longer than that, because the schedule for this kind of thing needs to be generous, and even then, they will never have enough time. The MC says yes, that's true, and that's the worst case scenario. So he realizes it's about 100 days at best, and around 300 at worst. And she says that in reality, even with all that time, they might not achieve anything. The facilities and environment there are poor, and she's very sorry. She says he trusted her and brought her there. But Gongjia remembers when Bangu said they would only have 10 days. She says it's impossible to achieve a cure within the predetermined time. However, the MC says that's enough, telling her not to worry because he will resolve the time issue, instructing her to continue researching non-stop. He asks if she remembers the words he spoke when they fell into this world. He says this isn't an ordinary book, it's a real world, and they are there to save it. He states that his words are still the same as yesterday, and the time limit is before. If they don't break through this stage, they might never escape the apocalypse. He asks her to please set aside any thoughts of doubt, saying he will do his best in his role. She then asks him to please show her his best as well. She is surprised by his resolve, asking him to set aside his doubt. The MC then promises her that all other problems will be resolved, asking her to trust him and just keep working. She then tells Gongjia that if it weren't for him, she would be doing odd jobs in the slums, all her equipment stolen. And honestly, she doesn't know what she would have done. She says she wants to repay him for what he did, and that's why she will focus solely on developing the cure. However, when she's focused on work, she can't pay attention to her surroundings and probably won't be very polite. Still, the MC says that's not a problem, telling her to please show him her skills to the fullest, and she agrees. She asks the old man to help her with all his strength from now on, and he is surprised by this. He says there's order even in cold waters, superior and inferior, asking how a beginner dares to ask the king of medicine for help. But then she opens her skill card. He then questions if she's trying to show off her skills to him, saying that younger people think skills are everything. He says she doesn't know what true skills are, but she tells him he can look at what her skills are. He is surprised, asking if she's going to reveal her skills to a rival, then asks if she's gone crazy. But she asks if he prefers her not to show them, saying this skill is called ambulatory hospital, and everything from blood tests to electroencephalograms can be done in real time, and she can also use the medicine she stored beforehand. However, there's a 2% chance of diagnostic failure, and that is the life diagnosis, which shows the patient's conditions at a genetic level. By combining the two skills, she can minimize diagnostic failure. But then he asks her to wait, questioning why she's showing him her skill, and says that if she exposes this to the alchemy castle or her business partners, she's lost, but she says he can do whatever he wants. However, he must help her until she can put together a treatment, but he keeps asking why she's asking him for help. But she says it's because she needs him to speed up the development time, even if it's just by one day. She asks if he doesn't hate looking at her, assuming he's thinking this young woman knows nothing, and it must be irritating to see someone as talented as her. She says that the days she will live in the future are longer than his, and knowing that, and also knowing she will be admired for longer than him, must drive him crazy. And if he helps her this time, she will give him all the medicine recipes she has made so far, and she won't go around saying the recipes are hers and he can use them. But then he slaps the girl's face, knocking her glasses away, and curses at her. But she merely says she will analyze the zombie virus. He then says she will discover that there is a heaven above heaven. But then she tells him to please do what she's asking. He then says the day will come when her pride will be crushed, and she will be just another rotten corpse. But she doesn't care about that, telling him to just do what she's asking. She says she will write down everything she needs and give him the list. After much discussion, the two finally agree, and they sit near the body. As they focus, she tells Gongya to leave. She says the sound of his breathing distracts her, and it's very, very unsettling. The old man then tells him to go and get 6 more zombies while he's out, saying he needs more sample. A child, a young person, and an elder, each of 2 different genders. And if there are any medicinal herbs, he needs him to collect those too. So the MC tells them to leave it to him, as he will do it, and they all leave. From outside, the 2 of them reflect on the difficulty they're having with that body, wondering how many zombies have spread, and so time passes. As the MC goes after the zombies, catching several of them and bringing them back, Gongya says that a week has passed since they arrived in the apocalypse, until one day, the strongest blizzard they had seen so far arrived. The celestial demon says they cannot go out today, explaining that it's normal to see days like this. In fact, they were lucky that the past few days were sunny, and in the worst cases, snow fell for 30 consecutive days without a single ray of sunlight, so they couldn't go out. The MC then assumes that the zombies will continue to move, realizing that if they go too far, they won't be able to rescue. She says that in that case, there's nothing they can do. They've lost, and 3 years ago, her school's power reached 1,000 men, which is almost the same number of men the old man took to his sect. But as time passes, the zombies go so far that they cannot be found. And Gongya thinks that must be the scariest thing, but she doesn't quite understand. He talks about waking up, going to the fields, and discovering that the zombies have vanished somewhat. However, she asks him if he really thinks she would be scared, and he says yes, he thinks so. She says that indeed the world has been turned upside down, because in the past, a man who spoke like that wouldn't keep his head. She tells him he should consider himself lucky that the world is destroyed, but he says that the celestial demon and the Muram Lord are masters, and they are so good at martial arts that it would be ridiculous to compare them to him. However, no matter how skilled they are, their ki is not infinite. He questions what she will do when her ki runs out, as they are blocking their spines with ki and their heartbeats, breathing, and general movements are also controlled by ki. No matter how strong they are, it will be impossible to continue this forever. He says he will ask again, questioning what will happen when their ki runs out. She doesn't even answer, saying he is truly wise, and so he assumes she doesn't have many days left. She says she will correct what he said, telling him he perceives things very quickly. At this, the MC wonders why the world of the Celestial Demon Chronicles was destroyed, because if you stop to think about it, you'll see that it was something incredibly simple. Gongjia assumes that when their ki runs out, it will be impossible to keep moving, and she says yes, only 3 parts will remain: the heart, lungs, and upper limbs, and everything else will rot. So the MC says she must already know. She says the Shaolin monk lasted for another year. He hid in his own quarters, sitting cross-legged, and shortly before the end, his entire body, with the exception of his face, was black and rotten, just like the zombie, and a single word was left as his testament, Amitabha. She says he asked if she was afraid, and she admits she is very afraid. She's afraid of running out of ki, afraid of becoming exhausted, afraid of the snowstorms, of being without sunlight, afraid that when the sunlight returns, those who were subordinates will have disappeared, and she's afraid she won't be able to kill that old man. She fears that the old man won't be able to kill her, and she fears the day will come when both she and the old man will lie forever, unable to move. Both she and the old man will lie together, waiting for their ki to run out and their lives to fade away. And at that moment, he would apologize to her, as he could no longer move his body. And she says that's why. What a terrifying world. What a terrible situation they are living in. They literally have nothing they can do. If she kills him, she will end up dying of starvation, just as she fears. So if he kills her, it's the same outcome. She fears the people disappearing outside, she fears many things. And there's nothing to be done, because they can only wait without knowing how to resolve the situation. This must be hell, and she says she's afraid of a meaningless death. And the MC thinks that the fact they fought until the end meant nothing, because the moment they both silently disappeared, only snow would fall, and all that would remain would be a series of colorless landscape. And it reaches a point where Namgung Yuen can no longer continue, and the alchemist apologizes, saying she cannot heal him in his current state, and the heavenly demon sees him, telling him to get up. But he continues to apologize, and she says she doesn't want to hear his excuses, ordering him to stand up, asking if he didn't make a deal with her, questioning if he didn't say he would challenge the demonic sect to raise the banner of his Muram sect, also asking if he didn't try to fight, gathering the 9 great schools and 5 noble clans, saying that he cannot die in a hospital bed like this, telling him she forbids it, ordering him to get up and grab his weapon, getting angry, saying it doesn't have to be his damned act. And so the MC is surprised, both of them actually. Then she tells him to pick up anything, even a piece of wood, and fight her. However, he continues to apologize, but she says she already told him to get up. However, he apologizes to her for being weaker than her, saying he has already tried to resist for another day, but it's already difficult, saying that she must have felt it too, and he was already running out of internal energy. And he tells her that his ki has run out, and she can still survive for another year, but this is his end, saying he was weaker than her, asking her to kill him, saying he doesn't want to end up like the leader of the Shaolin monk, telling her to kill him before his body rots. Because when you become a zombie, you don't truly see, even if your eyes are open, and you don't truly live, even if you're still moving. So he doesn't want that, but she questions if he wants her to kill him while he's lying in a bed, asking if that's what he's saying, questioning if this is the end of the great war he promised her, for they had sworn to defeat each other before, asking for what glory he resisted until now, and she says they should have ordered their sect subordinates to die together, asking for what brilliant future he lived until now, and he even tries to speak. But she talks about Namgung Yuen, the target of everyone's desire and envy because he was born with the constitution of a celestial body, having even reached the peak of his power at 20 years old, and even before 30, he became the leader of the Namgung family, and when the demonic world gained power, he was promoted to leader of Muram. The essence of the Muram sect rests upon him, and the resentment of the paths of justice weigh on his shoulders. And yet he is offering his neck to her, an evil person. He has nothing to say. And so she says it's fine, saying she will kill him, but he won't have a good death. Then they all feel that aggressive ki emanating from her, and she pulls out a massive axe. Speaking to the old man of the Namgung, she says, this is the ancient halberd he loved so much, questioning if he hasn't forgotten it yet. He notices it's so big high. She tells him to speak, commanding him to utter a phrase. War has forgotten honor, and honor has forgotten war. She states that if he says that, she will kill him however he wishes. This marked the end of the Muram sect, a demand that meant the destruction of the sect itself. Only by acknowledging this could he die however he wished, but he remained silent. Then she asks why he can't speak, and he replies that he can't. He says he cannot say it, apologizing to Beek Hyang as he cries. But she becomes enraged and attacks him, saying he once claimed that becoming a zombie wouldn't be the same as truly living. She states that it doesn't matter, because even if he dies now, he won't truly die. Even as she attacks, she doesn't kill him, asking what the difference is between a life that isn't a life, and a death that isn't a death. She says she can't tell the difference. She declares it's useless, and the entire world has become empty. On the dawn of the 9th day since their arrival in the apocalypse, Namgung Yuen, the Murim Lord, died. The alchemist says she obtained a valuable sample, because there's a limit to analyzing the virus in people who were transformed years ago. Thanks to this sample, they were able to analyze the infection's progression in real time, and they don't turn into zombies immediately after death, but rather after a short interval. Perhaps it takes some time for the infection to reach the brain. She says she has compiled the research results there, and hands them to Gonga to see. The old man says this girl might be very skilled at creating remedy, but she's terrible at explaining things to others, and states that's why proud people are like that. She says she did her best in the research, but as expected, she couldn't develop a cure. The MC asks if she didn't have enough time. She replies yes, saying she needed at least 90 days, and preferably around 120. But then the old man starts freaking out, screaming beside her, and they all get scared. But then the demon lord arrives, saying he's pathetic, because in the end, this is what a person is on the inside, and there's no difference between a human and a beast. She tells him to eat, eat, and eat, until his body can no longer move and is utterly consumed. And so she offers her hand to him, telling him to eat. Then Viper asks what she's doing, because she'll end up turning into a zombie like this. But Gonga tells him not to approach, saying it's already over. And with that, she uses her key to make him disappear, completely obliterating him. And seeing that blood on her hand, she starts laughing diabolically, freaking out in front of everyone. Then the Emperor tells the MC to be careful, because she's gone mad. Then she looks at them, completely deranged, asking if they are servants of the Muram sect who came to kill her. She says that's great, telling them to come, because they'll clash their swords. And Gongya then tells them all to flee, but she quickly lunges at them, ripping off the old man's head first, and then going for Viper. And the Sword Emperor realizes she has gone insane. Not even exorcisms would work on her now, because she has exhausted all her internal energy and will. But at this moment, she is in a temporary state between life and death, and even if he faced her at her peak, he would lose to her 4 out of 10 times. And she says that Mount Song is overflowing with the world's grief, and resentments from heaven and earth burn Mount Wu down. And she declares that the demonic sect is the strongest in the Muram world, and she is the strongest in the sect, asking if they truly believe they are good enough to face the goddess among goddesses. Viper then tells the MC to grab the alchemist and flee together. She then tells them not to even think about escaping, charging at, still wondering where Namgung Yuen is, stating that no matter how dense the forests or how vast the heaven, there is only one person in this world who will receive her sword. Speaking to the 4 demonic lords, ordering them to bring Namgung Yuen before her now. But then, the alchemist speaks to the MC, saying she believes in him. And so, the 2 die silently, leaving no trace, not even a scent behind. The world that had burned its people, the people who were burned by their world, were now buried beneath the white snow field. But destruction did not mean the end for the MC, and he begins to return 24 hours in time. And so, the time comes to save his world. And in the past, the young demon lord is in the snow, looking at a person, calling her mother. But her mother simply abandons her and leaves, and she is left behind. And it is said that young So Bae Kyang did not know, and the MC wonders if her mother had abandoned her, wondering if her mother had intentionally separated from her using the snowstorm as an excuse, or if her mother had accidentally lost her. And So Bae Kyang did not know, and the MC, after dying, appears once more in that parallel world, and he speaks to the Sword Emperor, asking if he memorized the whole thing, and he says yes, to a certain extent, stating that if they combine what he memorized, and what the MC himself also memorized, the pieces will fit together. But he has to do it soon, before he forgets. And the MC then says they will choose a skill first. And with that, he asks, how about that heavenly and infernal demonic art, rank F? And it is said that the more one curses the world, the more one overwhelms the heaven. And the one who has mastered the heavenly and infernal demonic arts will be responsible for bringing down the heaven. However, it will be difficult to maintain one sense of identity when using this skill. And the MC thinks about this, noting that this must be the martial art they saw her use before. And he says it's a typical demonic art. And ultimately, it's about how one deals with the world, whether with strength or strategy. And the MC doesn't quite understand. So he explains, saying that if one tries to embrace the world with humility, they usually end up on the righteous path of the Muram sect. And if one harbors hatred against the world, they will end up in the demonic cult. And that is why the people of the Muram sect transformed their own bodies into vessels for the world. And the people of the demonic cult transformed themselves into claws that scratch the world. And he says he will give the boy a simpler example, preparing to attack with a club. And with that, he unleashes an attack that looks like a dragon in front of him, showing a direct cut from top to bottom, and says that in some schools, he called this the tiger's fury stance. And he says the animal in question is not important, whether it's a tiger or a bull. The specifics vary according to how the technique's creator achieved enlightenment. And in any case, it's important to imitate the tiger, or the bull, or whatever it may be. And the MC is surprised and unsettled after that attack, thinking about the premise of making something of the world his own. And that's what the phrase, "accept the world," means. But then, the Emperor says that demonic arts are different, and the demonic cult says something like this when they are training their novices. And he shows that completely different attack that breaks a part of reality in front of him. And the cult tells them to remember their fury, and the knot in their stomach when a thief took one of their own, telling them to remember the moment their little sister was taken away by the Emperor, also telling them to remember their weakness and inability to do anything, as he waited in front of the Emperor's house all night for his sister, but she returned as a cold corpse. He was told to remember when he buried his sister's body all by himself. He questioned if it was winter, saying the ground was frozen and difficult to dig. He wondered if he dug into the hard ground with his bare finger, if his nails broke, if blood gushed from his injured digit. In the end, He couldn't even dig a proper grave, and laid his sister's body down regardless. He was told to remember the texture of the sword, ordered to hold his sword with the same hand that dug the ground, lamenting his incompetence and blaming the cruelty of that world. And the MC could clearly visualize this sword style. The Sword Emperor explained that the mental cultivation method, which uses internal energy, is literally a way to train one's mind by forcing it through hardship. Whether it's a strong person or a hunter, the outcome of a battle is determined by how well they utilize internal energy. In short, it's a battle of will. Demonic arts are a bit heavy on the spirit, and in any case, it's not something he needs to learn. But then, Gongjia stated that he did want to learn it. The Sword Emperor couldn't believe it, and Gongjia insisted he would learn it. But then, the Emperor questioned why, and the MC simply said it was because he wanted to, but the Emperor didn't believe him. He questioned if the MC was attracted by the celestial demon swordplay, and Gongjia remained silent. The Sword Emperor became furious with the boy, saying he would go crazy, because it only looks impressive like that when one is in a life or death state, and it literally drains your energy. He told the MC that a warrior cannot become intoxicated by power and have their energy drained like that. He added that compared to his martial arts, these demonic arts were garbage. But then, Gongjia questioned if the Emperor was jealous that he was learning martial arts from someone else. The Emperor became enraged with the boy, and the MC told him not to worry. After all, his martial arts were the best in the entire universe. He asked if the MC thought he was trying to learn the celestial and infernal demonic arts without realizing. So the Emperor admitted he was indeed the strongest, but then questioned the boy's motivation for learning the demonic art, and the MC replied that it was so he could clear that flaw. For example, if a cure is developed, everything will be over once he saves 2 people, as the others have all been dead for over 2 years, and the treatment won't bring them back. So he questioned how this would end. He asked if the Muram Lord and the celestial demon would become Adam and Eve. He asked the Emperor if that seemed like a good ending to him, but the Emperor said no, stating that just imagining the two of them together made him nauseous, and the MC explained that creating a cure was only the first condition for achieving a good ending. Ultimately, a good ending depends on whether these characters can be satisfied. He wanted to present a completely satisfactory ending for both the celestial demon and the Muram Lord, and so he copied the skill. Currently, he was a rank D hunter, and a penalty was applied because of his skill, and the MC thought that of course it wasn't over yet, because the celestial demon's grudges were another hell he would need to face. Thus, the trauma of his killer was recreated, and he said there would be an opportunity to talk about it calmly, and that was a mild purgatory. Viper then stopped, and they returned to the moment they had arrived there. At that, Gongjia used his aura to warn the girl, and she thanked him, but the MC said it was nothing. He told Viper to take care of the Medicine King, and so he began to guide all of them as needed. Then they saw the zombies and were startled, but Gongjia said they appeared to be zombies. He told them to look, pointing out that there were many pieces of flesh between their teeth. It was as if they were biting beasts. At this, the alchemist confirmed it was true, and the detailed pieces of flesh between their teeth were incompatible and completely different from each other. She states that this body died 3 years ago, and the owner of this flesh died 2 years ago. It's hard to imagine, but that body seems to have been moving for a year. At this, the old man begins to complain that he hates monsters and everything about horror movies, telling them to do something about it. The MC then thinks that their progress was much faster than last time, so he talks to the alchemist and the Medicine King, explaining that he possesses a strange ability. Recalling when he tried to remember everything with the Sword Emperor, he then bluffs, telling her about his peculiar skill. After hearing everything, she exclaims that it's fantastic, calling it an impeccable research method, almost something she herself would devise. However, the choice of words is completely different from what she would say, stating that it's truly incredible. Gongjia thinks that the alchemist is indeed evaluating herself as truly incredible, and so the old man says that, regardless, he's happy that the research time has been reduced, but he still wants to stay away from the zombies, suggesting it would be good to find a warm place to rest. But then they finally encounter the two once again. The MC remembers when he saw the heavenly demon expressing fear. Seeing her acting calmly there, he feels a slight comfort and states that she is the strongest person in the world. That's why she survived alone until the very end, and in the saddest sense of the word, a solitary warrior who understood the lonely existence of a child. So, seeing them there, she is surprised, but Gongjia simply kneels before her and says that he has heard of the heavenly demon's greatness, and has come from a distant land to see her. He adds that he has long admired the stories of the greatest person of all time. He states that he doesn't know how long it will take from now on, but still, he speaks to her, asking her to accept him as her disciple. My friend, I'm telling you, this guy knows how to cook up a good strategy, and I can't wait to see how this training will go. For those wondering why he went back all 10 days this time, obviously he was killing himself off screen. We're not going to show him stabbing himself every single time. What's the point? So he just reset everything at once, and it's all good. Still in her childhood, the young heavenly demon is in the middle of the snow, realizing she can't hear anything, see anything, or smell anything, and it's as if her stomach is filled with ice. She keeps thinking about her mother, as that place is extremely cold, until a ray of light emerges from the sky, and she sees someone descending towards her. She remarks that it's strange because it stopped snowing there 10 days ago, and the snow reached over 1.5 meters in height. So how is this child still alive and breathing? And so she goes to the girl, pulling her up. She states that the girl must not be an ordinary child, explaining that she was born with a glacial body, and the world's cold is energy for her. And it's truly frightening, as such a small child managed to survive out there for over 10 days just eating snow. This must be the extreme yin body she had only heard rumors about. She asks her what her name is, but the little girl no longer remembers. Then, she also questions how old she is, but the girl doesn't know that either. And so she asks how she ended up buried in the snow. The girl once again says she doesn't know. She thinks that the girl must not remember anything, assuming she was caught in natural disasters at such a young age. However, she possesses the perfect body for learning martial art, and the Queen of the Northern Sea would pay a fortune for her. And it's a truly strange encounter. What's hard to understand is whether she was destined for the cult, or if the cult was destined for her. She asks the child if she would come with her, promising food and a place to sleep. The child accepts. The woman remarks that the child carries no scent, and without a name or origin, she must be a child born of snow. She decides to give her a surname, naming her Baek Hyang, which means the scent of snow. From now on, she is a member of the demonic cult, so Baek Hyang. The girl then asks where she is going, and the woman replies it's a place where children like her are gathered. Now with the MC, she denies his request. She states that she has never accepted a disciple in her entire life, and even if the world crumbles, she will not change her ways. She questions him becoming her disciple, declaring it will never happen. But then the Lord questions why she is acting this way, as he is proud that the boy from foreign lands managed to survive. Not only that, but he endured the harsh martial realm to learn from her. He asks why she doesn't treat him with kindness. He questions why she needs to be as cold as before. She replies that she is proud they made it this far. However, the master-disciple law must be strictly upheld, and her cult does not accept people so easily. Only children abandoned by their parents and the world can join the demonic cult. The Lord then remarks that they always call him an old bore, yet they are still so demanding. He tells the MC that he must have heard, suggesting that since they've reached this point, what if he accepted him as a master instead of the stupid demonic cult? He states his name is Nam Gong, and he is the head of the grand and noble Nam Gong clan, and leader of the Martial Artists Alliance of the Muram sect, and if he becomes his disciple. But the MC doesn't even care what he's saying. He questions why the heavenly demon won't accept. The old man laughs at being ignored. She questions if she hasn't already told him, stating that only children abandoned by the world can join her cult. She explains that the world has changed. People have turned into zombies due to an unknown disease, and the sects and clans of the martial realm have collapsed. The MC replies that since the heavens have forgotten humanity, they have all been abandoned by the world now, whether they like it or not. More importantly, he thinks he is a hunter who entered the tower because he was an orphan, and questions if he hasn't naturally met the requirements to join the cult. She is left speechless, unable to retort. He thinks she is ashamed to say that he was abandoned by the world, but he believes he is in a position to say that he abandoned the world first. She then agrees, stating that if he is so confident, he must at least perform the three-sword technique. She will judge with her own eyes whether he is worthy of joining the clan. Although she is certain he talks a lot and does nothing, he thanks her for the chance, activating his skill and drawing his sword. The first skill is the infernal heavenly demonic art. He then begins to learn rapidly, everything flashing through his mind. He says he can see the path of the sword, countless movements are forming in his head, but so far they are only visible, and he hasn't fully understood this skill yet. And if he were to attempt to perform this technique, it would be like a pigeon imitating a pelican. But he remembers what the Sword Emperor told him, instructing him to lament his incompetence and blame the cruelty of that world. But he thinks that since he's going to be ridiculed anyway, he wants it to be for real. And he remembers what the Sword Emperor told him, that if he tries to challenge the world, he becomes part of the demonic cult. That's why the cult members train their bodies to become nails that will scratch the world. But while performing the demonic arts, his thoughts change, and the essence of the demonic cult isn't nails, but rather scream, and he remembers all the screams he had heard and experienced throughout his life. The laws of yin-yang might be incredible, but the world born from them is full of flaws, and no matter how wise the writings of Confucianism are, they cannot silence a human scream. Namgung is surprised by the technique the boy is performing, and Gong Jie thinks that this is a sword dance of disgust, and it's more precise than the yin-yang sword technique, and a sword wielded with a scream of despair is stronger than a sword that moves according to wisdom. But then the celestial demon tells the boy to stop, and the MC thinks that the greater the despair, and the louder the scream, the stronger the sword becomes, and that's why they are strong, the survival of the fittest. And this is the doctrine of the demonic cult, and he says that's why the sword path of the celestial demon, the cult region, must always be a scream directed at the world. But then she orders him to stop, but the boy continues performing the sword art, and he starts to think that even the regent herself screamed in despair in her final moment. But then she questions if she hadn't already told him to stop, yelling at Gong Jie and ordering him to halt, attacking the boy. Then she questions how he stole and learned her cult's supreme technique, saying that he cannot deceive her eye, and his form might have been careless and unrefined, but what he just performed was certainly the celestial and infernal demonic art, and the only ones capable of learning these arts are the cult members, but they have never met before, so she asks him to tell her how he managed to steal it, but then he gets straight to the point, asking her if it's worthy or not, and she becomes somewhat flustered while the boy falls to the ground. She turns away, and then they rush towards the MC, saying he used too much aura, and the alchemist says she will apply serum to his vein. Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor is disappointed, as he must be on the verge of death for having performed a martial art far beyond his level, and he says that's why he always tells him to practice and slowly refine the basic. But he says it wasn't so bad, telling the boy that he is proud of him. And in the past, once again, she is with that lady arriving at the cult, and she says that this is where the girl will stay from now on. She can eat when she wants, sleep when she wants, and play when she wants, telling Baek Hyang that she can simply live however she wants. Then, with the children, they start saying that all the adults there are very nice, and don't force them to do anything, while they think that maybe they will raise them to be servants. The girl calls him an idiot because it's been over a year since she arrived there, and nothing like that exists. By the way, she asks if he has already said hello to the children who arrived today, and the boy says he only said hello because several children arrived that day, and they think that overall, many children have been arriving lately, and the other one says it's because this year was bad for harvests, resulting in more orphans. And in any case, everyone was smart to come here, because they would have starved to death if they had stayed in the villages where they were born. But then Baek Hyang questions how they all ended up there. Then everyone is surprised by what she's saying, and they all start complaining, with one of them saying that his father said the harvest was bad, and his mother worked in the red light district, and they say they don't want to tell her, questioning why they should, saying that men with swords attacked their village one night, and the people in their town started getting sick and died. Another child said his father used to beat him constantly, so he ran away. This made the MC remember the concentrated poison jar. It's a jar where all sorts of poisonous animals and insects are placed before it's sealed. The creatures trapped inside then kill each other, and the last one remaining alive possesses the most concentrated and lethal poison, and the poison seemed to flow with every word the children spoke. So, how could there be so many types of poison in that world? The MC then asks if they are happy now, and everyone agrees, and she realizes that this place is not a paradise, but rather a jar designed to produce a single, concentrated poison. One of them says he doesn't need to earn money in his mother's absence. He just likes it there because no one beats him anymore. The MC then begins to ponder the true nature of this place. Sometime later, a man comes to call everyone for breakfast, but notices the MC is not there. The MC remembers that they are supposed to sleep when they want, eat when they want, and play when they want. However, she starts to work. They think the MC is very strange, noticing that she is always interacting with the farmers and doesn't even eat food. The MC remembers that the lady said she can simply live however she wants. At that moment, the lady approaches the MC and says it's been a while, adding that she came because she needed to ask a question. She heard that the MC was helping the farmers and harvesting her own food, and the MC confirms this. The lady also says she heard that the MC is making her own clothes and blanket, and the MC confirmed. The lady then asks why, because as long as she wants, she can live a life of abundance, even if it's not luxurious. She says this is Spring Peak, a place where adults cultivate the land and harvest fruits for the children. And since the MC is also a child, she asks why she is working so hard. The MC then says that Mr. Mo, who cultivates at the foot of the mountain, lost 2 daughters to the county magistrate, and the lady finds that strange. The MC also says that Mr. Choi, who works in the orchard, lost his second son, who was taken to build the castle wall. He reported this to the local office, but his word was questioned, and his first son also ended up dying. After burying both sons in the village where they were born, Mr. Choi and his wife moved here, and all the adults who plant food and make clothes for them, the orphans, were hurt by the world. There is no exception. This place is not paradise, and they are not feeding them and giving them clothes for free because they are stupid. The lady then asks why the MC believes they do this. The MC says it's because they want those children to avenge them, because they feel the world is very unfair, and they cannot forgive the local officials who ruined their lives. They want revenge, but they don't have the power to do it personally. She heard that martial arts are something one can only become truly good at if they start learning from a young age. The adult farmers, who are too old to learn martial arts deeply, can, however, produce for the children who can learn. And this was the true identity of Spring Peak. They are not eating and sleeping there for free. That is the headquarters of the demonic cult. The MC realizes that they are there to take revenge against the world on behalf of the adult. The lady then speaks to the MC, asking if there is anything she wishes to say to the heaven. The MC says yes, she has many things she wishes to say. The lady then asks if that's true, and says she is not surprised. In that case, the world will have to answer her, and she reveals that she is one of the 7 elders of the cult, the demonic Buddha. The MC then asks if there is a Buddha of hell. The lady questions what use a Buddha is if not in hell, telling the MC that she passed the test to join the cult, and that she did not allow herself to be complacent with the abundance of food and a comfortable place to sleep. And this is a sign of the purity of your poison. She tells her to become her disciple and call her master from now on, and her sword will resonate with countless screams in the future. She instructs her to perform the master-disciple ceremony. Meanwhile, she tells the MC to get up after he wakes up, but he tells her that if she stays like that, he won't be able to get up even if he wants to, because he might end up hitting his head on her. But she says that judging by how he's speaking, his body must already be fine, telling him to go wash up in the bathroom, for he will need to cleanse his mind and body diligent, and he doesn't understand anything. And she says she'll be waiting for him at the cave entrance. So Gongjia actually goes to do that, but he notices everyone sleeping around, and he wonders what everyone is dreaming about. Opening his character window, the old medicine king is dreaming of his 100th victory over Marcos, saying that, as a bonus, he's just 1 victory away from completing 1,000,000 victories against that pharmacist girl. As for her, she says she's right, questioning why she needs to explain something so simple to people. She says they won't understand even if she explains, because they are as stupid as flies. She apologizes, thinking that if they just used their heads a little more, everything would be fine, living a dream of humiliating others. And as for that other crazy guy, he's laughing like a villain, and the MC thinks it's better not to wake them up, especially that last guy. Then, outside, the celestial demon asks if he washed every corner of his body, and he says yes, stating that he feels even his heart has been cleansed. But she tells him that she's not a fan of people who are good at talking, and he's too good with his word, and she worries that he has more artistic talents than those of a commander, and he is surprised by this. Then he reads her thought, thinking that even though he has a sharp tongue, he has a foolish and innocent face. He's the perfect candidate to lead the lower sect, and he wonders what that means. But she just tells him to follow her, saying that normally, to earn the cult's uniform, you need to pass several tests where he might have proven himself worthy, but that doesn't mean he passed the test. The cult's first test is the comfort test. She explains that it provides free food, clothes, and a place to sleep, and the children who are satisfied with this become part of the outer sect, and are raised to be farmers, artisans, and guards. But the children who pass the test are recognized as part of the inner sect. They officially join the demonic cult, and are instructed in demonic martial art. So, he already knew all of this, and she questions how he knows, and the MC thinks that, having experienced trauma after dying to her, he simply knows many things. Then she says that the heavens are very cruel, asking how they dare bring such a wretch to be the last person she will meet in her life. She wonders if she really has to accept this fool, who seems to be a member of the lower sect, as her cult disciple. Meanwhile, the emperor thinks that, as the celestial demon says, she has a good eye for people. If he were merely an idiot, he wouldn't mind much, but he truly gets things done when he puts in the effort. And Gongjia wonders if he's praising or humiliating him, and simply says he'll take it as a compliment. And the emperor says that's why he's an idiot. And so the demon says this place should suffice, telling the MC to cheer up, as she will accept him as her disciple. And the demonic cult reigns over the heaven, and the heavens do not reject a cultist. So he gets excited, but she says that, however, she still cannot officially accept him as a disciple. But the MC questions if she isn't being too harsh, as he came from afar just to receive her teaching, and he even showed he is worthy, asking why he can't be an official disciple. And she says that, first of all, she has many suspicions about his word, from having come from distant lands to having deep respect for her, and she doubts the veracity of everything, and her senses tell her that it's all a lie. She says that he doesn't seem to have an evil nature, so she'll let it pass, and to tell the truth, he seems to have a good heart, which is strange, and she still can't tell if he was destined for her, or if she was destined for him. and the MC then asks what the test is, and she points downward, saying she placed a zombie soldier there, and he was a potential star of the cult, a clever martial artist quite famous in the martial realm, and she says that the MC must defeat him, and if he manages to do that, she will accept him as a disciple. It was just empty talk, and she says that while he fights the soldier, his heart must be filled with hunger and the pain she causes, and Gongjia thinks that in the heavenly demon's heart, he is already the one who will receive the teachings of the demonic cult and inherit the heavenly and infernal demonic art. Then she says that he is forbidden from having other thoughts or emotion, asking if he can do that, and the MC thinks that she already sees him as a disciple. Then she tells him to think of the voices, groans, and movements of a starving man, transforming that into the will of his heart, and to let him wield his sword, based solely on his hunger, and that will be the moment when the heavenly and infernal demonic art will show its true power. And he questions what will happen when he manages to wield his sword with only hunger, and she says that he will be able to cut down a person who has never felt hunger with a single strike, and with that, half of the martial artists of the Muram sect could be defeated in a single strike, and the MC remembers the fingernail, and she says that first he must learn the form of death by hunger, next, it will be death by dehydration, and he will need to learn his sword with thirst, being able to cut down with a single strike those who have never experienced true thirst. And he will need to learn 9 different sword forms, and the 9 parts of these 9 sword forms that will bring down the heaven. And he thinks that sounds good, and she then questions what he is waiting for, telling him to throw himself into hell, and Gongjia agrees immediately, jumping onto the zombie,